Your magic's true. said stay out of this bit, but I don't get tired of it. Told me I'd never be happy. I'm not sad at all. Maybe I'm a fool following my dreams, but mama, you're gonna see me on every magazine.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to North America and a Championship Sunday of the first ever North American 2v2 regional of the RLCS circuit. We've never done it before, folks, but this year, 2026, we're going to be crowning a 2v2 Rocket League World Champion. It'll be happening live at the Rocket League World Championship in September. We'll be crowning a 1v1 champion as well as a 3v3 champion. It's a historic year in so many regards, and we are 28 minutes and 27 seconds till kickoff of the first Championship Sunday here for 2v2. James, we're making history again, baby.
Yes, we are. It's gonna be a great prize. You get to play Zen and Atto, who looked unstoppable. That's your reward. Also, you do get a little bit of money. That makes it nice.
The money's pretty nice here. And Herc, listen, if you're a competitor, the point is to get to play the big dogs. What better gift could there be for the North Americans than taking on the top team from Europe and then having a shot at the world title if they take care of them?
Absolutely. Everybody and their mother, including James, thought it was gonna be Beast Mode and Daniel. And the world has now opened up. It is everybody's turn to make a name for themselves and make James cry just for one more week.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, Bass, my mom thought it was going to be first on Atomic. Then James convinced her it was going to be Beast Mode and Daniel, so she's extra sad now.
Yeah, and the problem is that both of those picks may still be wrong at this point. We got a lot of contenders, man. It's been a weekend of upsets. There's still teams that are in this thing that I don't think people anticipated to be as good as they have been, but they are better than ever. 2 undefeated teams still remain in this bracket.
Yeah, it's a pretty intense one here. I mean, you're talking about the teams that people don't expect here. Not really good. Evo and Diaz versus Expert and Matt. Going to be our first matchup of the day. Definitely teams that got left off of people's build-up brackets when coming into this tournament. But here we are, Championship Sunday. And if you picked just now to start watching Rocket League, you picked a great time to become a fan of the greatest esport in the world. Bottom left corner, that's where we're at in the season. We've completed the first 2 splits, and now it's just bangers. It's just intense action. With the 2v2s concluding today, we'll have the 1v1s coming up here in just a little bit, just in a few weeks, and then the last chance qualifiers for the 3v3s. If you want to play at Dickey's Arena at the World Championship, there is still a chance. Scan the QR code on your screen, get your friends together, sign up, and play in the LCQ for your region. You just might be able to play for the title of Rocket League World Champion. Now, if you're like, that sounds a little bit out of reach for me, I would go, but my controller is at the controller shop right now. They're waiting on one of the parts to come in. I don't know when I'm going to get it back. I still want to go, though, to the World Championship. I got a second QR code for you, folks. If you scan the one that's about to pop on your screen right now, there it is. Well, there's the bar, and then there's the QR. Wow, this thing really takes a long time to get there. You can also just go to the URL. There we go. That QR code will get you tickets to the Rocket League World Championship, and you can go and watch us crown 3 different world champions on Championship Sunday. It's going to be a fantastic time. I hope to see you there. Now, let's talk about today's event, because today is not for the title of world champion. If you win the whole thing today, you get to go play for the title of 2v2 champion, but you still haven't secured it by any means. Just going to be the North American representative. For everyone else here, all the other teams, there's 5 other teams that won't get that opportunity. They're playing for cash here. $3,200 already secured for all the squads still alive on Championship Sunday. $5,400 if you make it top 4, $8,000 if you make it to second, and $14K and a bid to the World Championship if you win our tournament here today. Now, in addition to the $14,000 you earn and that bid, comes an extra prize pool here, James, because the top 4, you show up at the World Championship and just lose in our bracket, you get $10,000.
Yeah, so like you were saying before, you instantly lock in. If you win, at least $24,000 a chance to make it go up. That first round worth a lot of money, $40,000 extra on top of the 10 you already secured. And then if you win the next round, add on another $50K to that. So a huge amount of money. Also only split 2 ways. But I think the bigger prize potentially, well, the money's pretty sweet. That's a lot of money. But also to say that you're the 2v2 world champion when that's the most popular game mode among all the pros, that's going to be a pretty big flex.
It's a pretty big flex. And additionally, it comes with the weight of it being the first ever. We talk about Lachinio over Zero and Kronovi. We talk about Nobu. Till the end of the day, Herc, because they are the first ever to hold the title, and they will always, for all of time, be the first ever to hold the title. These 6 players, plus the 2 we crown as North American champions today, will have the shot at writing their names in history that same way.
And the crazy part is everybody that's made their way into this 2v2 championship so far are names that we already talk about all the time. So I think everybody around the world would almost be happy with anybody that's competing. We're just all so excited to find out who's going to be the NA representative after this. And honestly, I think one of the biggest challenges would have to be going up against Zen and Itao. So we're excited to see who's going to try and take them on.
Yeah, you're getting to take on a team. You're either going to get to take on Zen and Atto in the finals, or you're going to get to take on a team that just beat them. So it's going to be a great bracket no matter what. Those finals are going to be exciting, and I cannot wait to see who gets to play there. But I think that's in September. We got so much action to cover. And yesterday was pretty nuts here, Bass, as we had, again, you were talking about the upsets. You were talking about matches we didn't expect to go. We had another reverse sweep. How does this keep happening here?
It's a great question. The only answer I've got is Clutch Beyond Compare, because the reverse sweep we did see yesterday was that one in the top. Cheese and Talk versus Diaz and Evo. It was Diaz and Evo, again, a team that I would say is somewhat of a surprise. We expect them to be good, but the levels at which they have risen to throughout this weekend has been impressive. They then end up getting reverse swept on stream. You guys saw that probably in the introduction to today with Diaz just kind of shaking his head, throwing him down. It's a hard one to deal with, but it's also a little bit easier, I would say, than the blow that we experienced here. I have no words. Sup, probably the biggest upset yesterday, a win over VP, and unfortunately, Wave, it kind of feels like this has been VP's story throughout the back half of this year.
I mean, we could sit here and talk about Virtus Pro and the way that the what could have been for 2026 for this roster for a while, and we have been talking about it for a while. But James, I feel like I want to talk about these Sup boys, Matt and Expert, and the name
the play of the day, that
making for
pinch.
themselves. That's incredible.
The frozen rope. Yeah, that was amazing. My favorite quote from yesterday was, "The results speak for themselves." I think Expert and Matt gonna have a lot of respect put on their name after that performance. Incredible stuff. Sup, bit of an underdog, I think, in the fans' eyes. I also had picked VP here, but I knew that Sup was in this one. They had already beaten VP before, and they do it again, proving that it wasn't a fluke, and also just proving how good these players are at twos. You could see, I saw Expert on Twitter afterwards added Matt and said, "Dude, you retired at the wrong time."
I mean, Herc, though, if we know anything about esports retirements, they're kind of just
Yeah,
temporary.
I don't believe
Zach
any of
retired
y'all
too.
when you do it. I think the only retirement I've ever semi-believed was Cookser. It's the ones that are silent that you can trust. So.
Yeah,
don't
kind of
think
true.
he's done.
Kind of true. Well, we'll see. I mean, hey, Matt and Expert, if he's very unretired right now here, Bass, because he has a match today against team not really good. Obviously, not actually NRG. That's Evo and Diaz up there. We'll get to see them play here in a little bit. That's what we're starting off the day with here in 21 minutes. So Matt gonna have to stay very unretired if he wants to secure that prize pool. And who knows? Maybe he'll play for the title of world champion.
I would love to see him continue to compete, man. I think Matt's one of those talents that it's just kind of a time in life. We've been talking about it. He graduated from West Virginia. He's probably trying to go into, quote unquote, his adult life now, as he's going to have to get a job, go do all of that. Matt, I think you're also going to learn very quickly. Jobs can be kind of boring, dog. If you can win some money playing Rocket League, I might recommend you do that instead. There's always the option, and we'd welcome you back in the community with open arms. Again, great to see him competing. Hopefully they have a good day today as well.
We'll get to see them play here again. They're kicking off the day. Let's talk about the next match on the day. Brunyon versus Tekenyos. This was First Killer and Atomic, the team that was argued to be the favorites to win the whole thing. They struggled a little bit in the group stage, but now, are you not arguing that?
No, that was me. I was hoping you'd remember.
Okay.
Yes, it was me.
We were about to have some beef out here. I was being really confused.
No, I promise you, I was not trying to gaslight. I was just trying to remind you that I believe that this is the team to beat Tekenyos, Atomic, and First Killer. They just look like such a complete team. Obviously, they did get reverse swept by Evo and Diaz, a bit of a surprising result that put them in this spot, but I think this is a very tough matchup for them. Kofer and Mech, highly skilled players, highly mechanical. Mech living up to his name. Kofer also was looking very good out of the start. It was a close series at the beginning. It looked like it was going to go blow for blow, but when the going got tough, First Killer amped it up, and I think he just helped elevate Tekenyos to that next level. Atomic also, I think a lot of people underestimate the value he brings to any team. You know, pairing with a very prominent duo like Dan and Beast Mode, I think now that you see the result, Dan and Beast Mode did not do as well. Atomic's still in it. I think it's a testament to Atomic's X factor and the synergy that he has with anyone that he plays with.
Yeah, I mean, there was that match in the middle there, the game 4, excuse me, on Utopia Dusk. It's 4-4, goes to overtime. It's a kickoff goal that determines it. The kickoffs, though, we talked to Atomic in the interview afterwards, Herc. So much more important the fewer players there are on the field here in 2v2, more so than 3v3. You really got to be locked in for those kickoffs if you want to make sure you guarantee a win here in 2s.
Oh yeah, this 2s event is letting players like Atomic really shine and have their name called out a lot more often than not, especially in comparison to their 3s performance. A lot of the time it's the quieter players that everybody's like, oh, they're not as good just because their name isn't, being said as much. But like you said, Atomic is proving why he kind of helps circulate the synergy for world champions like NRG. So we'll see how far Tekenos goes. I like their run too, so I'm excited for today.
They do have a good bracket in front of them. Now let's talk about the big match of the day, James. The reverse sweep. Look at these boys. Cheese and Talk drop the first 3 to Diaz and Evo. You think it's over, and it's not.
Yeah, some people do. Against these guys, I don't think I'll ever count them out of anything ever again for the rest of time. And also, you got to remember as well, the turning point of this game, that game 4, Talk and Cheese had blown a big lead.
Yeah.
And it went into overtime. I'm pretty sure, if my memory serves me right,
did.
But I'm getting old. But it looked like they had thrown it, right? Oh, right here, yeah, you could see game 4, they give it up, 0-second goal. It barely bounces off the ground, but Talk, the theme of that series for me was Talk closing out every opportunity that he got. He wasn't getting a bajillion, but the few he was getting, he was putting away. And you see how much of a difference that makes, especially when you are on that match point for 4 games in a row. You can see Diaz as well getting tilted as the games progressed. But all around, fantastic gameplay. Cheese, great defense. Cheese in the trenches. But Talk, I think for me, stood out as just putting away every chance that was presented to him.
You feel for, you see the headset thrown, Diaz just has to get out of there. I mean, it doesn't matter how experienced of a gamer you are at this level. A reverse sweep is so painful. It's so difficult to deal with. Having 4 opportunities, especially in the best of 7, having 4 opportunities to put this one away. They scored 4 goals in game 4. They scored 2 in game 6 and 7. They were absolutely in it to win it, and yet couldn't quite come up with a victory in any of those moments. So we'll get to see them play today because that was an upper bracket matchup. We'll see if Diaz and Evo, again, they have that first matchup here against Matt and Expert. Are they able to bounce back and continue on with the skills we saw them putting up in the first 3 games of that series? But there was one more match on the day. James, I'm just gonna, you want to kind of walk us through real fast Space Station versus LJ and Chronic and what happened in this brutal sweep?
I think it could be an email. I don't know if we need to have a whole meeting on this, Wave. Basically, SSG looked unstoppable. Also, Chronic and LJ just didn't look like they were as on point as you'd expect. There were a couple missed chances where you think they could put it away. But overall, this was just a dominant performance by SSG. I think after the performance that they put up against LJ and Chronic, world-class talents as well, I think you have to give the nod to SSG to be the front runner and be the favorite at this point to represent North America at the World Championship.
They just look so strong. I mean, and this was their best test yet. Players like LJ and Chronic, such like household names in Rocket League. You expect that to be at least a game at some point. They had a 3-goal lead in game 2. We think, okay, cool. They've evened this up. We're going to be just fine. Space Station wins it in overtime.
Listen, if Zach comes out of retirement for you and then duos with you, chances are you're gonna do pretty well in the long run of anything you're doing together. So we all knew that there was something special there. And like y'all said, I do think that they're a front runner for North America. The matter of the question is, if there's anything to question about that team, it's the everyone off inconsistency. So we'll see if they get caught off guard.
We'll see. We'll see how they do today. They're waiting for the results of our first match. We'll get to see Space Station play a little bit later on. We are working on getting Bass back on the show. Though looks like they're having some technical difficulties. Don't worry, everything's just fine on the back end. Let's talk about the best moments from yesterday, though. These are your top plays presented by Progressive. 4 plays for 4 matches. Number 4, I was talking about that game 3. They're trailing by 3 here. They've not scored yet. Reveal gets it started with this redirect from the corner. How you find these angles, I don't know. They go on to score 3 more goals and then win it in overtime. On their way to sweeping on through on Playoff Saturday. Diaz, he didn't quite have the day he wanted, but check out this double fake. Up against it, gets the reset. Cheese buys it. Oh, sorry, Cheese. Nope, not for you. Oh, talk to you. You just stay on the ground there. Let my buddy come on in and blast your upper 90 there. What a goal, and what a great setup from Diaz. He'll need more magic like this today if they want to continue on, but you know he's got it in the tank. Kickoff, super important here in 2s. Check this one out. Kofor setting up Mech. Gonna hang back on it just a little bit, and then Mech gonna cheat up, but also hang back just even slightly farther. About the fastest you could possibly score a goal in the game. And number 1, it's gotta be the pinch. Matt and Expert, the ball barely drops at all the entire distance of the field. 98 miles an hour is what it registered as across the goal line. That means it came off their nose at probably about 4 billion miles an hour. An incredible performance, and we are going to get to see them play here first thing today. Excited to watch those matchups. This is the bracket we have. Chronic and LJ taking on Atomic and First Killer. Matt and Expert taking on Diaz and Evo. Winners of those 2 matches advance to the semifinals to take on Cheese and Talk, Reveal, and Zach, respectively. The winners of the semifinals will play for the title of North American Regional Champion. It's going to be a great day of Rock League. I'm curious to see here, James, what other kickoff shenanigans unfold as the players get more and more experience. It feels like with each day of playing at this level of competition, the kickoff meta is going to solidify in a new way.
Oh yeah, there continues to be layers and layers and layers, and I think the big challenge is finding that consistently safe kickoff. How can you preserve those leads? Because we've seen now some pretty epic comebacks, all thanks to that to the kickoff goals happening just seconds after kickoff. So it's incredibly important. I think we might see more experimentation as well in 2's kickoffs, so a lot less autopiloting, but it is without a doubt that we have seen so many highly important kickoffs, and like Atomic was saying, the fewer players there are in the field, the more important kickoffs become. If you've watched a lot of 1v1s as well, you know that for certain how quickly you can have those comebacks. Another thing that he said as well is just how quickly you can come back in 2v2s. You're never really quite out of it. So there's going to be a lot of exciting kickoffs today, and I'm hoping a lot more exciting plays like we saw from that pinch.
Yeah, I'm excited too. We'll see what happens. If you watch the ones is coming up. Make sure you're following the channel so you can be checking out the ones action when those tournaments start here in just a little bit. The kickoffs are kind of the whole thing, almost. Like the kickoff is half the game. Now let's talk a little bit about the 2v2s that are happening around the world, because again, yesterday was the grand finals of the Middle East North African bracket here, Herc. We got to catch some of the gameplay, the final bit of Game 7 on our stream, but for everyone else, for the rest of the bracket, how did things go down? How did the Falcons get to this point?
Man, if you missed yesterday, I gotta tell you gotta go back and watch it, especially the Falcons run in general, alongside the 5-11 run. 5-11 was doing their darnest to really just mess with everybody. They were able to take down world champs, named, of course, Drawley and Nobu, but ultimately they did prove that Ghazi and TRK really, truly have got it out for them. I mean, TRK was absolutely popping off. I really enjoyed this performance. It's something about Drawley and TRK. That is his kryptonite. I feel for him at this point. He's tried it in 3s. He's now tried it in 2s. He's just has not quite been able to get past them as far as at least this semifinal goes, but it went the distance. James, I mean, you were there. I was listening to y'all's reactions the entire time. It was a crazy series overall.
Yeah. It dropped 11 goals in one game. I think it was certainly personal for TRK, a revenge tour from TRK. I think, he's gotten the last laugh against Drawley these last couple of times, but then this is where TRK really could have made some major shockwaves. I think a lot of people expecting the twins to make it through and represent MENA at the World Championship, but it was a fight all the way down to the wire. We did something we've never done before, Wade. We We had the game playing during the break. And it was so exciting and such an epic moment that we just came back from the break to cover that last game, going to game 7, being that tight. It was truly slim margins for both teams, but in the end, it was Team Falcons that were able to get the job done. However, that was a tournament to remember.
Oh yeah, between the two, I gotta say, Falcons, the two names, when you think of MENA, usually 1, 2 on the list is Killers and Ruas. So,
for sure,
twins together, coming out over TRK. I'm so excited to see them on land because this is probably how their story originated, was playing twos.
It's so true, so true.
Well, you can't forget also in ones, Ruas. I'm not like the rest of them. Remember, he was the one who ended Zen's 1v1 winning streak in all those show matches. So I think the stage is kind of set. I think looking at this bracket, doesn't matter who makes out of North America, a lot of people expecting Zen Atto versus Killers Ruas grand final. But you never know, maybe that world championship crowd will really get to the players. The nerves could affect them, and who knows what could happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. Anything can happen here. I mean, Swift and Yan, what a win it would be for them to make it to the first, for South America to make it to their first ever LAN grand finals in Rocket League. It'd be pretty crazy. Bass, welcome back. Good to see you. You have fun traveling through the internet pipes?
I don't think the internet is having fun traveling to my house right now.
No!
It is having some difficulties with me. Hopefully that is the last of them. It cut me off just as I was about to hype up Cheese and Talk. I'm very sad I didn't get to hype up my boys.
Hey, well, you'll get to hype them up. They're playing today, so we'll get to see them here in a little bit. And honestly, it's just incredible to be in the world of 2026 where we can all be in different places and talking to each other like this. It's pretty cool stuff. So we can run a tournament of the highest caliber level of gameplay with the players thousands of miles apart from each other. We are 7.5 minutes till kickoff. So let's start heading that direction, folks. If you want to get your family and friends to watch Rocket League, and they maybe don't play the game and aren't used to watching it from, like, the player's POV, check out RLCS Crowd Cam, twitch.tv/RLEsports. It's a camera on the sideline like you're seeing here, and it's more similar to watching a sports game or maybe watching the World Cup if you've been watching those games recently here. It's very much more familiar, much easier to track. I oftentimes will have this broadcast up on the side just to help me understand what happened in that super fast-paced game. Twitch.tv/RLEsports. Check out the Crowd Cam there. Here's our schedule. We'll be playing through our quarterfinal matches, then into the semifinals, then into the grands. That is how a bracket works, and we are finishing this bracket today, folks. Chronic and LJ and Atomic and First Killer are waiting for the results of our first match, so let's start talking about it. Matt and Expert, the story of the tournament, taking on Diaz and Evo. Diaz playing with crazy ping, not even necessarily on comms with his teammate Evo. They are ready to go, and one of these teams is advancing forward to the top 4.
I have to imagine that everybody right now has an expectation coming into this match of not really good being those guys. That being said, I do have to remind everybody, this is not the first time that SUP has come into a matchup like this and been the definitive underdogs. They were yesterday by, I think, every metric. The only person to pick them, and I can't believe I'm giving him credit, is T-Bates. Bates was the only person I believe that had faith in them. So, I don't know. As much as I want to state that SUP should, be the underdogs here, is that really fair to say anymore?
I don't think they're necessarily underdogs. I think it's a little bit closer than that, but I don't know what the word would be for a step above an underdog.
An unlikely challenger. I don't know.
Maybe a decent matchup?
Dark horse? Yeah, I think a horse is better than a dog, right? So, like, a dog, underdog, dark horse, probably, something.
I think it depends on what you're trying to achieve, right?
Unlikely elephant. I don't know. I will say, though, James, it's like SUP's big win yesterday was against Virtus Pro, who they did also beat in the Swiss. We thought that maybe the stage lights would make a difference here and that Virtus Pro's experience would pan out, but ultimately it seems like maybe it's a style matchup here. SUP does have 2 big wins over Virtus Pro, but their only other named win here that we've been talking about the tournament, or the other team they've played in this tournament that we have a name on, is NRG, which they lost to in 3. So I don't know. It makes me wonder are they the real thing yet? They just beat Virtus Pro twice.
I think they are legit. I really do. You look at them almost beating SSG. SSG, I think, had reverse sweep them. So they almost ended up beating SSG. So, and then back-to-back wins against Virtus Pro. I think the results speak for themselves. Sup is really a contender in this matchup. I think it's going to be quite close, actually. I think, for me, this is going to be a coin flip. We did see Evo and Diaz at times perform really well. It seemed like Diaz was able to get a lot of isolation moments where he is deadly in the air. You even see the fakes that he was able to complete. I think Diaz and Evo so good with vision. If you give them space, they will take it. So for Matt and Expert, you gotta limit the fakes. You gotta just go. Try to get them off ball as much as possible. You saw how picking pockets against them could work. You just cannot give them that time on ball. You've got to be extra aggressive. And then Evo also probably going to be hunting them down for demos. We even saw him land some double demos yesterday. So this is going to be a real test for Sup, but I'm still on the fence. I'm not sure which way I'm leaning on this one, Wave.
I mean, Herc, I did say that their only real win was Virtus Pro, and the only other name team they played was NRG, where they got swept. But was forgetting about the group stage where they beat Dignitas.
I was not even messing with you guys, looking at it right now, and that's when I made that frowny face and remembered that Dignitas win. RLCS Herc is like, yeah, that was more than enough of a win for them to not be counted out here. I also was remembering that it was the SSG was all the way to Game 5, and they were 1-goal games. All aside from Game 5 was that 4-1. So I think they've had good enough challenges so far to prove themselves that this is not necessarily an underdog run anymore. This is definitely dark horse worthy.
Yeah, and also Sup's run has been pretty cool. It's been a pretty fun story here, as they did take out Virtus Pro in that first round, one of the Swiss. They dropped to NRG and then beat 2 of the other teams in their group. And then in the group stage, they reverse sweep Silence, get reverse swept by SSG, and then have to go to Game 4 in 2 overtimes against Dignitas to get here. Then they go up against Virtus Pro and manage to win that one in 4. It has been a run. When Expert in the interview yesterday was saying the results speak for themselves, it's not just one result. They had taken on Virtus Pro multiple times, but also, again, getting a reverse sweep against anybody is impressive, and taking Space Station Gaming to Game 5, an impressive run. And honestly, how many teams can mention that they've been a part of multiple reverse sweeps in one tournament run? That's not very many. So chat, let us know who you think is gonna win in the progressive fan vote. Hashtag SUP, hashtag Sup for Sup, hashtag NOTG for not really good. Again, not really good. We've been talking about the Sup boys a lot here, James. Diaz and Evo, though. I mean, this is a big bounce back. This is a moment of you drop a best of 7 reverse sweep. You've had time to sleep. You've had time to get your feet back under you. How did they handle the pressure?
I think that's the open question. I think the question of, are they good enough to win this thing? The answer is yes. They've shown us enough. They've got everything they need. I think the big thing is, how's the mental going to be? Are they going to be sharp? Are they going to start to struggle and be haunted perhaps by that loss, the reverse sweep? So I think it's going to be a real mental game for Not Really Good or Diaz and Evo. If they are on point, if they're sharp mentally today, they could win this whole thing.
I mean, I don't want to. When we think about the style matchup here, Bass, between what you saw yesterday from Team Not Really Good and what we saw from Team Sup, is there an edge here just on paper?
I mean, I still feel like the edge just has to go to Not Really Good, purely off the fact that I think they've just had a tougher road and been able to pass a little bit more. Play style wise, I don't see a dramatic difference. I think the only real issue I have, or that a concern, is oftentimes I think Matt and Expert will have sort of one-on-one, approaches where you'll have somebody very much held back, somebody that is full diving in. But a team like Not Really Good, who's been able to counter a lot in multiple of the matches we have watched, I'm concerned those breakaway plays are going to be a problem. And yeah, production pre-jumped me on this one, but they are correct. I am picking Not Really Good on this one. I think unfortunately this is going to be too tall a task for Sup.
Okay, Herc, who you got?
I'm kind of in the same boat. I think if Sup was gonna upset, it's right here. However, Not Really Good. I think their path to this point is just a little bit more challenging, so it gives them some leeway in this head-to-head. So we'll see what happens, but I definitely got Not Really Good going the distance.
Okay, James?
I'm gonna have to go Sup on this one. I actually think Sup has let the results speak for themselves. I'm gonna give them this one. They've earned this from me.
Okay. We got 2 for Not Really Good, 1 for Sup, and honestly, I think mathematically, you look at the paper, you look at the experience, it's gotta be Not Really Good as the favorite, but after talking to Expert in the interview yesterday, the confidence he's got, I don't know, just like the comfortability, the fact to go and be like, he plays the game, he gets the win, he goes into the interview, he's still playing the game, he doesn't even have a match until 24 hours later. Like, that guy is a gamer. Give me sup on this one. I want to see them go through. I want to see the story continue. I'm excited.
I want the free
matchup.
play interview part 2.
Yeah, give it to me. I'm gonna ask him about
glasses.
I'm asking about his free play routines and stuff like that. We're split on the desk. We're split in chat. It's only appropriate as we kick off Championship Sunday that we have the best teams here and it be half to decided on the field, folks. We're ready for it. I hope you are as well. 6 teams remain. Only one will stand at the end of Championship Sunday. Thank you so much for watching the best esport in the world. Let's get into it. Sup versus Not Really Good to kick off Championship Sunday.
It's Championship Sunday for the North American 2v2. It's Daz and James Bot here kicking off Sup versus Not Real Good. James, we got a long way to see who's going to represent North America in the World Championship for the 2v2 section. These two teams have made it far, but they got a long way to go if they want to make it to that grand final. It's going to be a lot of action today as we get kickoff going.
Oh, yeah. I think when you look at all these players across the board in every game mode, 1v1s, you have to give it to Diaz Evo. 3v3s, you have to give it to Diaz and Evo with the results that they've been able to get with their teams. But 2v2s has seemed to be the specialty for Matt and Expert.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they've looked was solid. I mean, even for Diaz Evo yesterday, just not being able to close out against Talk and Cheese, they're going to come in with a lot of force here. But again, if they do go up in this series, you still have that question in the back of your mind. Can they close it out? It's already a decent amount of offense here. As Evo wanted to get the flip reset, would have been a great opener here. We are used to seeing Matt and Expert play more defensively. We saw that yesterday as Matt, he couldn't get the save there. Evo will strike first.
A boomer of a shot from Evo. Diaz sets it up off the ceiling, going up off the ceiling as well, trying to zone out the defense. That opened up the gap for Evo to come in and blast that shot. Great shot from Evo here. Also, Dazarin, we're going to get a little ping check here on Diaz, who's playing from Brazil. Can you guess how high his ping is today?
Yeah, it's 104. I can see it.
Man, you got that right exactly.
Yep.
It is 108, actually, so you're wrong. But ping doesn't matter for this team. Evo puts in his second.
I literally am pressing tab, James. I can see his ping. It's not moving.
Okay, it's switching from 108 to 104. But one thing that is consistent is Evo. First minute in, already 2 goals, but the teamwork has been there. Even the first goal for Evo was a nice play from Diaz, getting the pass up, zoning out the defense. But you can see even the max here from Evo. Great start from Diaz and Evo. This looks like it's going to be a handful for Expert and Matter.
Yeah, looking at Matt up early. Nice challenge there to stop Diaz, but yep, we see more of the same. Good defense, but double commits are starting to come out from Sup. Sup struggled when they played against Kofer, I believe, earlier. To just that offense wasn't really working too well for him. Diaz now though will score, and
but this was a great
him on the board.
This was a great challenge. If you notice that Evo was the last one back, it was a 2v1. And he was hesitating on when he was going to go, ended up hitting the brakes, challenging at a moment they didn't expect to get that goal. So more brilliant camera work there from Evo and such high game sense, such good game IQ.
My mistake. I thought I called them out going against Kofer doing these Virtus Pro yesterday. But even
It's okay. We all make mistakes. Like you guessing the wrong thing.
It wasn't. Anyways, this is the Evo show. In game 1, and this is the problem that I want to highlight here on the side of Sup, is just the thing that Virtus lacked yesterday was scoring offensively. And for Sup, they were able to play a big counterattack style game. Right now, they've just been pure defense this entire first 2 minutes of game 1. They're trying to break out now.
I love when your analysis points are backed up by the facts. Look at the scoreboard. How many shots does Sup have so far?
0.
How many shots do Evo and Diaz have?
12 combined. Well, 13 now.
That is remarkable. You're not even halfway through.
Yeah.
13 shots for Evo and Diaz, 0 still for Sup. If this is a little taste of what this series has in store for us, I think we might see a bigger beatdown than what we saw from the LJ Chronic versus SSG series.
And we'll end up seeing those teams play later today. But right now, it's also, you also have to give some light to things with Evo and Diaz. Just this is a combo here where they've been really effective at moving around the field. Evo plays this one high. We'll look for a follow-up touch, and Expert will be able to knock it out. Just, again, Diaz cutting off that midfield line. Going to stay close to the ball. Got a flip, but Expert is there to deny. Can Expert get this past the midfield line? Can they get anything resembling a shot on? Evo completely denies Expert on the approach. He's going to steal some boost. Diaz will keep the control here, and we are starting to see similarities. A worrying trend, I think, because now you let Evo get a fourth. The shot total has gone up, James, 17 shots to 0.
Well, pre-jump there on that pass from Evo, but the thing that sticks out to me is Diaz is sniffing out when he has that space so perfectly. You saw Matt was the one in position to have to go for that challenge, but didn't have boost to make an effective challenge. And Diaz just slowly takes that space. And finally, we will see the first goal of the game for Matter and Expert. Matt scoring with 1:30 left.
Yep, good challenge. Just turn, you give him the net. That's going back into the bag. But it's not a lot of time on the clock, and that's the problem here. You get your first shot, your first goal. Are you going to be able to turn this into something consistent? You start looking forward to game 2 at this point, unless you see the potential for Sup to go on a run. There's enough time on the clock for that, but we would have to see a drastic change.
It's going to have to be a goal at pretty much every possession at this point to bring him back in. There's the reset. Shot is going to be denied. More time ticking off the clock. Expert, a nice challenge. Will go off the ceiling, has the flip. Took the shot, but Diaz shutting down the lane nicely. Now, Evo controlling it, playing keep away, and that's what you want to do at this point in the game, Daz. You're up by 4. You know kickoffs can be a pain in the rear, so just keep that ball away. Just play keep away. Hit it to open space. Stay behind the ball. Get these 50s. Just take that time off the clock.
That's really what they are trying to do, is just take the time off the clock. They don't need to necessarily score anymore. They say, okay, as long as they slow it down. Honestly, I'm surprised. I've seen Evo do it in rank before where he'll just hit the ball back towards his own half and just keep it, like you said, just play that keep away game, because at that point you have to come to him and he's still got control of the ball. It would, but maybe they're just trying to, run that clock out in a more respectable manner. Final few seconds of the game 1 closing down. And Sup started to get on the offensive late, but way too late. And now they'll have to start this series behind by a game.
I might get one more. They don't. And a dominant game 1 for Evo and Diaz. I think really the only cope that I can think of at the moment is, if you're talking in terms of gamer hours, man, it's early. It's early in the day.
I can see that.
Expert in that. Maybe they just need to wake up. It looks like Expert did also make his bed. So
there you go. Some people are good at playing early though. Like, I like to play early because the kids are at school and they're usually the ones that throw my rank points. So I like get on a little early and I can just dominate the lobbies. But that being said, this was pure domination, especially by Evo, almost 1,000-point game, and mostly lead in the shots category. He didn't even lead in saves. It was Diaz who had 3. It just goes to show you, again, so much offensive pressure, 4 goals, 11 shots.
And there was that, I think all the shots for Sup came in the last minute and a half. It was such a beatdown. It was such an impressive performance from both players. Evo getting off to a very strong start. You saw him just knocking down shot after shot after shot. But I think another play, that pass from Diaz is such a good example of how effective this playstyle can be if you don't go, if you give them space, if you are low on boost, you almost have to bluff it and just try to force that ball out, because you see Diaz, he took that space expertly. He was able to just inch closer and closer to the net and then able to dish off that pass over to Evo. So a brilliant job by Evo and Diaz in that first game. And if you just use that first game as the eye test, you just look at the eye test, put it through, man, this is going to be really tough for Sub.
Yeah, it will be. And I think that, you know, for Sub, a lot of changes, but it's just that slow start is just something that really did hurt them. I think that for them coming out the gate, just trying to get Matt on the ball a little bit more earlier would be a big fix for them. And then in terms of just, again, limiting, just same thing that they kind of did with Virtus Pro, where they just limit their opportunities that Virtus can get on the ball, start contesting the midfield a little bit more. But yeah, Matt's got to get going.
I think both of them going to have to figure this out. But you know, when you saw what they were capable of yesterday in terms of Evo and Diaz, they've got the talent to win this whole event. Diaz, I'm not kidding when I say it. I'm not trying to just hype up the team. I really do think individually these players so mechanically excellent, so talented, and if they have that extra layer of synergy, they could be a tough duo to beat. And the other thing is, the other thing I would say is we're not even seeing final form of this duo. 104, 108 ping is a lot of ping to deal with. That is the situation that Diaz is in. So if he can win an entire region's 2v2 tournament, make it to the World Championship, he's going to be on land ping. He will be even stronger.
Yeah, I can see that as well. I mean, you got to think though, Diaz definitely probably used to it, probably spending a lot of time on the servers as well, able to kind of handle the ping. It's not too much of a ping jump though. Even for I've played on those servers, it's like it's not that difficult playing with 100 ping. It can be a little tough sometimes because maybe you get
maybe you've had a different experience, because for me, once I get above 75, ghost hits galore, rubber band balls, like I hesitate, I start committing in a different direction, the ball goes off. Especially at this level with how many skim touches that you can have as well, I feel like it gets even more difficult the higher skill level that you're playing at. So, and I mean, from 100 ping to land ping, that is going to be a huge jump.
Yeah, it will be. It might even, nah, I was gonna say it was gonna be a nerf. It's not gonna be a nerf, but it will be really interesting to see. But they got to get there first, right? So far they did good in that game one, but again, we've seen them dominate series early and then they lose momentum. It's about keeping the momentum and being able to close the series out, which is the most important thing for them right now. So I think for them, that's the key. Meanwhile, you're expecting adjustments on Sup going into game 2.
Yeah, there's a necessary adjustment required. See how they handle it. Matt, up one quickly. I don't think got the reset.
A good cut from Matt here as well. Oh, okay, Expert is going to be there. Not too much pressure. You got Evo in the back. Diaz goes first. Matt, low shot. I like the idea, but Evo, that was a great save.
Is that it? Oh, it's a quick counter. How bad does that hurt, Daz?
It hurts a lot. Oh my God, I didn't realize how much height he got on the pinch. A ground pinch?
A ground pinch? It was a bottom corner slot. And Evo used that against him.
That is rough. And Diaz in the right place at the right time.
That's got to be a top play.
I mean, we won't, if it is a top play, it'll have to wait to be clipped on socials because it might not make it in the broadcast unless we can make a highlight pack before the day's over. That being said, this has been quite the string of unfortunate events for Sup. Now they've got to get it together here. That's not how you want to start game 2.
Another great start for Evo. The defense, tough to beat. Evo and Diaz, both so good defensively. Thought that shot might be enough to beat him.
Another demo.
No, but a good demo from behind.
I suppose giving Matt space. And like you'd like to be able to see that, but Matt on the ball isn't really being as threatening, you know, not taking it up too high, just kind of playing it on the sidewall. You see him trying to get a double here, pass out. Expert got there and was able to get the slot. I was almost certain that was going to be saved.
This was risky here. Matt, though, trusting fully that Expert would be able to get that shot on net. Good pass. Also passing it at an angle where he could recover. Had that 50 not gone their way. And right back into it.
Diaz. Oh, gets it past one. Expert goal line save. Zero boost here as Evo waits and attacks, forcing Matt now to take it from his own corner. Did pick up the corner boost, so we'll try to hang with this. Plays it past one, but gets demoed.
Yeah, had to fight through contact. Both players looking to get that demo, eliminate the threat as quickly as possible. Diaz, though, with the Diaz full field play. Rebound to Evo. Evo punches it in. And there's that threat. This is called the Diaz special.
Yeah,
Going from his own back wall.
You can't double commit there, James. That's been a big problem for Sup, that those double commits on defense. Okay, yes, you get the goal line saves, you're able to survive, but in that moment, you got to be able to trust the guy up front to get that stop, make some contact there. Because if so, and like Matt doesn't jump, he's able to clear that out, no pressure. And now they're trying to get it back. Oh, but Expert missed.
Wow. Matt had done so much work there to generate that scoring chance. Bill whifty-whifty, both players thinking the other is going to get a touch on it. Everyone missed. Could have been another tying goal, but now we see Diaz on the attack. The double slotted!
I mean, it's a free double for Diaz, and that's not something you want to see. Expert tries to jump up. It is a hard angle for him to read where he's positioned, and it's just perfect placement for Diaz. Straight down. Matt tried to correct in time, but Diaz so efficient. You give him free space like that, James, ping don't matter.
It doesn't. Only thing that is pinging is the crossbar as they go in. Bar down ski. Diaz has been incredible. So has Evo.
Oh, Expert looking for bumps there, trying to set up a lane. Evo, great job of shaking it off. Gonna get this mid. Okay, plays it. Lots of quick momentum. And then again, another double commit from Sub. Now it's gonna be passed out again. Continued offensive pressure. Great from Evo, gets the flip, but it's not threatening. Expert can stay on the back wall and will try to get, oh, like Diaz actually got past him. That back past him as well. Evo wasn't sure if it was gonna go through, so took his patience. Now it's just Matt, low boost. Evo, can he stay with this?
Oh my God!
Oh, Evo!
Evo is playing out of his mind Rocket League today. It looks like they're playing with their food, Daz. It was monkey in the middle. You can only watch that ball as it's going over your head.
I mean, at this point, it just feels like, all right, we're even custom training. That's how it feels. They just are able to do so much. Call a timeout, do something.
Gotta call
because
a timeout.
What's happening now is not working for Sup. I haven't even looked at the numbers, but as I take a look right now, again, you have to be outshot. Evo has the same amount of shots as Sup as a team with 5. Diaz adding 7 to that. But Evo looking to add one more. Flip reset Expert last behind, and you got to think about so much, but he still is able to make that stop out. Oh, man. Final minute in game 2. And the adjustments have not been there. Sup have increased their early offense, but yeah, James, not being able to get anything on the board, really.
And again, the eye test just makes you feel like this is an outclass of a performance. This matchup, it just doesn't seem winnable for Matt and Expert with the level that Evo and Diaz are playing at, both individually as well. And you can even see them so comfortable passing the ball off. I think the crazy thing is they are so good individually and mechanically that when you pass it off, you can almost expect that they will control it. They'll possess it and be able to put on a solo play all by themselves. And then the rebound, you have rebounds galore for both players because You know, they can rely on each other to break down that defense.
Another stop. And we saw some strong efforts towards the end of this game from Sup to get it going. But it just was not it. Not real good. Up 2-0 in the series and are just racking up the score.
Yeah, I think I finally understand the name. Not real good because they are great. The skill that we've seen in this series from Evo and Diaz is it's at a different level, Daz. It is at a different level. You have to pinch yourself and remind yourself that this is Championship Sunday.
Yeah, this is Championship Sunday, and this is not how you want to come out. It doesn't look like there's going to be a timeout at all. I think Sup are just going to play it out, to be honest. And seeing not real good, the way that they are able to just cut through things offensively. You do.
What does it remind you of? Well, like a hot knife through butter, a spoon through Jello.
Yeah, like
a katana through a watermelon. I mean, it looks pretty easy for him out there.
Yeah, it does. It's like a stick through water. I don't even know. That was the best I could come up with. I thought about it for a long time. I'm sorry, but that's just the best way I can describe it. It just flows.
I mean, it just looks easy. Not much resistance.
Yeah, there it is. Chat's already talking about the brooms coming, and I gotta agree with them at this point because we haven't seen too much change here. They've had time to talk it over. What is gonna stick? Oh, sure. Not Matt to the ball, for sure. Evo already starting out with a beat on one. Looking for the delay. Muscles right through Expert. Get out the way.
There's no stopping him. There is no stopping him. You got Diaz threatening the bump, making things awkward for Expert, which allows Evo to be in that prime position to go for the 50 on the goal line. Evo and Diaz playing on the same page, mechanically on point. And I'm with you, Daz. It's going to have to be a sweep, either a reverse sweep or a straight up sweep. And right now, it looks like this is just going to be a quick 4-0 for Diaz and Evo with how well they are playing right now.
Yeah. Wait. Oh, give him another one. Another one for Diaz. This. You look at the backboard rim. I mean, it's a good 50. Matt.
Again, they're kept on their toes, though, because you see Diaz was in a position where he could have flipped and hit that ball into the middle of the field, but instead just uses his jump to pop down to the ground. And those little plays make the defense second guess themselves. They make them hesitate.
All right, well, they get some space now. Matt doesn't have a flip. Really just have to play this low and slow. Expert had the threat of the demo and almost makes it to work. Here's a bump on Diaz, but Matt's so far away from the play. Big challenge here. They don't know that Diaz and Evo have no boost.
And it's that positioning. You know, you have to respect it. You can't see those tanks. But there is a good bump, and this allows Sup to get on the board and perhaps ignite something on the other end.
There's a lot of trust here from Matt because he sees Expert's going for the bump. Evo knows the threat. Didn't know Matt didn't have boost, though. That could have been a big difference maker maybe on the play, but outside of that, that bump from Expert's so important in getting that goal scored. Now it's a one-goal game. Now you're starting to see, okay, we're keeping a close game with these guys. Maybe it could lead to something different.
Can that be the start of the comeback? It's a nice bump as well from Expert. He had to land on the back wall and then drive into the ball. Here we go, 50. Rebound back. Expert has a little bit of space. Evo will jump up and deny the counterattack. No mid-boost for Diaz. Be on empty. Evo off the post! It kicks straight up in the air, too high for Diaz.
And Evo stays close to the ball. He's got zero, waiting for that mid-boost. Loses the 50. Matt's going to get the boost. But Matt playing behind Expert here. Had a bad read on the play. Wave dash from Evo. Keeps the ball close again. Still nothing in the tank. Look at Diaz. He's sitting behind him, just waiting for the boost pad to spawn and gets it. And now Evo gets a play pass one. Diaz is fully boosted up. And now, oh, Diaz 1v1 versus Matt. Diaz, great challenge. And just Evo picked up that mid. So they are doing a good job sharing the ball, sharing the boost, looking out for each other. Evo forces 2 up again. Can Diaz wrap around? It doesn't want to commit.
We have seen this a lot from Evo and Diaz. A lot of times their willingness to stay in the play does mean they're going to have low boost a lot of the time, but you got to give it to them. They take these moments where it doesn't seem like there's much to work with, and they find ways to score. Beautiful goal from Diaz.
Yeah, just great control. Able to get that last touch on the ball after the flip reset. That was big because, again, he's able to keep it close with the flip. And then, like you said, nice follow-up there on the touch.
Little self-pass. I mean, you see that self-pass a lot near the net. You know, self-pass off the near post, go for the shot, but he little poke off the sidewall to get it past the defenders. It's that reset. That was so good. And this is going to be another goal here as Evo and Diaz are running away with this series.
Yeah, and then Matt did not think Diaz was as close to the ball as Diaz was and paid the price for it. Decided to get aggressive. Diaz says, I see you. I know what you're doing. We're going to take that right over your head and put it in the back of the net. 4-1 again for Diaz and Evo.
And they're even going for kickoff strats at this point. Going for goal. Bert denies that. Now 2v1 hard pass. It's hit high off the backboard. Awkward read. Evo, though, with a skip pass. And it's, a goal on the other end. These counterattack passes from Evo have been on a level of their own.
I mean, there's nothing Sub can do. They're just driving around, mowing the grass on the field, while Evo and Diaz are just playing around them every second of the game. This is domination.
Another fake kickoff. It feels like Diaz and Evo are getting revenge for yesterday. They came out angry.
Yeah, still. Look, there is time here, but no. It's been one-sided affair. Diaz looking for another dunk. Almost actually got that goal. Good on Expert. To use his jump as soon as possible. Matt trying to get involved in the play. He's using all his boost, but he does get a demo. Expert
off the bar.
Saved as well. Oh, he loses it. He's gonna be able to recover though. He'll be able to at least stop that. No skim for Matt though, and oh my goodness, I saw Diaz pre-jumping.
What is happening?
I don't
even know what is happening anymore, Daz. Everyone's jumping, going back down to the ground. Diaz and Evo are in flow state.
And this is something that has snowballed. And at this point, there's nothing Sub can really do about it. They're trying their best, but look at Diaz. He just is going to roll this one in.
The only thing I can think of that they can do about it is watch. They can just watch at this point and be impressed.
Wow. Well, I certainly am. There's 41 seconds to go. 6-1. Diaz.
Will they get a Brazil in honor of Diaz? That's the real question.
That's crazy.
Or does he avoid it because, you know?
Right. That's crazy. I don't know if he wants that. They do want this one to get over with, though. They're ready to move on.
Can we talk a little bit about Evo's saves that are also perfect passes to score on a counterattack? He had that unreal pinch, as well as that skim touch, and then he gets it away from Diaz. What are we witnessing, Daz? What are we witnessing?
Listen, James, we're seeing the same thing you saw when NRG was up against Talking Cheese. We're witnessing what we think is a series that is over and done with.
You know what? I think you could update the overlay on this one.
Yeah. See, I like how you said that, because if you're wrong and you still end up cursing it, at least we get to go the distance.
It might be time to just let me go if I'm wrong. I think that was, it was a good run.
No, I don't think we let you go. I think we keep you close. And we use you when we need you.
Oh man, but this series has been so one-sided, and it, no disrespect to Matter Expert, it's just that Evo and Diaz are in flow state. They're locked in. These are not normal plays.
Yeah. It's not. It's a sign of a team that's very confident and says that, okay, we are outclassing you, and we know we are, so we're going to keep putting up that pace, putting up that pressure, and it's up to you to be able to do something about it. Like, that's just the name of the team. Yeah.
Will they be able to? Because the thing that I'm seeing from Evo and Diaz as well is pure confidence. They are not second guessing. They are going for the kill. They're doing it in style. They're not afraid to add a little bit of flair to it, and it is working out. Mechanically, they are excellent. The precision of their inputs has been phenomenal.
Okay. Will we have a sweep to start Championship Sunday? We'll see. Expert gets a B. Matt, though, not in a position to take a shot. Has to wait for this one. Light touch. Throws Diaz off just momentarily, but he'll get the corner. Does get demoed on the play, but Evo actually still says he'll intercept the pass. Does have a flip. Does
oh my goodness.
Oh, Evo! What a mechanical monster!
It's the Evo show! Matt and Expert have first row seats, but I'm starting to think they want to get out of here as soon as possible.
Just send us home. Send us to the next match. Are you kidding me? Diaz was demoed before he got the last touch on that pass.
Oh, he's going to do something again.
Here we
Reset
go.
double.
No, Matt shutting it down this time. Diaz not going to be able to follow up this touch. Maybe a chance here for a counter. I think they got the net. Matt going in the air, and I feel like he should have just shot that because he bought Diaz enough time to get back. Now Evo chance. He's going to shoot, and he almost scored there.
Another poke here. Diaz going to go for a bump. Lands the bump. But you're right, Dads. It looked like that was a counterattack opportunity, but you saw both players from SUP were on zero boost. They were low. Didn't get that ball heading towards net fast enough. Also, Diaz, great defense, jumping early, being able to get that hit off to the side. But the confidence could not be any higher for this duo. They've pulled off so many incredible plays. You know that they are feeling good today.
Matt, not the best touch. Tried to look for a read there, saw if he could correct it. Evo up so fast. Diaz, Matt, 1v1. Diaz, ball on the hood. Diaz, place it high, flick to the top corner! Oh, the isolation!
Oh my goodness, this is the best show we've seen in a while. A little twirl, beautiful flick. Diaz and Evo are both giving us so much today.
I feel like this is the Rocket League equivalent of a domain expansion. This is insane. Diaz is gonna
double
get
reset.
One.
Oh, double reset, board down.
He's on fire, James.
They are not human.
Oh my goodness. We still have 3 minutes left. And we're getting highlight after highlight. Why not give us another one, Diaz? Oh, he didn't get the flip. Evo up. It's just every time they go into the air, you're expecting something now. Oh, because look, because every time they go in the air, they score.
Wow. you almost feel bad at this point. And you also have to wonder, if they can keep playing like this, who can stop them?
Oh my.
Because we're not just, you just look at the plays they are able to execute, just the mechanical level. It doesn't matter who you play against. If you're hitting shots like that, it shows that you are playing incredible rock, as CJ would say. How many people can do what they have done?
I mean, not too many. There are some monsters in this bracket. and around the world as well. But the form that Diaz and Evo are in right now, it just feels like they are just an entire tier above SUP. They've averaged 4 goals a game at minimum.
Good deny here. Evo is going to try to keep this party going. Matt doesn't have much boost. Beautiful first touch. Diaz second touch. A little heavy, but they can afford to melt this time off the clock. Unreal performance today. Championship Sunday, and the most dominating series that we have seen this weekend.
Yeah, very dominating. Oh, Mac gives that one away. Diaz, high ball, stays with it, fakes it. Evo doesn't go, goes now, and scores. It just feels like it's a matter of time. Both those guys on boost. Ball at your half. Good luck.
It throws it on the backboard, knows they're both low boost. Evo gets a reset on the shot just in case he needs to use it to go for a rebound. Had every angle covered. They've got Matt and Expert boxed in. They're still going for fake kickoffs. Evo and Diaz are killers today.
Today's just getting started. We still got so much more Rocket League to go. But 5-0. And the 5 shots, I mean, they're shooting over 50%. Meanwhile, 4 shots for SUP. Like I said, 4 shots for Diaz. He's got 2 goals, 5 shots for Evo. He's got 3. It's just been it's been clinical.
It's been beautiful to see these plays. Rarely is a one-sided match so entertaining. You know, if it's just standard goals, run-of-the-mill goals, then a crazy save as well, then it can be a little bit boring. But with the quality of goals that we've seen from Diaz and Evo, this has been a thrilling match to behold.
And not really, this next matchup is going to be Space Station Gaming, which is going to make that also really interesting to see how both those teams can go up against each other head to head. So far, though, one for the road. You got to give credit to SUP, Matt, and Expert for making it this far. This seems like this is where their 2v2 journey is.
We've seen a lot of great gameplay from Diaz and Evo, but one thing that we really wanted to see was them put it together for an entire series, beginning to end. Diaz has decided to maybe answer a text and let his family know they won, or maybe he was updating the overlay.
He said, oops, let that one
I'm back. Got a few goals. He says lagged.
Yeah,
sorry.
he lagged.
That's it. You know, if he is playing from Brazil, he can have that excuse at least for the series.
Yeah, you get one. But this one, they gave up none. Not real good. 4-0 sweep. They don't throw anything away. They eliminate SUP, and they move on to the semifinals to take on Space Station Gaming.
And you could formulate a top 5 plays of the day from Evo and Diaz alone. And I think this is a loser reaction here. Expert on screen there. You know, it was a good run for Expert, good run for Matt, but in the end, Diaz and Evo were an unstoppable force, but they've got a lot more series to play. Stay tuned. We've got more RLCS up next.
Heath, I want to try an experiment.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents, I want you to try a game called Rocket League.
Ooh, is it a puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer
Okay.
with a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
But you said think of.
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Username, huh? How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember easily, so.
Don't hold back, 'cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Part of the magic of Rocket League is the stories you can tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
Feel this tide choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in a suit I'd never buy, a suit I'd never buy. Cufflinks on my wrist, I can't act surprised when the shovels hit dirt in the earth. Did they start to cry? dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you. Where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. When the haze clears all of your fears, now we have nothing left to lose. Fill the spaces, we can erase this, and not the feeling that you choose. You're tired of running, 'cause I lost the feeling. We're disconnected in our touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get
Championship Sunday starts out with an absolute beatdown. Not really good. I don't know. They're looking pretty good right now. 20 goals to 5, by the way. It's about as one-sided as it could possibly get, James.
Yeah, it was the Evo and Diaz highlight reel. It looked like a complete outclassing. Like the level that Evo and Diaz were at, it was just a different level. And the clips that they were hitting were crazy. And there were so many fun ones. You saw the flip resets, you saw the bumps, but like the pinch save that Evo had that ended up being a perfect pass to score on the counterattack, and then the skim pass that he got off the hit off his own backboard. Like this play right here was crazy pinch save right into a pass to Diaz. This series, I mean, normally if you look at, like, you just look at the box score and you see how one-sided it was, you think, man, that must have been a slog to watch and get through. But because of how impressive the goals were, it was actually a lot of fun to watch.
But Herc, we were talking in the break about like the blowouts versus like what makes it a good sports viewing experience. And I'm saying if you're a Diaz and Evo fan, this is so much fun. You're having a great time watching this series. Just you have no doubt in your mind that they're going to win, and you're just watching them style.
Oh, yeah, no. If you want some good Rocket League, this duo has actually been so much fun to watch. If anything, I'm more disappointed we didn't get one Brazil out of the many attempts that they had to complete that. But
True.
You know what? There's still plenty of game left to go.
Though. It almost seemed intentional. Maybe it's a sore spot for Brazilians.
Yeah, I could see Diaz in particular being like, you know what, we're not going to do that.
Feels like a jinx.
Not going to get close. Yeah, it feels bad to him there. Well, that does mean that they have advanced now, and they have a date with Reveal and Zach coming up later on. What a dance that one will be. Well, let's move to the top side of the bracket, though. We've got a few more matches to take care of here on the day before we get to our grand finals, and the action should continue to heat up here. We had questions about Chronic and LJ yesterday. Let's get some answers now. Diaz and Evo and Reveal and Zach will have to wait for the conclusion of our next match. They're on deck. Let's get the batter into the box here. Chronic and LJ taking on Atomic and First Killer. Atomic and First Killer, one of the big stories coming into this weekend. We've gotten a few questions. We've gotten a few answers. It's time to write the next chapter. Chronic and LJ, though, Well, the big question after yesterday, we thought it would be a competitive series, at least in some regard, and yet they dropped. We've had two sweeps, two kind of very one-sided sweeps in a row in our tournament here, James. With that last one yesterday, Space Station getting the 4-0 over LC here. LJ and Chronic need to find some new common ground to advance against Kenyos.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about the ability of the players. I think LJ and Chronic, both elite players in their own right. LJ, teammates with First Killer. Shopify has been the best looking North American team, I think, over the course of the year for North America. So you can't question the skills. But yesterday against SSG, they just were not on point. You could tell that they weren't playing at their level. It was similar to kind of how Diaz and Evo, you knew that they left a lot in the tank. They could have been so much better. I think for LJ and Chronic, same situation here, where they have the ability to win this whole thing. I think a lot of people had them as good outside chances to win in North America, maybe upset a bunch of the heavy favorites. But this is going to be the real test. No more lives left, no more opportunities to give up. You have to win this matchup. And I guess the gamer hours perhaps affecting First Killer. You saw that big jump right there. So maybe he's not ready. Maybe he's going to start slow. We'll see.
Chronic was also yawning though. I mean, it's you know it's Championship Sunday, and who locked in, who took the time to get ready for this particular matchup. We're going to find out, folks, as the game's moments away. Let us know who you think's going to win. Herc, who you got?
Listen, and anytime I've had any doubt into Kenyos, they actually look the most terrifying out of everybody here. I think it's them. I think LJ and Chronic actually don't pull it off. I do say though, this is going all the way to Champions Field.
Ooh, okay, I like it. A competitive matchup here. James, who you got?
I'm gonna have to Kenyos. I don't think it's gonna be as dominant as the last match that we just saw. I think that was pretty dominant, but I think it could maybe go 6. Okay. Champions Field maybe, but I lean more towards Neo Tokyo.
I mean, Herc, at what point in the tournament does First Killer usually start to struggle?
Now.
No. Top 4. Top 4.
It's like
this isn't top 4. So, I mean, it's pretty close. It's just 2 more, right?
This is where the wavering starts.
It is Championship Sunday, you know, which is
he still wins, right? If he's Fourth Killer, he's still got at least one more to go. I was thinking in the broader sense of a Sunday.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying he's got one more to go here. So he's going to get the win here on this one. I think Tekenyos are the favorites in this matchup. And just to cover the bases, and also to really thoroughly curse Tekenyos, I'm going to say they're going to do it in 4-1. So we got one of us is right, or it's a sweep. Or they lose. So there's actually a lot of situations here. A lot of ways that this match could evolve. We've got Tekenyos on the desk here. Chat has them as well. Who gets to advance for a date against Cheese and Talk? It's gonna be a fun day of 2v2 action, and we're just heating up right now. LJ and Chronic taking on First Killer and Atomic to advance in the bracket.
Here we go. LJ and Chronic versus Atomic and First Killer Bass. We're here. Are you ready?
I'm ready. We got a chance here for both teams to be able to stay in this bracket. Unfortunately, though, Daz, I kind of feel like this is 2 very different sides of the coin. One team that has maybe not lived up to expectations. The other team that when the expectations are highest, they fall apart. A reminder, the only 2 losses that Chronic and LJ have taken throughout this tournament have been losses in which they've been swept. Daz, I'm just hoping we even get 5 games here.
Wow. Listen, the names on this field mean that there is potential for this one to go the distance for sure, but it does come down to, performance on the day. A lot of people not necessarily impressed with what they saw out of LJ and Chronic, but they're about to score now. No, Atomic, big save out. Meanwhile, on the other side, T-Bates was absolutely ecstatic yesterday at casting First Killer and Atomic, and for good reason. They were so effective offensively. Weren't perfect, though, and they need to make sure they're on today. Seems like that's the case. First Killer with the first goal.
Yeah, a little bit more perfect to start here, but also a little bit faster. Steals the boost in the corner, just gets it around Chronic. He tries for the challenge, but unfortunately, LJ's not aware. His teammate's been completely dusted to the ball. Easy first goal there for the duo, and again, this is kind of my concern, is as much as LJ and Chronic are very capable, talented players, when the lights shine brightest, they do seem to just kind of lose the edge that normally keeps them competitive in series like this.
Right, and they do need to be able to kind of keep up that pace for sure, especially as the competition starts to rise here. LJ look for the bump on first kill. Look at first killer though, not phase, doesn't jump. This time LJ gets the demo, atomic, no boost. Chronic wants to keep this play in. First killer off of the demo, respawns close. Shout out to the demo update for that, and then is able to get in front of it. But Chronic again, flip reset, no double. LJ will strike back, and we're tied.
That's what we want to see out of this team. They need to make sure they can keep this offensive pressure, and they need to make sure they can stuck with the mechanics when necessary. Smart move there from Chronic to also take it to the backboard. Atomic with low boost, awkward already, trying to defend both the net and a little bit above it there. Put him between a rock and a hard place, give it to your teammate, and get the first goal. Great response from LJ and Chronic, not even a minute into this game.
Okay, how will we see first killer and atomic respond to Kingos now on top of the ball? Speed there for first killer. LJ not too confident in the challenge. LJ looked for a bump on atomic. He does keep jumping into the demos there for the bumps, just assuming that the player will jump. But first killer and atomic have been playing it low every time. Now LJ, chance here, no, atomic, good cutout. Seem to be trying to disrupt that midfield on both sides, making sure the other doesn't have too much time in the air, because you see what happens there with first killer threatening with the flip reset was saved out.
This is one of the issues I think I saw yesterday with teams facing off against this Tekenyo's roster, and really throughout the weekend, is that these guys are just fast and they are hyper mechanical when they get there, so you need to make sure you at least put pressure on them. If you're not making challenges quickly like you see out of LJ here, it's going to be a problem. But in him doing so, he forces atomic up, gives some space for Chronic, and is able to make the save. Still a little bit more work required. Chronic taking the boost in the corner should be helpful for his team, but first killer, some interference play might now open up a shot. Chronic, another save here, and we get to halftime with still that 1-1 scoreline remaining.
Nice bump from Atomic, or from LJ on Atomic. See Chronic opting to keep it close. LJ up the ladder. Nice first touch, has the flip. Atomic goes, LJ plays it past him, almost got the dunk. Can Chronic get the open? Bump on the play. Chronic will score, and LC with the lead.
Well, the one time that the demo against you is actually beneficial is when you're creating a smoke screen for the final defender. LJ just in the way, fully stops Atomic from getting back to the ball. First killer just kind of has to accept his fate because he doesn't really have an angle to save it either. And LJ and Chronic, a great response. This is what we need to continue to see out of them in game one. And bumps like that will help. It's 3-1.
Great kickoff. We had an interview with Atomic yesterday. He talked about how important those kickoffs are to not put the team in a 1v2. Kickoff does not go his way, and you see the result of it. First killer removed from the play, and now a 2-goal game here. Tekenyos have some work to do.
It's crazy. I'm seeing chat saying it's just demo chasing. Guys, this is twos. That's like quite literally part of the game. If you can't demo, if you can't bump, if you can't interfere, you're not winning in a tournament like this. And both of these teams want to go to the World Championship to represent North America as that team. And so far, it's looking like it could be LJ and Chronic how they played so far. They're going to need a little bit more here, though. Low boost for everybody. First killer going to be able to pick up the corner. Maybe look to try to get something started. Atomic, heavy touch, finds his way back out to LJ, and he will send it back to midfield. 100 seconds left in this one, and so far, it's been Atomic and First Killer getting good development, but really not a lot of payoff.
Good demo from First Killer to set it up, but LJ, a big win. If LJ could get the follow, put this on. No, it's too high. Would have been maybe again another big swing there. You're starting to see the aggressiveness come out. Again, you talk about the demo play. It's essential in this level of the game. Infield passing, no, also cut out. But just disrupting the play, disrupting someone in front of the net, or just pulling someone out of the play for a while is just so key. Both these, everybody on the field is so efficient at doing that, especially in the 3v3 environment. It has so much more weight in the twos. This First Killer, whoa! What a save from LJ! And Chronic follows up another stop.
2 good plays in a row. How about a third? Atomic, that's not going to be enough power, my friend. You'll need a little more, but he can't muster any of it with no boost in the tank. Both him and First Killer sent packing. Under a minute now, they've got to hustle. Drop down pass to Atomic, cut out by LJ, and he will have to wait a second before doinking it up again. Chronic trying to take this one to the corner, but First Killer's going to get that read and look for a skim out center. Not quite the target he was looking for, but definitely not the time wasted, as we are under now half a minute to play and still a 2-goal deficit.
Oh, I'm surprised LJ didn't get that bump on First Killer. He actually gave First Killer enough momentum to get the demo on Chronic. That was really interesting. Oh, but Chronic bumped out the play. Not a lot of boost. First kill's got to go, but he's too slow. And it's going to roll all the way downfield. And that has to be it. 4-1 with 4 seconds left. LJ and Chronic have taken this game from Taqueños.
Yeah, I wouldn't say stolen this game necessarily, but taken, I think, is probably the best way to put it, considering this was a great start for First Killer and Atomic. But after that, it felt like the ineffective offense just didn't really have a way to adjust, didn't really have much of a response. I honestly think it was that demo play, the physicality here in this first game that made the biggest difference. So shout out to LC, a guarantee here, no matter what, they will not get swept. Regardless of the outcome, this is already an improved series from what could have been disastrous coming into this one.
Yeah, when you look at this, right, Taqueños definitely with a great start. You know, having some pressure offensively, being able to kind of control the pace, keeping LC on defense a lot. But all it really did take was that first breakout goal, and then again the follow-up kickoff goal after, and you just started to really see LC kind of get more involved. I don't know if it was a follow. I don't think it was a follow-up there, but it was, yeah, okay, it was after this here.
Yep.
LJ, again, just forcing things through. Follow-up shot, you see the bump on the play. They get a kickoff goal after that. Then now, all of a sudden, the entire momentum of the game has completely changed. Those back-to-back swings forcing First Killer and Atomic to be more aggressive. But at that point, LJ and Chronic knew, okay, we just have to hold them off, and they did that well.
They did a good job of also just kind of stopping them before they could develop anything as well. You and I talked about this at the very beginning of the match of just you have to put a hand up if you're against First Killer and Atomic, no matter what the play is. If they go midair, if they go for an aerial out of midfield, you got to challenge it. I don't care if you make contact on the play, you just got to draw them into a more vulnerable position. And I think we saw that a lot with the initial first man for LJ and Chronic making that challenge, then forcing the second defender to be able to make a better save, and then kind of forcing whoever it is between Atomic and First Killer as the second man to retreat a little bit. Here in Forbidden Temple, you got to hope that the winning continues for LJ and Chronic. They're going to need to build themselves as much of a buffer as they can, because I don't suspect that Atomic and First Killer are going to go down too easily in this series.
Looking for that response out of Atomic and First Killer. Remember, First Killer striking first, as he will do again in game 2.
Okay, well, I'm feeling a little psychic with that one. I was like, all right, we need to see a quick response. How about 16 seconds? About as quick as you can make it there, and it's off of, once again, the demo plays. Physicality has been a focal point so far in this series.
Yeah, physicality to open up the scoring for Taqueños, but it isn't a matter of striking first. It's a matter of striking consistently, and we'll have to see if they can do that. First Killer drop down. Atomic a little too far forward here. So Chronic will have to control it, playing it slow. Little fake challenge from LJ, and Chronic still waiting in the back. Left the corner boost for LJ. Chronic waited till the final second there to be able to, you know, get a safe save out on the play before it got toward that goal line. Another clearance from LJ. Is Chronic going to dive for this? He does, and Atomic will try to put that towards net. It'll be a cleanup save for LJ, but still under pressure. It's First Killer, almost found it. Demo to set up Atomic, and Massimo strikes.
And unfortunately, this is what you and I talked about, was saying that it's these individual plays for LJ and Chronic that can sometimes leave them alone on an island. It's one challenge out at midfield that leaves Chronic back. Unfortunately, LJ's got no boost either. They're both just scrambling to try to find some sort of defense. And this is the concern with playing a team like Atomic and First Killer, is that they're never going to be down long. And if you start to give them openings, they're not going to miss those opportunities. This is not the greatest challenge out of Chronic, and he'll give extra space now to Atomic. And what could be a 2v1. He will get at least a touch in the way, but FK almost punishing for a third goal.
Yeah, for LJ and Chronic, just being careful of not overcommitting too hard, especially when they have the ball on offense. First Killer and Atomic looking for that midfield space. That was a big factor when they ended up winning in 6 against Brunyon. Atomic carries this one super high. And we'll end up bumping LJ off the play. LJ tried to wrap around the ball, but First Killer bearing down. Not a threat right now to LC, but what may become a threat is going to be the time. We know they need to get 2 with time left, and they can continue to play their game for the time being now, but that 2-goal swing always going to be looming in the background.
Unfortunately, they're still not, they're not keeping up with the lessons that were taught in game 1. Put a hand up, get in their way. Instead, it's touches like this, just open airspace. Atomic's up for this one, and he gets a freebie of a goal. Yes, obviously, there's the interference out of midfield, but what's the excuse on the defender here?
Yeah, this is Chronic last back. Light touch from Atomic, and Chronic kind of falling off the sidewall there. Wanted to cover as much of the net as possible in case Atomic tried for the top right. But again, when he uses his dodge, he doesn't necessarily go out enough to be able to get contact with the ball. Ends up letting in another. And 3 here is a big deficit when facing against Atomic and First Killer. 4, though, I mean, you might as well go to the next game. First Killer strikes again. 2 for First Killer, 2 for Atomic.
Well, this was the concern we had in game 1, and after seeing game 1, I thought, all right, cool. We've gotten away from the blowout scenario. This is going to be a competitive back and forth. Now we have 4 goals. It's not even halftime. Atomic and First Killer, I don't know if game 1 was just them kind of waking up and studying their opponents, but they have figured something out. This has been not nearly the same caliber of defense. This hasn't been the same even offensive response here from LJ and Chronic. So they got to figure something out. Maybe it comes from an individual play like this. LJ with time and space and nothing after that. Just kind of throws it to the ground. Atomic barely flinches, and Chronic doesn't want to commit.
Chronic had to take a certain lane because First Killer took all the corner boosts. So he tried to take the pads on the field in a diagonal angle. So he was playing towards that wall, just threw them all out. Now he's got boosts. Wants to set up LJ, and LJ, no, can't get it past First Killer.
Atomic still got some more work left to be done, so we'll pinch it to the opposite corner. FK, though, uncontested airspace again. Chronic just hesitates for far too long. And another goal that just comes off the lack of confidence we're seeing out of LJ and Chronic right now.
And Chronic, First Killer's just watching him the entire time. He sees him on the sidewall. As soon as Chronic turns his car to look like he wants to challenge, First Killer says, "You gave me the net, I'm shooting it." It was a tough spot for Chronic to be in initially. And even though he tried to recover, I think First Killer just recognized what he could do and where he was at and just activated. Great shot from First Killer to be able to, again, 5-goal lead here with a couple minutes to go. There's a chance LC could go on a run, and it's highly unlikely. LJ, though, trying to put things in his own hands, but again, comes up empty.
Ooh, good touch from LJ out of midfield, and a double commit out of First Killer and Atomic with low boost. This should be space for them to set something up. How about a passing play? Off the ceiling to himself, LJ will try off the backboard, and to no avail. First Killer will steal the boost in the corner, but won't get much more of a defense, so he'll have to make a save after, and he doesn't. Gets caught on the post, and finally, LJ and Chronic will open up the scoring.
I mean, it's a great bump from Chronic to get First Killer out the play. Atomic, I think they knew that Atomic was low boost just from how much Atomic was just on the ground there. And again, just great use of understanding where you are. Okay, this is where we place the ball. They get 1 here after 5 shots. It's about seeing if they can build up that offense, and even kind of like what you were saying earlier, build up that confidence, because for them, it does feel like they've kind of peeled things back a bit, especially after going down in this game. You don't want to build bad habits in this series.
No, you can't hesitate on any of these plays. We've seen this a lot with twos today, is that it's just a lot of mechanics that can be displayed in the blink of an eye, and if you hesitate for a half a moment, that's more than enough time for someone to set up a flip reset, set up a double, somewhere in between. Maybe for Atomic to stunt on you as well. LJ, last-second save on low boost will be enough, but won't clear the lanes for his half. Maybe it will. Chronic giving a lot of extra space out of midfield here. First Killer will eventually make the challenge, but that's room for LJ to try to find a follow-up, and that's the end of the play. Again, a lot of one-and-done offense right now for Chronic and LJ. They'll try to set up something intricate, but as soon as it doesn't work, they're immediately retreating.
Yeah, this also partially has to do with First Killer and Atomic controlling the boost. Because for me, you're seeing Chronic and LJ go for these corners a lot, and sometimes they're not even able to get them, as Atomic almost got that one through. Good stop at the goal line for Chronic, but look at Chronic now. He has nothing in the tank. First Killer says he'll take the corner and he'll take the mid. They've been doing that all game long. LJ is on the ceiling trying to challenge Atomic, and it was actually a pretty solid challenge, especially considering he ran out of boost. But yeah, this one is a formality. This game is over. The Kenyos respond and tie up the series.
Not surprising to see the response. It's more the fashion in which they do so that makes us a little bit surprised here. 5-1 victory overwhelmingly in their favor. And really, the only goal we do see out of LJ and Chronic's off the mistake of First Killer getting caught on his inside post. So it really feels like game one, LJ and Chronic had a really effective strategy. They were doing a good job of matching to Kenyos for most of their challenges. Didn't allow them to really thrive in offense or really build any of that extra offensive possession or pressure. Game two, I cannot say the same thing. The Kenyos felt like they were in full control of this game, both on offense and defense, and really, again, that hesitation you and I spoke about has been the biggest plague for this LC team.
take a look at the replays here. And there were some errors in this game for sure. But when you look at a lot of it, I mean, it's just the Tequeños' offense just really forcing some tough spots for LJ and Chronic to make stops, and they're forcing them to play in uncomfortable positions. They're eliminating a lot of their boost, and they're taking control of the field. That's been a big key so far. I think that, especially for LJ and Chronic, just understanding what First Killer and Atomic are going to do, especially boost-wise, and being able to manage your boost properly is going to be the difference maker here in this series.
I think it's going to be a huge difference for them to be able to hold on to some pennies, hold on to their back corners, and just make sure that they are steady on defense. If they do get frazzled, they need to be able to recenter themselves quickly, and here on DFH, it's pretty important to do so. Take lead in the series. Give yourself some buffer room if you are LJ and Chronic, because, like we said, First Killer and Atomic are not going to go down easily. Every game you get off of them gives you a little bit of extra room to breathe, and maybe the demos will help on that as well. Not really sure how Atomic got demoed, but it seems to have worked out in favor of LC.
Yeah, the demos will also help them in being effective. Is again, kind of all the boost out to take their offense down and work things around. But so far, been a little quiet in the opening 30 seconds. Chances not coming by too easily for both sides. You see Atomic putting in a lot of work there, and Chronic will send that to First Killer, who will send it back. You got to, again, First Killer watching out for the threat of the bump, as Chronic is looking for him. And First Killer, though, just gets it through. LJ keeps it back in play. Atomic now is needed, and LJ commits here. But it's a good commit. Normally, you get a little scared there because you give your opponent the ball. Your teammate could be in a 2v1 situation, but this time recognizing where Atomic and First Killer were, that was solid for LJ for the time being. Again, it's been hard here. Seeing Tequeños try to generate offense. They've been kind of stuck at that midfield line.
I feel like there's a lot more trust between LJ and Chronic in this game. They're not really hesitating on their plays, which we said would be a huge improvement, but also on top of that, they have faith in their teammates. If they make a challenge that looks like it's going to be a 50, they're there to back them up almost immediately. Great example, as the initial setup from Chronic is immediately shot on target by LJ and gives them some offense to work with. How about a passing play through center? Shot denied by FK, but the demo still leave. More to be desired on defense, and Atomic will stand tall off the respawn with almost no boost, and he still manages a save.
And Chronic comes up with the ball here as well. It was a race between him and First Killer. I thought First Killer would still go for the 50. Didn't do that, and now has to play more defense. 6 shots to 0 right now, as LJ and Chronic have been holding on to all of the offensive pressure so far in this game 3.
Atomic, though, maybe a chance to break out here. Not a ton of boost, but he'll pick up the midfield, and that might give him some space, or he'll just create it by bumping his opponent off the ball. Problem is, FK doesn't have any boost to actually turn that into an aerial, so they'll retreat yet again. 2 players commit here, though, and Chronic will pay for it with his car's life, which means this should be space for FK to cook something up. LJ takes it away quickly, but Atomic on the wing can keep the play going. Maybe get a pass out center. Shot on target denied by LJ. Follow-up denied by LJ. Let's see if he can get 3 saves in this time. No, Chronic won't let him. We'll carry it back out to midfield and stop the offense again.
Atomic still looking, and First Killer will pick it up. What a touchdown from Atomic. Again, you see Atomic coming through the little bit of a bump to throw things off. LJ was in an awkward spot. Thought 50 would be into the play, but again, that just little bump between First Killer and Chronic, creating the space, allowed Atomic to get their First Killer scores, and we got Tequeños after all of that offensive pressure. Now Tequeños able to strike back. I mean, it's beautiful.
You got to feel for LJ on that play, though, man. He gets 2 brilliant saves in a row. He looks at the 3rd play and goes, I have to go now. If I don't get the save on this play, it's a perfect pass out center, and there's no chance Chronic's getting back to it. Oh, I was going to say, I don't know if there's a chance they get back to it on that one either, but I don't think FK realized how awkward Chronic was and how open the net was there. A chance for Tequeños to double their lead. They will not find it, but with a minute 50 to go, they don't necessarily need to pile on the pressure as much as just hold on. It'll help, though, if you pass it into your own half. Chronic, not the touch he was looking for. LJ will try to recover, but it's looking real awkward on defense here for LC.
That was a great midfield 50 by First Killer. Again, getting to the ball, making sure, okay, we're stopping any chance for you guys to bring it the other way around. LJ uses 50. I'm on his POV. He keeps swiveling. He's looking for Atomic, trying to see, can I go for this ball again? Now he's able to get some space, but again, look how quick First Killer is to that ball. LJ only had a single touch of control before it got whisked away. And Tequeños understand we have the pressure. We're getting to the ball as fast as possible. Let's just keep it going.
And the problem is that LJ and Chronic, the only way they've stayed in this game is by trying to match that pace of play. And look, LJ and Chronic, phenomenal players. Keeping up with the pace of play of First Killer and Atomic, good luck. That's all I really got for you at this point. So they're getting dusted the balls more often. They're not winning these challenges out at midfield as frequently as I would like, or probably not as frequently as they would like either. And the demo plays are still opening more space. LJ will find yet another save, but it's another defensive stand here for LC.
So far, they've been holding on defensively, but their offense has suffered because of it. And First Killer, what an angle there. Just gets it right past the defense. I love this first touch to keep it close, and that follow-up was just perfect.
Again, another moment where you just feel for LC. LJ's got no boost. He's going to stay planted in the corner. FK realizes, okay, you don't want to challenge. That's fine. I'll just shoot one on target. And Chronic not expecting the shot. It just sneaks on by him. Unfortunate scenarios at this point, and really that's all that I can point to. The good thing is they will get one back. Under a half a minute to play, but there is still life in this LC team.
Yeah, this follow-up touch from Chronic is great. First Killer, maybe thinking Chronic might go for a flip reset, but Chronic knows First Killer's last. Goes for a nice, clean beat there. LJ gets to the ball. 23 seconds to go. They've scored kickoff goals before. Will they get one here? Chronic with the free possession. Atomic on the back wall. Chance, plays it low. Looks for the ball. And LJ gets it! We're tied!
Beautiful plays here from Chronic. Locked in the reset. Everybody knows it, so challenge. I dare you to. And even if you do, I will bump you on the way down. Atomic almost had that save. If not for the interference from Chronic, that would have still been a 2-1 scoreline. Instead, 15 to play, 2-2 ball game. And the kickoff goes in favor of LJ. He's got time, space, and a little bit of boost. And a break 50. It's still not enough, though. Atomic stops it, takes it the other way. But I don't think anybody's got enough boost to go up for this, so instead it will hit the ground. Overtime here in game 3.
All right, overtime between these two. Where does it swing? It's a perfect kickoff for First Killer, and just like that, it's all over. LC gave their biggest counter punch, but Taqueños off the kickoff say, this game's all ours.
Not like this. 2 goals in under 30 seconds. They do everything right to get the comeback, and it doesn't matter. Immediately scored on as soon as we go to OT. Taqueños take the lead in the series, and Daz, I know we're not playing, man, but I'm almost tilted for LC after that.
Well, I hope they're not as tilted as you are, because if so, this series might just be over already. Taqueños have done a great job, though. Their fortitude, especially dropping a couple goals back to back, just again keeping composure, setting up the kickoff, and then again you see smiles between Atomic and First Killer. They don't look like they're under pressure at all. Meanwhile, for LC, a lot of work was done, like you said, to bring themselves back into the game. And it was just so unfortunate the cheat did not go their way. And again, smiles not fading at all on the side of Atomic. We will see if LC, like you said, it can be a deflating loss. We'll see if they can keep it under control.
I really, really hope so. That was not a game that I would look at and be like, we played poorly. We got to, it's going to tilt us out. We got to change everything. LC are finding the pieces here. And I think that's the most frustrating part so far, is that they're maybe not necessarily 100% at the level of Taqueños at every moment, but there are moments where they look about equal. It's the little moments where I feel like we're seeing mistakes, where we're seeing hesitation that have been a problem for LJ and Chronic. You look back at the play in the corner with LJ grabbing boost and just getting it snuck by Chronic as he goes up the backboard. Stuff like that's going to be the most tilting, and it's up to them now to try and shake that off and keep this game going. Atomic and First Killer have looked good so far, but I would not say they are unsurmountable in this moment.
Yep, same can be said for them. This tournament, again, being losing in 5 to not really good, sitting in the semis now, the other side of the bracket. And then all is going to be waiting for the winner of this series. So lots of competition moving forward, and like we said, it was a long day. Don't want to lose your composure too early in the day, especially from where everyone is right now on this bracket. So far, though, in game 4, Chronic with a laser. LJ was looking for the reader, I couldn't find it. Demo on the play, and First Killer strikes first again off of an unofficial assist from Atomic.
I was watching the perspective of, I'm not sure who it was that got demoed there, but they literally, I think it's Chronic, they had no idea Atomic was even behind them. They're fully focused on the ball, driving towards it, and then bang, Atomic just takes you out. The goal is completely open. And again, this is the things that just tilt you out of a series like this. You're playing right, you're playing well, it doesn't matter. One timely demo is all that it takes for this team to score.
Keep your head on the swivel. Atomic is hunting. First killer. Nice light touch. Does grab the mid. Good 50 win. Atomic's not going to go. Chronic able to swat it away. Again, plenty of times over the course of this series, we've seen Taquinos with that first strike. Atomic, no, he's not going to be able to read it. Was going for the Zen ultimate. But now first killer. Playing it close and just gets it by the goal line. It goes the other way. So much pressure here for Taquinos, but LC holding on. They're still so low on boost though, Bass.
Yeah, this is real awkward. The corner gets stolen. First killer's got time and space on the ceiling, and Chronic with no boost can't really do much to clear this. He'll try with a flick, which I guess kinda gets around Atomic, but he perfectly gets the catch and then gets the perfect 50. Everybody's got to retreat again, and yes, Chronic's got boost, but I can almost guarantee FK will not be here to meet this. I don't know if that's a sign of disrespect, but he saw Chronic go straight to the ceiling and went, go ahead, man, you have nothing here.
Well, I mean, you could say it's respect. I think it's just knowing that he has nothing. And so for that first kill, it's like, okay, I don't need to waste my boost. I can let you play this, and then I'll get the free ball and then move up because I know that there's not going to be anybody who goes for this. That's first kill with double straight down. He tried to flip into it. He's looking for, you know, the flashy play. Meanwhile, Atomic just interrupting, slowing down LC. It's been halfway through this game. Only 3 shots between both the teams. 1 shot from Chronic, 2 shots from first killer. That's been it so far. Not too many chances have been generated.
It's been very much a chess match here with a lot of build-up plays, but not a whole lot of payoff. The demos, though, have still been, I would say, in favor of first killer and Atomic. I got to make sure this one's verified, but chat's giving me some cool info today. As apparently all four first demos have now been in favor of Taquinos, and they seemingly have scored off of almost all of them here. So, again, it's not about Taquinos necessarily building up and breaking down this LC team. It's more about them just doing the right things at the right time, going for the boost in the moments where they need to because they know it'll make the defense awkward, going for 50s in places where it just suffocates LJ and Chronic and not allowing them to escape or develop any sort of offense of their own, and doing a good job of, again, just kind of letting balls go to the ceiling where they know that LJ and Chronic have nothing to develop with. FK never even went for the ball in that play. He went straight for LJ for the demo, and that opens up space now for Atomic to take it to the ceiling and FK to take over. No boost for Chronic, and once again, they just keep putting this LC team in a blender that they cannot escape from.
Good high flick, too, for LJ. Just wanting to wrap around it, but again, it just doesn't amount to much. He tries to go for some demos, for some swipes, but not able to build off anything here. And even this offense here, easily cut out for first killer. Atomic and Chronic forces a Chronic up early. LJ in a tight spot. Really trying to pre-jump first killer. First killer understands the position, though. Knows LJ probably didn't have the boost to make a play there. Wanted to pull him out. But look at this, even for Atomic. Oh, I'll leave it for first killer. Go ahead. I want you to be able to just lead the striking here. Let's get a coordinated attack instead of me wasting all my boost. That boost battle has been so intense. 45 seconds to go, though. It's still a 1-goal game.
Makes sense when I say that despite this being a 1-goal game, this is like the most comfortable I've ever seen Atomic and first killer. It just doesn't feel like the threat of their opponents has done much to do anything to their confidence. And again, another great example. Perfect passing play, great reset. Should have probably been a panic moment for Atomic and first killer, and they easily clean it up and turn it into an offense. Maybe another goal shot just a little bit wide. Had that been on target, it could have been the death sentence for this game. Instead, LC, one more chance, and they can't quite put it on target. Light touch from LJ will only result in a 50, and we've only got 10 to play and not many more chances.
Chronic to LJ. LJ shot! No! Off the crossbar. Chronic wants to keep it in. Can he get there in time? Chance for a bump. Yes! That's a tied-up game. LC scored with 0 to go.
How? Chronic just gets the perfect 50. LJ goes headhunting immediately, and poor Atomic just knows there's nothing he can do on that play. 0-second goal. We head to another overtime. Still a chance for the tie here for LC.
Not the biggest kickoff. Chronic all alone. No boost. Atomic in the air. Musty. Oh, it's over. Oh! Atomic again! Kickoff play for Tequeños again!
Come on, man! All that build-up, so much effort, great play. We finally see LC put the pieces together, and it doesn't freaking matter. Immediately, the kickoff goes against them. And look, we were saying, maybe the first one is not that tilting. You can ignore it. Keep it going. What happens when it happens again?
Just say to yourself, I need to watch the kickoff. Please watch the kickoff. That's all they need to do. Come on, have people not learned from Space Station Gaming? Anyways, we go back and look at the highlights here, and there might not really be too many on the goal scoring department, just because, again, everything happened either early or late. Again, early strikes from Tequeños, late heroics from LC, but again, kickoff remains elusive. Once I saw Chronic with no boost and Atomic with a free ball, I just knew that one was going into the back of the net. You have to be able to kind of control that, and it definitely has to be something that they're talking it over to, because right now it's a match point situation. So far, no timeouts taken today. Sometimes I think the guys maybe forget that they have them, but that being said, whether they do or they're not being used.
It's frustrating, man. I don't know if they should take a timeout from that, because it's not as if it's like they lost off of something they can adjust. It's just the kickoffs not going their way. And to be fair, this is a team that actually spoke about kickoffs as a pretty prominent part of their game. We heard this from yesterday with Atomic of saying like, yeah, no, we need to focus on kickoffs. It's incredibly important in twos, and it might just determine the series at this point. 3-2-1, a chance for the series to close out here, and a chance for also the double fake to maybe give an early goal to LC. They will not, and instead is Atomic to try to get the scoring early one more time here for Tequeños.
All right, who's going to be the first strike? Survey says Tequeños. Chronic, just gets there in time to stop Atomic. First killer may have a shot here. Tries to take it, and LJ able to deny. That's Chronic. Can he get past? He actually does get a B here on Atomic. And look at LJ calling first killer's number. It's LC's turn to score first.
LJ knew this was going to be an awkward drop down. I don't think FK did. He was expecting that to come off the backboard to be able to read whether it would be a waterfall or a bounce back out, but LJ knew this would be too awkward for him to be able to cover. Shoots it right underneath him. Great first goal for LC. Let's see if they can double it. Kickoff's in their favor, and Atomic is awkward. Chronic pass out to LJ. Shot on target, but not in. Denied off the post. The follow-up goes to the corner, and somehow Tequeños survive.
Chronic, not the best first touch. Tried to wrap around the ball. 50 does work in his favor. First killer, only one with boost. Wanted to send the laser across, but off target. Now Tequeños will get some space. We know they like the open field, but now it's Atomic versus Chronic, and Chronic forces it in! It's a second goal in a row for LC.
That's what we're looking for, Chronic. Where's this been, young man? Perfect reset last second, gets the 50 past Atomic and slams it home. A 2-goal lead for LC. It has been a while since we've seen them come to life like this.
Now, Tequeños closeout game has not been too brilliant for them so far to start. A lot of time, but they've got to kind of move in a hurry. The offense has slowed down, especially since the last game. They're trying to speed it up. First goal. Putting a shot on, and no, just too high. Atomic will look to intercept, has this off the ceiling, leaves it for first killer. High ball, Atomic, can he close it? Top corner, he can!
Really well played from both of the players here as well. Atomic's beat on the sidewall cannot be understated, but also leaving that for FK. He knows he doesn't have a great shot, just allows FK to beat the last man. And LJ, retreat as you like. You're not going to get there to stop an absolute rocket from Atomic. Lead cut in half, 3.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time for Tequeños to make this even more competitive.
Okay. First killer plays it close. Oh, wow. Big win there on the 50. Gave it straight to Chronic, though. Demo on the play here, too. Now, let's see. Nice ball here for Chronic, who will send it across. First killer, good intercept. Wait, Atomic's going to catch him out. And it's another one. They're tied. Chronic wanted to send it to LJ, but it was completely turned around against him.
I just feel like that was miscoordinated from the very get-go. That's a challenge from Chronic that either needs to stay close to him so he can buy time for LJ to get into a good position for worst-case scenario, or it needs to be a better pass. Somewhere in between coulda, woulda, and shoulda, it's not going to be enough. 2-2 here after a 2-0 lead, and it might even become 3-2. If FK had any more boost on that play, I am almost certain Tequeños take the lead.
Yeah, he was looking for the bump on Chronic, couldn't get it. But now, oh man, Chronic and LJ with such a strong start have let it go again. It's like the Spurs in the finals.
Come on, that was yesterday. You can't do this to them already. Spurs fans are going to be sitting here thinking that they're like finally patching the wound and you're just opening it again.
No, they got to hold that for a while. Congrats to the Knicks, by the way. That being said, First Killer and Atomic have just turned this around, and they are looking in form. Chronic removed from the play. Pass to First Killer. First Killer tried for the off-speed shot. Wasn't enough.
Atomic, time and space, and maybe a pass out to FK to not only waste more time off the clock here as LC struggled more and more to find offense, but to, again, also force them into a retreat. This is an issue we talked about earlier in the series. It still remains one where LJ and Chronic will full send an offense, and if it doesn't work out, they are forced to retreat instantaneously, and then Atomic and First Killer can just kind of find the open lanes that they leave on the transition. Speaking of which, tries to pick their pocket is Atomic. It's not going to be enough. LJ, though, doesn't have a ton of boost here, and FK's got a full tank that he can challenge with. And I don't think he was expecting actually the amount of space on the sidewall either. Chronic decided to retreat on that play instead. The only player with boost might have needed to make some sort of move at the ball. And even Atomic's confused as Chronic doesn't make the save, doesn't really do much with it. And he goes, all right, I guess we'll just take it back to our own half.
Now, you look at these missed opportunities and you wonder where this game is going to go. We're approaching the final minute here. Again, closeout opportunity for First Killer and Atomic. But so far, Chronic and LJ have been able to hold off that offensive firepower, and it has been offensive firepower. You look at the shot totals, 15 shots to 5 in favor of Tequeños. This one gets away from him, though. It'll be high over the net, and it'll be Atomic picking this one up. Can he create here? Looking for it, gets the Musty, looking for the double. Almost got it! Just off target.
Still got to be careful. This is a good transition for LJ and Chronic here. First Killer, though, makes the save. And I will try the other way. Chronic, you got boost, my friend. You might want to make a challenge. Otherwise, you're just giving First Killer space to play with. And I don't think that's necessarily an advisable decision. Speaking of, First Killer actually won't make the challenge here. Instead, wait for Atomic to go, which actually gives space now to Chronic for potentially a double reset. Can't find the second, and the first is denied. Save your medal for both First Killer and Atomic off that play, and Chronic just kind of gives the ball away to FK, which should be a mistake, and it is. Again, Chronic's hesitation comes back to bite him.
Why would you do that? Do you know who that is? First Killer with the finisher. Potentially 11 seconds to go. It is a one-goal game. You got to watch the kickoff. This actually, I thought it could have been in favor of LC. They pulled off a little bit here. LJ, play out. It's got to be Chronic. First touch, not really the best. First Killer will win the 50 and win the series. Tequeños in 5.
That is just brutal. There's no other word to say. Obviously, it's not going to all come down to one play. There are many other plays in this game that they could have capitalized on. We talked about the lack of opportunities being capitalized by LC throughout that entire game, but at the same time, Daz, you and I watched the same play, man. What happened?
Again, like I said, we saw before, again, strong leads, but you have to be able to hold on to them over the course of the series. It was very, very unfortunate there for LC. They weren't able to kind of hold it together, but it's Tequeños. You know what they can bring to the field, and they are looking very strong here on Championship Sunday.
You got a chance to keep on playing. We say goodbye to LC. We say hello to Tequeños. See you in the next round, and see you guys on the back half of this break.
Go Knicks!
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set. Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try
Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online. I totally believe you. Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
The magic of Rocket League is the stories you can tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
I used to view you as a mountain that I couldn't climb at first, but I've only stumbled over diamonds and I no longer fear the worst.
It was a crazy one, but ultimately, the tournament favorites continue on. First Killer and Atomic looking strong on Championship Sunday. They're through the top 4 and got one more match ahead of them before they're into the grand finals. Can they get it done, folks? It was a great matchup. We got First Killer with us, sir. Congratulations on the win. Got to talk to you about your run here. You've knocked out both your threes teammates, and Chronic is a former long-term teammate of yours. Does that knowledge of how they play in threes like translate all here to twos when you're playing against them?
For our last matchup, yeah. Like, I kind of knew how LJ and Chronic like to play, so I always had it in mind and like knew how to counter them. But against like Kofor, not really. Like, he's like a different player, and I haven't teamed with him for very long, so I'm not entirely sure how he plays exactly.
Gotcha. Well, you made a quick work of them here. You got Cheese and Talk coming up next. How much experience do you have playing against them in this format? Have you played much twos against them?
I played a few games of ranked 2s against them. They're pretty good, but I think like if we just like play solid how we have been, I think we can take them down.
It's maybe a silly question, but they got that reverse sweep yesterday. Does that factor into it? You think about that at all? Like when you're going into like game 4, like okay, we're on match point, like remembering like these guys just made it to game 7, managed to reverse sweep to get out of this one. Is that anywhere in your mind?
Nah, not really. I think like we got reverse swept early in this tournament too. I think it's all about just discipline. Like we just messed up, and so did Diaz and Evo. Like if they get to that match point, they just need to like remember like, oh, we're 3-0. It doesn't matter. Like let's just treat it as like it's like 0-0, and just like keep that discipline, and then just take the win.
Discipline gonna be the key to victory here, sir. Congratulations on the win. I don't want to take any more of your time. Good luck on the rest of Championship Sunday.
Thank you, Wave.
All right. Space Station. Good, but I mean, Bass. Like, if you had to sum up that match in a sentence, what was it for you?
Beat down. That's all I got, man. There was a moment there where I was like, yeah, LC, you got this. You look oh, that's gone. Oh, okay, you guys have conceded like 10 goals in like 3 games. Okay, cool. I mean, you can just see it. This was Atomic and FK in absolute cruise control after a certain point, and I think a lot of it had to do with these plays. These kickoffs, man, I have never felt worse for a team in my life than getting all the way back, getting goals like this. 0 seconds, you are barely able to stay in the game. Congratulations, you've made it to overtime. And then let's see what the next play is. It is overtime goal, like literally less than 10 seconds into the game as Atomic musty flicks you. Yeah, like just there's nothing else you can really say, but this is brutal. It's a wake-up call, unfortunately, for LJ and Chronic too, as it's plays like this that just continue to be their downfall. I mean, Daz, you and I watched this playback, and I think we were both flabbergasted that it was ever even an option for the team.
I mean, yeah, I can see that. I mean, listen, I'm not as shocked as you are about it because, again, I think it's one of those things where it's like in the 2v2 game mode, you talk about discipline, and I think that's the big keymaker that like First Killer brought up. I think that's the reason why they end up coming through and taking that series. I think for Chronic and LJ, if they look back at it, they know exactly where they messed up at. And for them, okay, yeah, you're out of the 2s. You don't get any more 2s for the rest of the year, but you do have to come and bring in your all on Championship Sunday. They had a great group stage, but when it came to the playoff bracket, it just feels like they fell apart. And you know, I think for them, you just gotta go back into it. Well, for now, they just need to kind of turn their eyes, especially Chronica on the 3v3. Get ready for LCQ. So more Rocket League to play for them for sure, but 2s just wasn't it for them today. Going up against Titans.
Yeah, running up against strong players too. I mean, and hey, you know, 2v2, it brings out a different type of player the same way that 1s do. You'll see players that are so strong in the 3s that'll somehow not be able to put it together in the 1s. 2v2 is just sort of like a blend between the two of that, despite the fact that this is the format that the pros do play the most often. Hey, easiest to find a teammate than it is to find 2 teammates. We'll see how the bracket continues to evolve though as the day goes on. 3 more matches here as Chronic and LJ do make their exit from the tournament. First Killer knocking out both of his 3s tournament teammates in these 2 matchups he's had so far in our playoff bracket. They'll be hanging up in that top bracket waiting for Cheese and Talk, so let's get on to our next matchup. The players getting ready, getting locked into the lobby. and it's been an up and down day for everyone involved except for Reveal and Zach, who have yet to lose at any point. It's a funny matchup here too, because this next matchup on the day is going to feature both rosters, Daz, who have reportedly not been using comms.
Yeah, which kind of makes this a little... Actually, yeah, they have been doing comms, but I don't know if you remember hearing me talk about it. SSG did bring in their coach. So Expert is coaching for their team now. So they'll have at least somebody in the comms, and maybe that'll help them, you know, potentially call kickoffs, change how they're playing mid-game, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I think Expert's a big help in terms of their vibes. So that might be a difference maker. It'll be interesting to tell, especially because now I'm thinking about it, that is going up against Diaz. That is put Diaz at a disadvantage here.
Let's start talking about the matchups. We get the players ready to go here. I do gotta wonder, Bass, like, how does Diaz feel about the fact that he's going up against his teammates and the coach has picked favorites here apparently, and said, you know what? I mean, obviously they're representing Space Station, so the coach is going to go with the team that's paying him here. But you gotta wonder for Diaz, like, he's coming off of that, man. He's got some like villain arc energy in this camera right now. He did not like the way that reverse sweep went yesterday.
Yeah, I don't blame him. He was pretty angry about that from what we saw in the replays on camera yesterday. Literally, like, threw his headphones off and was just shaking, like, in disbelief that it had ever happened. But to be fair, when you get reverse swept, I can understand that being the reaction here. I also would understand the reaction of if Xpear, as much as he is probably a fan of Diaz, just goes, hey, I don't care, man. We're just gonna win. Like, he might literally strategize around the fact that he has, you know, been training Diaz all year, knows the strategy he's gonna go with, and just tell Reveal and Zach to straight up outplay him in particular. Deal with Evo afterwards. You know you can play him to an even level, but if you have the insight to be able to straight up just disrupt and ruin a player that you know so well, I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of target Diaz as a result.
Yeah, I mean, well, we heard in the interview here, Daz, from First Killer, I asked him, like, how did you, does this playing with LJ and playing with Kofor Chronically, does that help you understand how to take them on in a twos format? And while the twos format is different, it's not so different that knowledge isn't deeply important. He said, he gave us a little smirk there saying, yeah, it did. I really felt like I understood how they were going to approach this game. That's how I was able to get through them so quickly there in the quarterfinals. I wonder if there's a similar trap lane for Diaz here.
There definitely could be, but I also think, you know, there's probably like a little bit of added motivation too. You know, you go up against your teammates, they didn't play with you. You know, you're on the other side. You're like, okay, let me get this win real quick. Let me shut you guys up. Diaz is actually phenomenal, and for the fact that he's been playing as well as he has on 100 ping, plus Evo's been playing good on top of it. I mean, there's a strong argument that even with coaching, it might not be enough here. You know what? I'll back it. I'll go not that good for this series. I think it'll be a close series. I'm expecting a 6-gamer. Yeah, I'm expecting 6, but I gotta go there.
Okay, I like it. I like the pick. Bass, who you got?
I do not have not really good. I'm going with Space Station on this one. I'm going to continue backing the guys that have kind of given me not a reason to not back them. So far in the playoff bracket, they have not dropped the game. They have looked confident throughout the group stage and the Swiss stage as well. I think until proven otherwise, I don't think that not really good's going to do poorly here. I agree this is going to be a competitive series, but Space Station's undefeated. They just have yet to show me anything shaky, and until they do, I'm backing them.
So 5 games versus sub in the uppers and semis, that's not shaky to you?
Uppers, what?
Did they lose?
They didn't lose. They went 5. They didn't lose. But sub's not in a tournament anymore.
Hey, give me Space. Yeah, because partially because they didn't win that match. If they won that match, different story. Here, give me Space Station on this one.
God.
I've been backing them since the beginning, saying that, hey, you know what? I think low key we're all sleeping on this being the hottest squad in the tournament, and they are looking strong still. I've got Space Station. They're a narrow favorite in chat.
I'll take that. I'll take that chat vote.
You know, and while we are sitting here saying like Space Station's got this one, I do agree with you. I think this is a game 6, maybe even a game 7. I am so excited. I think that we are in for a treat here, folks, because especially if the players aren't in comms, what we're about to see is just the highest level 2v2 ranked lobby you've ever seen on your screen. It's not going to be much different than that, and it should be spectacular. So let's get into it, folks. A spot in the grand finals awaits the winner of this contest. Teammates going up against each other. Org is on one side, Revenge maybe on the other. Team not really good, not living up to their own name. Let's see if they can continue to shut up the doubters here. SSG versus not really good.
We've got SSG and Evo out there on the field. Evo teaming with Diaz in this one, but Zach and Reveal representing SSG out on the pitch Going to be the big favorites here. Both teams coming off some incredible wins. SSG yet to lose in this event, but it's Diaz who strikes first.
Okay, well, straight on kickoff. I mean, if there's one player that's kind of really had it out for everybody, especially after yesterday's reverse sweep, it's going to be Diaz. So off kickoff, first lead did not real good. It's the same story we've been getting all weekend, James.
It is, and Diaz has been looking incredible. This server as well, 96 ping, so one of the better servers for him. He's been up to 108. Still high ping, but decent one this time. Also, decent start. Also, I do have to wonder what the story is on Zach's preset.
To be fair, I do think twos is, when I say a little more lax than threes, I think lax enough that you could have a memed car out there and it not do too much.
Ooh.
I say as he overshoots.
Yeah, normally you'd expect Zach to put that one in. It was a beautiful pass. But the shot not on target. Now a demo. Evo gonna go for it. A demo from Evo. Back-to-back demos. You saw the stats yesterday. This team, no stranger to demos. They land a pair right there, and it leads to another goal.
Such a nice catch, too, from Evo. That's going to be something that you're going to want to all take note of and keep an eye on from this not real good team. Their recovery in situations, allowing them to have these quick transitions has been something above the rest, which truly, it's the reason they've had the most challenging, run up to this point. As far as SSG was concerned, it's been pretty standard, but I don't know. This head-to-head, I think this is SSG's biggest challenge yet.
Proven to be that in this first game. With the goals Evo and Diaz were scoring against Matt and Expert, it looked like they were on a level all their own. And so far, had a really nice start, but they let that one through. However, Diaz bails Evo out. Still a bit awkward. Good challenge from Evo. Will pop it back up. SSG has had scoring opportunities already this game. It was right after you said the preset doesn't really affect them, and then missed the shot.
Well, I mean, hopefully it doesn't stay that way. They've been able to get a couple more, in their back pockets. 3 shots alone from Zach so far in this first 2 minutes here. But as we head back to the other end, still just got to play the defensive end. They are still trailing by 2, which feels a little bit unfamiliar.
And Zach had all the boost. Evo didn't have much. Took it to the air, and Evo shut it down. So good defense here. Evo now on the attack. Zach sidewall skim. Gets the pass over to Reveal, and that one's in. Beautiful passing play.
Holy space. They weren't even given it. They created it off the sidewall with the amount of power to that center there. Nobody was going to be back to throw anything up and slow them down. Space Station finally get their foot on the board.
That is so crazy. That pass right on Reveal's numbers, and then the shot from Reveal as well, top shelf. Just a reminder that Reveal and Zach hold up. That was going to be a long-range bar down shot.
All right, well, they just dished it back, and this is what I'm talking about, that recovery off the back wall with the power to boom it out that far. That is what has been keeping them having that edge on a lot of these top teams here in the North American.
You see kickoff strat as well. Evo and Diaz, no stranger to that. Even as they were pummeling, Matt and Expert kept going for fake kickoffs. There was no off button for these two. Evo going to try to keep it going. The reset shut down. Diaz tries to control. Evo got the opposite boost. And now Zach at a standstill will be contested off the arc and down. Zach trying to hit it to safety. Reveal will be first to it.
That little kiss bump that you saw in the back end. There's going to be a handful of moments like that from SSG. It's just a matter of not panicking when it does. And also in a pause situation, don't want to panic either. Hopefully nothing too crazy goes down.
And Evo calling for a pause. Evo apparently lagging, so hopefully we'll get that resolved. Evo 28 ping compared to Diaz's 100. But sometimes a little bit of lag. can definitely affect you. So Evo calling for a pause. Pretty good time to pause as well. Neither team really having a dominant possession play at that moment. So we'll see if we restart back on kickoff. He called for that pause at 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. It looks like we will resume from 150 and we'll be starting back from kickoff. And kickoffs also, you know, we've seen a lot of kickoff goals here, Herc. So this could be a boost to either team. We'll see how this kickoff goes.
Yeah, depending on what we get from them. Both of these teams, kickoff-wise, have brought some pretty interesting moments to the play, like this.
I think they're stopping here because the kickoff formation was asymmetrical. They were different kickoff formations.
Interesting.
And so I've not seen that happen before. So interesting there. It looks like we'll probably restart from 1 minute 50 and see if we can get mirrored spawns, because you have to, in order for it to be truly a fair kickoff, you have to have the same exact spawn. So you can see right from the beginning, Evo was in a different spawn. He was spawning in the corner. And so an interesting bug there that I had not seen before. So that is what happened. The spawns were not mirrored on that kickoff. So we'll have to reinitiate the kickoff and make sure that the spawn locations are identical on both sides of the field.
We'll see. It's funny. I feel like it's such a rare moment. I don't know how many times you've ever seen that. There it is.
That's the first time I've ever seen that. But obviously, you know, 2v2s, a little bit different than 3s. So here we go. Lock back in. 1 minute 50 on the clock. 2-goal lead here for Evo and Diaz. But this is a kickoff ripe for fakes. This is the kickoff that you expect to see the Spanish kickoff quite a bit, where Evo would peel off the ball, go for a demo on the last defender as Diaz takes the shot, or also SSG could go for that as well. See how this pans out.
Well, only one way to find out, right here. Back on in, pretty standard. Small little bump on Diaz there. We're going for almost a back pass on it, but possession does stay with not that good, and a shot opportunity to extend their lead.
And this was after kickoff. You can see Diaz winning the race to the mid boost, gets it by reveal as well, and keeps carrying that through. So a hat trick for Diaz, making the most of that kickoff.
The crazy thing, I just kept thinking about it, but everything that Not That Good has been able to do throughout this 2v2 open has been with Diaz on ping. So the idea of him potentially making it to land with nothing really hindering him seems very exciting, but you are going to have to get past SSG and then some.
I would not count SSG out just yet. This has been a bit of a interesting game one with the pause, with the kickoff bug, delaying the reset for a little bit. So it's going to be a long series, best of 7, but we're seeing so many quality chances here for Diaz and Evo. Another close call, that one pinging off the bar and out, but offensively, it has been all Evo and Diaz as Evo puts in the 5th goal.
The crazy thing is, I think this is like their 12th or 13th shot. So they've got so much space, and they're proving it. Even SSG at that point they're recognizing they're a little bit too far in some of these situations there, but you're fighting to get back into this. Less than a minute to go. Trailing by 4, no boost. Can he center it? No, Evo's gonna be there.
Evo with a bump on Zach. And low boost. Diaz and Evo making plays. Diaz, maybe ground to air. Gets revealed to jump early. Tries to hit it around him. Still get back to the ball, but all that boost gone. Now pressure on Evo. Zach, the shot. Easily saved there by Evo. Evo going up and over reveal. See, reveal's a little bit awkward. Evo with a pop-up. Pounced on immediately by Zach. Zach going for the reset. Zach gets the bump as well, but actually got bumped back into the ball. The rebound will be cleaned up, though, by reveal. But only 13 seconds left on the clock. 3 goals down. It will take some miracles on multiple kickoffs for them to even have a chance.
Even just the initial play there from Zach, just getting bumped into it and still getting a touch for it to center. It's clean, but 13 seconds, like you said, you're in miracle hoping territory here. It's another shot just off.
Oh, and he
missed!
Wow, reveal barely missed, and then Zach with the misread. So a game to forget for SSG in this first game. Reveal and Zach had a few moments, but did not look as polished as they were in the past. And Diaz is going to rub a little salt in the wound.
My goodness. I mean, shoot, if you're not really good, that is not true. You're actually very, very good. SSG so far should be your most consistent competitor, and they're even making them look a little wobbly in this game one.
How many World Cup jerseys does Diaz have? I swear yesterday he was wearing an Argentina jersey, but perhaps a big fan of the World Cup. And he's looking like a World Cup athlete out there. Diaz, 4 goals on 7 shots. Very one-sided first game here, and there was a lot of questions coming into this one. Who was going to look similar to their last series, because both SSG, they dominated LJ and Chronic. Diaz and Evo dominated Matt and Expert. You got the unstoppable force meeting the immovable object, and you're wondering how it's going to go. Well, game one has been all Diaz and Evo.
Yo, 100%. I am curious to see how Space Station makes their adjustments heading into this one. I don't think it was this terrible performance. I do think they are learning a little bit about not real good, considering the momentum they have coming into this series. Space Station has had to sit just for a tiny bit, so I do always put that in the back of my mind when it comes to these two. But I mean, like you said, it was a 4-0 sweep over LJ and Chronic. It's going to be a lot closer than that, so they got to pace themselves for the long haul.
Like you said, it's a long haul. Best of 7. Also Diaz and Evo. Though they shut out Matt and Expert today, they have shown that they can give up those leads, and already we see a kickoff strategy paying dividends for SSG.
Not too bad. I mean, if you're going to go into it, you might as well full send, right? Give yourself the space that you couldn't find in the last game here, and that early lead. A lot of time when Space Station takes it, they can learn a lot more about their opponents in terms of how much they start to panic as time goes on from the behind.
Just saw the kickoff strategies be extra effective in 2v2s. Good start here for SSG. Had a few mechanical mistakes last game. Even you saw that miss from Zach off the shot from Reveal that also narrowly missed. See if they can clean that up. Reveal and Zach didn't get a warm-up game like Evo and Diaz did, having to play in the round previously. Perhaps it could just take a moment for Reveal and Zach to get revved up. Zach, the challenge. Reveal, 1 small pad, 2 small pads, trying to shut down that shot. Does a nice job, but it's going to be low boost as still on this play.
First minute.
Reset there from Evo. Got the quick reset. Immediately using it into a shot. Diaz trying to get a backboard read, send it across net. But Evo wasn't there to punch that in.
Diaz coming up from the sidewall there. This is where he's thrived the most. Another shot opportunity for this team coming on through. Do love that they recognize when they call themselves off. They don't want to force anything against SSG. Another shot taken out to the side here by Evo.
Real ground to air, up and over Evo. Diaz picking up some small pads, trying to get back. The reset bar down will be cleaned up by Zach. Diaz did his best, was racing back, but it was a very nice reset from Reveal that really finished that play.
Oh man, and even just from Diaz too, the half second of hesitation on that back wall there might have been enough if it hadn't been there to get his nose at least in front of the car, and they would have had to have gone for another, at least almost blocked shot. But 2-0 up for SSG, much better position than we saw in game 1 from them. This is a lot more reminiscent of their performance from before. So like I said, very good adjustments in terms of, you know, not allotting so much space and finding their own on the other end.
You've seen what Diaz can do with that space. Evo as well. You give him an inch, they'll take a mile, and they'll march that ball all the way down right into your net. Possession Very good for SSG. They've been locking that ball down. Very effective resets from Reveal as well, but this is now a reset from Diaz. Reveal still making the read. It's the reset down to the ground, trying to contest it. You see an orange trail. Zach out of boost. Reveal also very low. This is a dire situation here for SSG. Diaz stealing that corner boost. Zach trying to get some small pads, has just enough to get that clear out. And that will be a pressure relieved for SSG.
Evo's eventually taken off the play. This is what I was waiting to see, if those demos were going to start coming out on that last minute. They do. It does work out for SSG, demoing out the one that has really been doing the most. I mean, Evo's had the only accredited save so far, so SSG's smart plan on taking out the one with not only the highest saves, the best ping, that's really just been helping leading the charge for this team.
Very good demo. This SSG team, no strangers to demoing either. It was a nice fake challenge from Zach as well, peeling off the ball. Had the ball hit right back to him. SSG shutting down again. You can see Diaz trying to take that space, trying to keep that ball close, but it was pounced on by Zach. Evo still going. Zach hitting it to the corner. Reveal low boost, but still getting a hand on that ball.
Another one back. Demo dished back onto Reveal. Double demo from Diaz, and the ball still ends up on the blue side. You saw Diaz in the back end. Even on no boost, James, they're still pushing forward. A floater denied. It is chaos.
That's a tough one for Evo. It looked like he had the reset lined up nicely, but no reset given. And now missing the mid boost. He won't be able to get back in time. The wheel's falling off for Evo and Diaz in game 2.
Oh my goodness. I mean, yeah, it's just a very obvious one. Evo tried to go for mid. He saw that the shot was coming through. Even he recognized it. He'd gone too far on the cutback at that point. So up by 4, SSG looking much more like the version of them we've been seeing all weekend.
Yeah, they needed that quick game to warm up, and now it looks like they are warmed up, ready to go. There's the bump on Diaz. Evo doesn't miss a beat and will push that forward and in. So still a possibility. They get their first goal, but still find themselves down by 3.
Even on, I think it was Zach there was no bump on it, but the ball just high enough to float on in. 59 seconds, I think more than enough time if they really want to get back into it, but it's all going to start with this kickoff.
Evo takes the space, goes for the 50. Reveal showing up on the play, hitting that hard to the corner. SSG have done a great job on low boost of getting out of these situations. And look at the powerful 50 from Zach.
Oh my gosh, I mean, he not only does he dead ball, but look at this from Reveal. He snuck and stole the boost, turns around, makes the cut. Everybody has committed on either end of the field to this play. And SSG to pull through.
Heads up play from Zach as well to immediately land and then backflip. That backflip locking in that 50. Now a pinch. The pinch denied by Diaz. Says not today. No clip for you. Good save from Reveal as well. But I think for Evo and Diaz, this must be what it's like. A little taste of their own medicine. We saw Evo and Diaz clipping in the last round. Well, getting clipped on this round, but that clip denied at least.
8 seconds to go. I mean, I just, there's not enough time at this point. You just got to respect it. Diaz going to try and give them one more for the road back home, but if anything, you just go into game number 3. Even scoreline across the board. SSG, though, such an incredible improvement from that game 1. You can tell they learned a lot and took a lot into this second one.
They certainly have warmed up in the 1,048-point game here for Zach. 7 saves, lots of great saves. I think defensively you saw how good this SSG team could be. Even on low boost, able to get those clears out. They're not giving Diaz and Evo any space. They're pouncing on them. They're closing the gaps effectively, making sure they can't let Diaz get those fakes, have those free plays in the air. And then Reveal also showing you how good he is on his flip resets. But all in all, well-rounded performance here from SSG, who despite the slow start in game 1, have bounced right back in game 2.
Oh yeah, and also the fun thing about this space station team too is they're going to be very calm throughout the entire thing. On the flip side, because we have the player cams, we've seen in real time, not even as a bad thing by any means, but how emotional this team can get and how it can affect them. So we've seen at least one, not necessarily crash out, but definitely some wavered mental stability from Diaz. So we'll see how long it takes for SSG to get them to crack.
But at the same time, you know, you see the Monkey Moon lean back.
True.
He wears the emotions on his sleeves. Still gets world championships. So this means that they care. Zach gonna go for a wall pinch. Pinch. It's gonna be stopped easily by Evo here. And Reveal dodged the first bump. Got the save, got demoed by the second player, but now this allows SSG to get back in formation.
Nice little catch, reset over one. Oh my gosh! Okay, Clip.
Such a clean reset. And then you see Diaz, after getting the clean reset, because he got it so nicely, able to use his boost to get that extra little touch as soon as Reveal jumps. Diaz boosts towards getting that second touch to put Reveal's read just off. Beautiful play from Diaz.
I don't even know.
That is why you just can't give him space. But the immediate response is there. Zach tying up the score.
I was gonna say, I don't even know if they expected him to make the second touch on that first play, but this time I don't think they expected the demo to come through. The sidewall pass, just full wide open net at that point. Quick responses is what you need, and quick responses is exactly what they got.
Zach towards net. Like, keep away from Evo. Diaz has stopped moving, so expecting a pause here soon. Diaz. I don't know if his controller died or what. His ping now is starting to go through the roof.
I was gonna say, I think I saw him at a 200 earlier on. So it's a little rough.
So we'll try to get that latency issue solved here for Diaz, who is playing from Brazil. Can be a little bit tough connecting to NA servers. Hasn't seemed to have slowed him down much today. Also, we have had a pause in this series before. Had to reset on kickoff. Had the bug as well, so we had to reset the kickoff again. And then Diaz and Evo ended up scoring shortly after kickoff. So we'll see if they can capitalize on that again, or if SSG will keep on going. The first game looked very promising for Evo and Diaz. Game 2, very one-sided in favor of SSG. Game 3, in this first minute, has been quite even.
Yeah, this is honestly what I expected going into this one. I think Daz called it game 6 on it. If you've watched either of these teams throughout this weekend, you know it was leading to a very close matchup. This was not giving, you know, one or all by any means. I think that game 1 was about as far apart as we were going to see. Well, even game 2, because game 2 is fairly SSG dominated. Game 3 is where it's going to start to even out.
We'll see. Fairly SSG dominated, to say the least. You see a kickoff strat again attempted by SSG. We saw them successfully execute the Spanish kickoff earlier. Go for another bump here. Nicely saved by Evo, who's bumped and then flips into the boost and gets a bump on reveal. Lots of work being done. Diaz, with not much boost, gets the stop there. Lots of time left for one team to start pulling ahead, not only in the game, but also pull ahead in the series. Reveal, reset, going for a second reset, fakes it, and Reveal will score it.
Reveal! I mean, we knew he had time, space, and the ego to do this onto Diaz, but holy fake. Just beautiful. And a lead to SSG very early on.
And how good have these Reveal flip resets been? And you even saw he got it, so that option to hold it really highlighting that fake, how Reveal is in the mind of his opponents. Zach will jump early, reset from Diaz. Evo was also trying to harass. Now the counterattack is on. Shot heading towards net. Evo will be able to hit it out to the side, but corner boost grabbed up by Reveal before Diaz will punt it downfield.
Yeah, just a little bit slow on that return, but you are still leading by 1. Diaz low boost, tried to take a shot, although it will bounce up. Not that good. They want to play the possession game, but it does keep getting taken away from them. No boost. Most can do is try and take that 50. They do. Zach's going to take his shot here. And as far as not that good is concerned, got to make that clear, and they will.
It's going to be a high bounce for Reveal. We'll try to catch it. Take it into an air dribble. Reset again. Didn't get the reset. Now goes for a 50. Low boost situation here. Reveal has to bail out. You can see Evo going to try to get that corner boost. Does get it. Try to put it to work. Evo back to his own corner and now pumping it. It's demoed off the ball. Diaz, light shot, easily saved by Zach, and now a little bit of space for Reveal.
Nice pop up. Reveal wanted that one back to Zach, but Zach had already committed, so he's going to run it back out of the corner. Back pass to themselves as far as SSG for possession. Got to be careful with these, though. Getting a little bit ahead of themselves in a few of these moments here is not that good. Starts making their turns. The redirect will go in.
Beautiful shot here from Evo. There was a defender in net, though. Diaz hits it right to him. Evo putting it far post. Judging that save attempt nicely by Zach. Able to weave it right around him.
It's just very solid patience from not that good. Like we've seen, they kind of just swarm around Evo with another shot on net. Can Zach carry it out? Not quite. This is that not that good that's going to kind of rotate fairly quickly behind each other to keep that ball inching forward towards that net until clear comes through.
So Reveal wanted to take that ground to air, but ended up running into his teammate. Evo flipping forward. Zach, sidewall double around Diaz, goes for a 50. It's out to Reveal, has to dodge the bump, but now Evo will have a full tank, immediately jumping his Reveal. And Evo, too slow to the play. Reveal shuts it down. Zach jumps in. Evo probably annoyed at that one.
Yeah, that's a rough touch up, and he recognized it too, because he immediately tried to take it back by going up himself. At that point, SHG already committed on the play. They spot and recognize opportunity and take their lead. Just 1:07 minutes to go here on clock. Let's see what they can work with. Just got to hold on to that one. Maybe even build on it around 1 final minute. Try to go for a center. Instead, it's just up and over.
The thing I love about these 2v2 games is how often we can see these double flip resets be finished off. Bo, it's going to go up. Task right back down. Reveal will opt to get the corner. Zach will push it downfield with no boost. Zach again going to try to get a hand up. Reveal moving in, taking that space. Evo, the hit downfield. Diaz is going to race, see how it bounces. It's going to go for it. Pass out to the middle. Zach cuts it off. And now Zach will also grab the mid boost. Zach is doing work. And Zach dishes it off to Reveal. They're playing so close together.
That proximity play is really what is doing not really good in right now. Having that finish come through so fast. Final 18, 2-goal lead, not real good. This is the worst they've looked so far, and that's out of respect. It's not even that they're playing bad, but they're throwing themselves in a Hail Mary situation off to the backboard here, no space given. And that final 5 comes through.
On that ball. But I think this just goes to show you how good SSG is. We saw Evo try to take that ground to air. Reveal almost getting one more. But how you can see how close they're playing, how closely they're supporting one another, trusting in their speed, trusting in their recovery to play incredibly tight. And you saw Evo get shut down, and then the shot right over his head. He's probably thinking, man, these guys are too fast. They keep chasing the ball, and I just can't get there in time.
I was taking more note of SSG's saves, 6 alone, 3 and 3, very even across the board. That's not even, registering all the stuff that they've done together in the in-between. I mean, it started with the pirouette shot over one from Diaz. You thought, oh, well, this momentum is swinging the other way, but no, not quite. SSG, they figured out the air game was really where you could start to have your way with this team, and that's exactly what they did. When that ball went anywhere past half the ground and above, it was just shot after shot after shot.
And defensively, like you were mentioning, the execution there, this is just an all around great gameplay from SSG. Very well rounded, so fast. I think that is the difference between the team that Evo and Diaz had to go up against last round and this round, is the pure speed we're seeing from Zach and Reveal. And like you mentioned, the proximity, they are both so close to one another, able to support each other in a heartbeat. So fantastic game from SSG, and a chance to pull even further ahead here. Or can Diaz and Evo tie up this series at 2 games apiece?
SSG really trying to take this match point if they can. 20 in the tank, off back, little under it, so no double will come through. Evo's already sticking his way into the other end there. No bump on Zach, but a shot will come by from Diaz.
This is great from Evo. Upfield, he's threatening the bump. At the last second, pulls off to get a touch pass down. Very smart play from Evo.
Such clean decision making too, right? Because in that moment, you could get away from yourself and just care more about, being on the attack, having the bumps overall, but no. That's what has kept these two teams in high regard throughout this entire 2v2 open for NA.
Another shot, almost catching Zach out. There's a demo from Evo. Challenge from Diaz. Evo on low boost will try to chip it towards net, but Reveal was waiting. Now Reveal to Zach. Zach, that's in the backboard. Evo helping Diaz out after the save, and now trying to get an open net shot. Zach just back in time, a fingertip save.
The timing on that too, because if it had any more power, it was over. Diaz is still trying to, airball that one down in. Everybody from the end of SSG, though, back and in position for whatever shots are about to go their way. Now taking it across the line. 1v1, 1v2 from Reveal, but still, even with a backflip towards net, not that good on the other end and in their net.
This is so composed from Diaz. He sees he's got Reveal in that 1v1, just lets the ball come to him, gets the ball on his hook, gives himself so many options, inches closer and closer towards the net, and then finally pulls the trigger at the last moment when Reveal had jumped and committed. Wonderful stuff from Diaz, showing his 1v1 chops.
Thought maybe another one was about to go there in that 1v1. Evo just quick attack, quick cut, quick attack, and another shot. 3-0, not real good. This is a very dominant attack from this team too. It is back to back to back off kickoff. That's the difference right now. This kickoff, this plan right afterwards is what is keeping SSG at bay.
Evo's chasing also very effective. We saw him chasing the bump before peeling off to get the pass, and then that time chasing the player before getting possession and scoring. But we see the answer back here. Zach doing some work. Lovely 50 revealed, another 50, and then the finish from Zach.
Yeah, those awkward 50s are really starting to do them in, at least on backline. This is first goal for SSG. You've got that 2-goal lead with the final 3 minutes, but in 3 minutes is more than enough time. Center from the sidewall. That was already commit from last man, and back up they go.
And that Spanish not connecting, in fact, exposing SSG. And they get scored on trying to have some kickoff strategies work in their favor. Ended up doing the opposite. So now SSG been trailing by 3, but in 2v2s. And that's a manageable difference to come back from. Ground to air, a little poke. Diaz also getting a piece of it. The race won by Evo here. Evo again landing the demo, paving the way. The physicality from Evo really putting its mark on this game.
Oh my gosh, I mean, you got the bump in the air too. Zach tried to go for the pass. Instead, Diaz complete, just straight up interception on that back pass. And this lead starts to build. We've seen them in this position so many times. They hold on to it fairly well when they're in it. It's on SSG's shoulders to try and get back into the swing of things.
5 goals already. On track to hit 10 if Diaz and Evo can keep playing at this pace. Zach. Contested. Reveal. Slotted out that mid boost. Does land a demo as well and will steal the corner, putting pressure on Zach in this 1v1. Reveal, a little slow, back to the ball, finally on the scene. Has Zach in the middle. Flip reset. Closed down by Diaz, and now Zach trying to pop it up, cut off by Evo. Evo, the reset, Reveal. Very late to play again. Zach, the pass, Reveal, the shot, and they get one back.
This play overall is a little bit of a domino effect too. It started with Diaz awkwardly waiting for that mid boost, like not even 5-6 seconds ago. And from that point forward, it felt like he was playing a little bit from behind. He was running around for those pads, and as soon as that ball went in the corner there, he knew he was just a half a moment behind. So SSG, if they can stay ahead of themselves, they could get back into this. Over 1, low boost though, shot still taken.
See, it was a plan back right there from SSG. SSG perhaps winning the kickoff strategy battle. Definitely trying to incorporate that more. Now we see Diaz and Evo, or Diaz Reveal in a 1v1. There's the reset from Diaz, and if he gets in those 1v1 situations, you have to be worried. Diaz connecting on yet another goal.
Not even just a 1v1 situation, but 1v1 with a full tank of boost to work with. He can go anywhere he wanted with it. Took it to the air. That's where he's been thriving the best now. 4-goal lead, over a minute to go here. SSG, they got to find something off kickoff. Reveal's going to have to play it back and try and find some boost here as Diaz comes racing toward him from the air. Just going to have to play this one on the solo.
Also, Diaz, so patient. Will take as much time as you give him. Waiting till the last second to take the shot that beats the defense. And now we see another goal here. Evo being a nightmare for SSG to deal with. Staying in the play, getting bumps, zoning out defenders before finding that window to strike.
I mean, this is the team. This is the one. I'm loving this from them both. This is the one that took down Dignitas and everybody else on the road out here. Like I said, I think SSG has been not that good's strongest opponent. So for them to look this good so far, I gotta give them their flowers. However, it is only gonna be a tied series. You're just kind of throwing them back 1-1 overall. It's a marathon, not a sprint between the two. Final 18 to go. A 5-goal lead, I would argue, is more than enough, James.
It seems like it. Dominating performance here. Not real good because they are great. That's what I said last series. That's what it seems like in this game. They're going to be tying up the series at 2 games apiece, and it was a commanding victory, 7-2 against SSG.
It was such a good performance. They're honestly so fun to watch too. When they're not forcing space, they kind of just find it. Diaz, so many good solo plays. I mean, in general, you can talk about them all, but Evo and him, this duo, it just clicks. In the same way that it does with Zach and Reveal, though. I will argue that. It is so almost tied in this point. You're really just waiting to see who's going to be the last one to find success, because the longest it can go is 7. We're already pushing 4, going 5.
Yeah, this one definitely feels like it could be one that goes the distance. Hot and cold from both teams. We've seen Evo and Diaz dominate. We've seen Zach and Reveal dominate, but now does seem to be settling in potentially for a full distance affair. But now all the pressure back on SSG. Can they bounce back and have a breakaway game? Yet again, Reveal, who was so good with his flip resets, was a non-factor in this game, and you saw how good Diaz was, and also the effectiveness of the physicality from Evo, being up there, being a disruptor. It looked like they were so comfortable in that game and ended up having a comfortable stat line as well. So ball is back in SSG's court. What are they going to do with it?
We'll see here. I mean, to be completely fair, even when not real good was running away with things, SSG still had a very solid performance. It didn't feel like they were just completely getting away from themselves. It just felt like they were getting red. We'll see how much closer they can play this ball here. Zach's playing it fairly close. Gets past one, off backboard, double down. There's your progress.
Gets the reset, back down to the ground, goes high. Diaz is thinking maybe Zach will go for a flip reset. Maybe he'll shoot it top shelf, but Zach had other plans. Goes for that double tap read up and over Diaz. Tough angle to make, but Zach makes it look easy. And now having to force to play defense. Evo with the contest. Ball pinched out. Zach will trust Reveal to clear it up to him, but puts the ball out of reach, and now possession for Diaz.
Diaz is taking it to the air. First challenge from Zach. Gonna have Evo playing for the clear. And that clear does give them a little bit of time to get back into position, although Zach's gonna just stop it all there. Bobbing and weaving past one, almost two. Reveals bump could give shot opportunity. It's a floater towards net, out into the corner.
Reveal trying to get this back. You can see it's a little awkward now. Ball out to Diaz. Diaz is shot up and over Reveal. Zach and Reveal get tangled up. The back pass was too late, and Evo messed up their plans.
There's been a handful of moments where they're opting for that back pass too, and I think it was very valid to think that at some point they were going to start to read them and use it to their advantage. They do in that moment. They're tied game overall, first minute in.
Evo being such a successful disruptor in these last few games. Boom up the gut. Zach trying to skim it. Diaz slowing it down. Reveal shut down by Evo. Zach has the half flip from a standstill. Here's the demo. Open net goal. Thanks to that demo by Reveal.
It's a big demo too, because a lot of the times they've been searching either for the boost steal or the cut. Finding those demos though on the rotation out is keeping Space Station ahead of the game as far as having to go against this pretty solid defense from Not That Good.
Not real good going for a kickoff strategy. It's very close to working, but now have to defend this. Zach will take it all the way back. Zach doing his best Diaz impression. There's the reset. Diaz says, you can't use my move against me.
I'm also curious too, because his boost is one of the more like completely screened out ones. I don't know if it's messing with the front touch on his car when he's going forward. I'm sure 95% of the time it's just straight muscle memory.
I know at times some boosts I've used in the past, at that perfect angle, you're completely blinded.
That's how it looked.
Right into your camera. Diaz, the corner. SSG have this 1-goal lead as we hit the halfway point. Reveal. Touch into a reset. So much power on the reset. Zach had to hit the brakes, wasn't ready for it. How did Reveal get that much power? And now the back pass attempted again. Evo again trying to break it up. Reveal off the ceiling. Oh, and gets a little touch and he messed up Zach's shot.
Oh, just a little awkward and it costs them. Evo was trying to drive it all the way back. They wanted the quick transition, not the cleanest of the 50 dunk.
Zach with a low 50 sees Diaz last back, fighting through contact, lets the ball down, positions behind it. When he saw Diaz jump, go for the side flip challenge high, he knew he had him.
2-0 up for SSG. This is a good place to be if you're them. Zach to the sidewall to himself, out into the corner. Right now, not that good. They really want the clear, but you can see SSG inching forward, quicker and closer rotations, although this one's on back. No demo, but almost enough, but the shot is wide.
Evo for a flick, shot down, reveal low boost, tap forward. Zach getting that back boost. Corner coming up for him. Up the gut, will try to land, gets the shot. This one's gonna be up, over, and in.
What? Run this back.
Diaz turned and did not expect Zach to stay in the play. Thought Zach was empty. Thought maybe he'd try to rotate out. But as soon as he turns, Zach just jumps right away. There's that speed showing itself yet again. Now off kickoff. Will be one right back. Not real good, not giving up.
It is one of those goals that you see in ranked all the time that kind of has you like, dang, like, okay, throw my hands up for a second there. Deserved that for not staying a little bit further back on that. SSG now only up by 2. Every lead immediately responded to so far.
Reveal, immediately using that reset, landing a bump. Diaz trying to dribble. Reveal getting back. There is a demo, so time running out here for Evo and Diaz. Diaz going for the bump. Evo with the reset. Had support from Diaz, putting the pressure on from behind. And the lead is cut to just 1.
Such a well-executed play, too. I mean, just from Evo's standpoint alone, right? Taking the reset to carry it under and take your time with it. But for Diaz to have the awareness that, hey, my job at this point is just really mess with the SSG back line. They only trail by 1 here, and it's gonna be 9. It's a tied game.
The comeback is here. Diaz, late flip. He gets the touch, then flips behind it to get that 50 angle. And this is a tilter for SSG. It looked like they had done enough. But like we had mentioned before, in 2v2s, those leads can melt away quickly.
30 seconds left now. Has to go for the 1v1. Lost the second challenge and lost the possession. There's a Diaz shot, and it's an Evo goal together. Back up by 1. Look at that. I thought Evo might have gotten a touch on it, but no, it's just enough off the mark.
Almost doesn't go in, but a disastrous double dive into the corner. Another tilting error, now a kickoff goal! It was sniffed out by Diaz. He was expecting some shenanigans. You could see the slowdown, the slow kickoff attempted, but Diaz calls the bluff.
Sometimes you don't gotta think that hard about it. And with 20 seconds left and that 2-goal lead, not that good. Seem to be carrying all the momentum headed into their match point. Unless SSG have something to say about it here.
Wow. What a showing from Diaz and Evo. Working like a well-oiled machine. You've got Diaz, who can score anything, and you've got Evo, who's a thorn in the side of the defense, who's also quite mechanical himself. Working together beautifully now on match point, a chance to secure their spot in the grand final. SSG was many people's top team, especially after their incredible win against LJ and Chronic yesterday. Perhaps, though, they finally met their match, and it's not real good.
Oh, man, it is such a good showing from not real good. I mean, look at this. Diaz pushing that 1,000-point mark, 996 to his name, 8 shots alone from him. It is just, you start taking into consideration too, like I hate to bring it up again, but the ping dip, what he is doing feels like you're doing it with one hand behind your back. Most players would never even attempt it on that much, right? You complain when you start pushing the 20 to 35 mark on ping. He's full sending at 100.
Yeah, the only people with an arm behind their back is the opponents of Diaz, because he's got him in a jiu-jitsu hold, and they're about to tap out. I don't think they can take the pain much longer. Well, we see a reversal, though. SSG, we know they have it in them. They've shown it in this series. But in that last game, the meltdown from SSG, they give up that lead. Not real good. Come back, get the victory. Will the tilt be too much to overcome, or will we see a Game 7?
I definitely do anticipate SSG putting up a very strong fight. They've got to have learned, you know, at least from that last one. They do make quick adjustments here. Zach over 1, Diaz with another big clear. But the last time we saw SSG in this position was against SUP. They had to do that Game 5 reverse sweep on them. So they do have capability and mentality to pull off at least just pushing this to a Game 7.
Evo trying to chase it down. Gets a chip towards net. Is Reveal going to be back? No, Reveal! Surprised that he even had to play defense. Had full faith that Zach was going to get that stop. Missed the mid boost as well, so was heading towards the corner, and that was enough. That was enough to open up the gap in the defense.
That's one of those ones you're going to think about for a second there, especially if they can't respond quickly here. Reveal.
I mean, it's going to at least tilt tilt SSG big time. Reveal not only misses the mid boost, but also Zach not getting a hand on it. Both players going to be probably annoyed with one another and themselves. So not the way you want to give up that first goal. Looks like this one could end here on Neo Tokyo, but not real good, taking out a pair of tournament favorites.
And it is still pretty early to be making those calls, but just with the way things have been going, it feels that way. Diaz down, quick follow from Evo, but Zach's 50 goes on center, and there's your tie.
Much needed bounce back. Evo tried to chip that over, gets stuffed immediately. All is forgiven. SSG equalize. We're back to square footing.
Diaz from the sidewall tries to make the center. Evo taking his shot. Save from Zach.
That was a ridiculous save to make on low boost. And now rebound chance. Zach slots it. Zach is pulling SSG back into this series.
I knew from that first goal when I saw Reveal bite his nail, it's like this little reset. It's like a self-restart on how they approach this game. They've done it. They've dug their way back very quickly into a lead again. Here comes Diaz's challenge. It's missed and weaved by Reveal and Zach together on one.
Boost stolen by Zach. Evo trying to flick it out, trying to get some breathing room. Does land a bump, giving Diaz the ball. Diaz half a tank. Flick. Didn't do much, but now ball back in the hands of Evo. Diaz denying boost from Zach. Can Evo cook? Evo, the fake goes low. Tie ball game.
What? Just straight up play. Look at this. Takes his time, reset down. Both members of SSG in some form and fashion had committed and realized that the power on that was going straight under both of them.
Great work by Diaz. He was able to steal that corner boost. He was able to make things so awkward, doing the job that Evo normally is the one doing for this team, playing that disruptor role. Evo finishing the job with that space created by Diaz. And especially after successfully coming back in that last game, it seems like the confidence is there for Evo and Diaz. The belief is there. And another nice save from Evo, half flip 50. And now it's another touch as they're desperate to get boost as SSG tries to kickstart a counterattack.
Yeah, I feel like that's definitely been the difference maker between the two, like you were talking about, Evo and Diaz being able to flip-flop on who's really that first disruptor. SSG have been pretty stuck in their roles right now. Reveal leading the charge, now having to go back, sends it back to the wall. Here's another attack and another shot.
Evo going to be slow to the play, camped out on the mid boost. He's contested. Diaz goes for the back hit, picking up the corner. Smart play from Diaz to keep possession to get boost, but he's bumped off the ball from Zach. Reveal deep back. Evo gets the boost, trying to control the ball. Good control from Evo. The 50 as well, and he's going to steal that corner. Promising attack starting for Not Real Good.
That final 90 coming through at Tide. Everybody's had ample amount of opportunity to take their shots. Zach resets, slows it down just a tiny bit, enough for Not Really Good to almost regain possession. They play the back pass and the clear here on low boost. Should be enough for Not Really Good to get into position.
Evo looking for Diaz. Diaz gonna do some work here. There's a 50. Ball for Evo. Diaz trying to bump. Lovely control in the air from Evo. Goes for the 50. The 50 just off target. Diaz and Evo both low boost. A chance for Zach. Zach, a light shot. Easy for Diaz to save.
And at this point, SSG is going to take every single shot. They're going to force Not Really Good to deplete all resources that they've gathered from their end of the field. 1v1, shot off the backboard. Because that demo comes through, Zach's going to be a little late, and they got to replay it just a little bit slower.
Evo doesn't get a hand up. This is a chance for Reveal. Diaz last back. Diaz gets beat. Reveal with the go-ahead goal. 17 seconds left. It looks like SSG might do enough to force Game 7.
Patience absolutely on the side of SSG. Like I said, they're just really letting Not Real Good play around on their end and just wear themselves out. But off the kickoff, opportunity taken away as Diaz's shot was denied onto the corner there. Another center goes out to the opposite end. 7 seconds on the clock in possession with SSG. It is not looking real good right now. 2 seconds to go. And SSG, if they can put this on the ground, get one more chance.
This one is going the distance. It will be settled on Champions Field, and this already feels like a grand final. And you really do feel like whoever can make it out of this series alive might be the favorite going into the grand final. High level of gameplay. The drama has been there. The incredible individual effort plays have been there. What a hard-fought battle this has been.
Oh my gosh, I mean, you just look back at it, you're gonna see it in the replays too, obviously, but so back and forth between the two. Not Real Good. They had so many moments of just pure momentum on this team. You said it best. I mean, they do a great job of going back and forth between the two and really having SSG question who's going to be the one to come at them with the bump or the demo or anything like that. But as soon as SSG boxed them into their side, really had them tangled up on defense, it just kind of became a no question that SSG was just doing a lot more when they had possession of that ball.
And Reveal, again, having his immaculate flip resets make such a big impact on the game. Now we are down to the final game of the series. Game 7 winner goes to the grand finals for a chance to make it to the World Championship. Let's lock in.
Well, straight off kickoff, you get a couple demos and a lot of aggression from both ends of the field. Everybody wants it. This is where the pressure is going to start to amount for SSG and NRG. It's a battle of willpower at this point. You've made it to the end.
Reveal does stop. Diaz in that 1v1 also picks up the back corner. Diaz low boost, doesn't even have a pad. Finally picks one up, but it's too late. Reveal is shooting it into his net. SSG strike first.
This is what I'm also going to be anticipating from SSG. Anytime this ball goes up in the air, you got to be ready for one of those two to just full send it, for the most part, on target. And it will be. And it'll go in your net if you are playing way too close as far as not real good is concerned.
Demo, this will be Reveal with time. Take it all the way back. From his own back wall, will he go for the solo or try to dish it off? Reveal, playing for a rebound. Zach contesting. Reveal has no boost, only a small pad. Zach will try to hit Reveal in open space, but Evo's there. Diaz also on the hunt. Evo will poke it down. A bump on Evo will give Zach a little bit of space. Now reset. Picked up by Diaz. Diaz handing it off to Evo. Evo had picked up that corner boost, was trying to use it. Now Zach, chance to cut. Fakes it. Reveal, going for a double. What an angle that was, but Diaz pinches it off his own bar to keep it out. Unbelievable defense there from Diaz.
Another shot's going to come through, but Diaz will keep it out, but that's not stopping the pressure here. SSG, they are still pushing their way forward, holding on to that lead. They want a chance in the final against a new opponent, someone they haven't seen yet, but for not real good, this is the newest one. After this, it's a rematch. It's a shot.
And if somehow Not Real Good manages to battle back, they owe Diaz everything. That stand on defense, back-to-back saves were unreal. So much pressure to do that in a game 7 as well. To keep this to just a 1-goal deficit, that is something else. Now Diaz on the offensive end, bumped off the ball. Zach will try to push it far. Evo over to Diaz. Diaz picking up the mid. Diaz will turn. Heavy first touch, and now Diaz on the hunt. Zach somehow comes out on top with a demo.
These challenges from SSG have been so clean. 50ing and staying out mid, possession with them. Almost under one. Evo wants to clear it out, but another, again, a challenge from Zach keeps this with SSG for now as this one goes up in the air, falls back into their hands, and Not Real Good. Not doing a great job of holding on to this ball. You're counting down to the final 2 minutes. Still trailing as another shot towards net.
Good boost denial. Mid boost also denied. Evo will try to get this over to Diaz. Diaz with some bumps. Panic moment here from SSG. Reveal dives. He's out of the play for a moment. Zach will buy some time with a high lob downfield. And now Evo has to be careful. Ball out off the side. Diaz going to try to keep it close.
Air ball here for Evo to go and try and catch. To himself off the ceiling, reset forward, reveal out into the side. And Diaz and Evo trying to find themselves once again, but that clear all the way upfield is going to waste some precious time that Not Real Good needs.
Diaz up alone. Hard shot towards net. Saved by Reveal. Diaz demoed. Evo trying to control it. Ball given up. Diaz will have the ball in space. A few small pads. He's trying to collect them. Zach first to the ball. Pop up. He gets it past as well, but it's off the bar. Just off target.
Even with the shots being taken, SSG, they have Not Real Good with their backs against the wall. Zach just wants another touch on this. It will 50 forward and again waste more time. Final 30 seconds in front of both of these teams. Winner headed to the grand final.
Diaz on the reset, back down to the ground. The pass in field, intercepted by Zach. Can he get this goal? Zach slows it down, opts to waste time, off the ceiling. Now to Diaz. Evo, not much boost, will try to go up and bump. There's the 50, back out, Evo on 0. It bounces for him. Diaz has no boost either, and that's gonna be it. SSG survive
and are heading to the grand finals.
What a performance from these two. It felt like it could waver, but like we said, this was absolutely going to be one of the closest matchups we've seen. Two of definitely the top 4 performances we've gotten so far in SSG. I mean, you just gotta hand it to them to be able to hold your own like that. When the pressure started to come down to it, they avoided Diaz and Evo going on the attack in that final game there, and it absolutely paid off.
What a test. What a series. That was so entertaining from everybody out there. Lots of great moments. SSG having games they dominate. Not real good having games where they soar ahead. And it just goes to show you how good all those players from SSG are. And Evo also held his own, but we're not done yet. We got more series coming up after the break.
Keith, I want to try an experiment.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents, I want you to try a game called Rocket League.
Ooh, is it a puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer.
Okay.
With a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
But you said think of...
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Username, huh? How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember easily, so.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit. Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
The magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
rock star. You won't get far. And I know you're confused. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Oh man, what a lie, what a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield, 1974.
An instant classic of a series all the way to Game 7. Champions Field, one goal determined who advanced to the grand finals, but ultimately SSG able to come out on top, barely edging out their teammate Diaz and the new star Evo here. We've got reveal on the broadcast. Sir, you had a great series. That was pretty incredible to watch out there. What was the hardest part of that win for you? What were Diaz and Evo doing that was like difficult to deal with?
They were just challenging balls, so we just had to realize that they were doing that and just play around it, honestly.
Okay. So are you in free play or are you in ranked right now?
I'm in ranked.
In ranked. And incredible that you could multitask like this. What was it like going up against your teammate Diaz in the top 4? Did it make it more fun, or what? Did you hate to knock your friend out like that?
I hated to knock my friend out. You know, I want to see him do good. But what are you and the boys gonna do to kind of remind him he's a part of the team now? Because I mean, you got X-Spear too. I mean, I feel it was kind of like friendly fire here. We're probably all gonna take him out on like a nice date, just us, and then have some flowers ready for him.
That's a good plan. That'll work. I've heard that move works. I want to let you get back to your ranked grind because you do have a grand finals coming up here. Cheese and Talk or First Killer and Atomic. Who do you think you're facing in the grand finals?
You know, if I answered that, X-Spear will spank me.
Really? Okay. Well, I can't have that be on my shoulders here. So, sir, thanks so much for the interview. Good luck in the ranked game. See you in the grand finals.
Thank you.
All righty, they are ready to go and it's staying locked in.
I need to set a petition for us to interview somebody else.
One of the interviews of all time.
Of reveal interviews. Okay.
What are you talking about?
Practice makes perfect. We got a lot of good intel. So for me, I'm excited to follow up. Be like, what kind of flowers did you get? How much?
Yeah, they're taking on a date.
What kind of date are we talking about here? Is this like a go-karts or a? Are we talking about like a?
So you just need more time. That's what you're saying. You just need more time.
No, I'm saying I can't wait to find out what happens in the sequel.
That's not nothing. Nothing is happening.
They're not gonna.
Nothing's gonna happen if you don't tune into the show.
Okay. You know what?
I thought he gave us a lot to follow up on.
Propaganda.
I thought he gave us a lot to follow up on.
Dazzrin, when you play as well as Reveal was playing in this series, I think you can kind of do whatever you want in the interview. I like Zach was excellent too, but man, the way Reveal stepped up in these final few games, these goals you're seeing on your screen right now, the difference between them being in the grand finals and sitting at home right now.
Listen, I guess you could say it was playing well. To me, it's not looking like they're going to have much of a chance in the finals, okay?
Really?
To me, I feel like not that good. They kind of knew they could have won that one. But unfortunately, you play the games for a reason, so they couldn't come out on top with it. But for me, I mean, we're looking at these two matchups this next matchup we're going to have right now. I feel like we might have the finals right here. I think whoever's coming out on top of this one's going to win. I'm just saying right now.
I'm telling you right now, there's still one team in this tournament that hasn't lost, and they're already in the grand finals. It's going to be a banger no matter how it goes down, folks. But also, speaking of Rocket League competition that sounds like fun, the Jinxie Rocket League tournament got announced just a few minutes ago, folks. It's going to be a great time. I hope you guys can tune in on Sunday, June 21st, 5 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to have a 3v3 draft style tournament, 8 captains picking teams in 2 rounds of a snake draft and then competing it out in classic content creator fashion. And the drops are going to be on, folks, the sky blue Affluenter decal, which we've been seeing in pretty much every match today, is going to be a drop you can earn. Also, the Jinxie Basil Wright decal that players can otherwise only get by playing against Jinxie, High Vise, Musty, or Squishy. You're going to be able to get that through the drop because obviously it's pretty hard to stream snipe when there's that much competition going on. So lots more to come too as well. Stay tuned to social media for more details, but I'm excited about it. I hope you guys are too. The bracket is shaping up nicely. Only 3 duos remain in North America, which will earn the opportunity to challenge Reveal and Zach for the title of North American 2v2 champion. Cheese and Talk versus Atomic and First Killer going to be the next matchup here. But I don't know that, James, I really enjoyed watching that series. DeMar might have thought it was kind of.
I honestly am like, what series was he watching? I thought that was a great series, and Diaz and Evo looked unbelievable in the series before it. I thought both teams played really well, and so I'm not so sure. I think that Reveal and Zach could very well be the duo that represents North America. But I have been saying all weekend that I do believe Atomic and First Killer are the best. But I am still surprised.
Do you hear this? Do you hear this like nothing burger of what James is saying?
No, you are. You said that. You were saying that you didn't think that series looked good. You were saying you didn't think that series looked good. That felt like a grand final to me.
We can keep arguing about it, or we can let them play, folks. Let's get them out on the field. Tequeños on one side, all on the other. Cheese and Talk versus Atomic and First Killer. I do think, Daz, we can all agree at this point that the 3 best squads in the tournament are the 3 squads still alive.
Yes, that much we can agree on. I mean, you take a look at Cheese and Talk, and I think only Wave on Friday was the one who really had to snipe on them, saying that, this could be an underrated squad. And so far, I think he's proven himself correct. They've been definitely kind of, I would say, slept on Friday, except for getting the upset on NRG. Then you go into Saturday, and then, of course, it's just these comebacks that they're making when they're down in series, put on match point. Like, you can never count them out, and you have to close out. Now, if there is a team that is going to close out, it is Tequeños. You heard it on the interview earlier with Wave interview First Killer, great interview. And First Killer said it himself. Discipline is what's important in a matchup. I think when they go, if Tequeños get all in a match point situation, they're closing the door.
But can they get it to that match point situation here, folks? Will it be the same story in 2v2 for First Killer, or does he play for the title of 2v2 North American champion with a spot at the World Finals to play for World Championship? All of these players still have that dream in the back of their minds, but James, they're gonna have to push that to the back right now. They can't sit there and think about the glory. They got to focus on the gameplay that is right in front of them.
Yeah, this isn't even the grand final. You still got one more step after this. Got to keep focusing on the game in front of you. I think for me, I've been very impressed at the resilience of this AW team with Talk and Cheese. You saw the comebacks they were able to pull off, and really, I mean, if they lose that series to Daniel in Beast Mode, who knows what this tournament looks like. So they've had some incredible victories under pressure. They continue to find ways to win, but this is it. This is gonna be all coming to a head here In my opinion, the best team in the tournament with Atomic and First Killer. That is going to be their opponent. So it's going to be tough.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll make our predictions here. I feel like James just gave it to us, but Daz, let's start with you here, and we'll get back to James so we can say all that again here in a second. Daz,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just give me Tequeños, and then we could just let James just fill in the rest of the time until we go through. I'm Tequeños all the way. All the way.
Okay.
Yeah,
James?
so I think this is the real NRG team. This is the honorary NRG team. So you could probably even use the NRG logo if you wanted to even just switch the name. But for the predictions, yes, we'll say Tequeños, but I am predicting NRG. My man Atomic.
They were in the tournament.
Yes, and they're still in it. Atomic. He's carrying the banner, baby. Give me NRG.
How that works there. Also, I don't understand how you guys are like this confident that it's going to be Tequeños. This is First Killer in top 4. We've seen him here plenty of times. It's never quite worked out, including in the 1v1s. I'm just saying, you just were gassing up that like, wow, Wave was right. The Cheese and Talk, really great pick there. You know what? And honestly, they've been having the ice the whole tournament, so obviously it's going to be Tequeños. What are you talking about, Daz? Give me my boys on the awe. Give me Cheese and Talk. I think they got to take this one down, folks. What a run it would be if they were able to make it there. And it'd be the two teams I was calling out at the top that would be in the grand final. So man, I'd feel so smart. Who cares about that?
I like that, chat. Give me the 60. I want the what is it? The 80-30, 70-30. Give me the 70-30. I'll take Corelli's favorite number. We'll take that too. Listen. Everyone knows how Tequeños been looking throughout the day. They've been looking like an unstoppable force. They're going up against an immovable object with all, though. I think it's going to be a banger. That being said, like I said, whoever wins this one is going to represent North America. Of course, they gotta beat SSG. I think they're gonna do it. I won't be on the desk after.
The disrespect.
You can't say that, James. You can't say you don't know because you literally just said.
I don't feel as confident.
I
don't feel as confident. I feel like it's gonna be a close one. If Tequeños gets by. It's going to be tough. So with the way SSG's playing, I think they're playing very well.
They're the best teams. They're the best teams, and somehow we're just throwing around the disrespect like they can't do it. I think it's going to be a great match, and I can't wait for the grand finals. Either way, it's going to be a barn burner. Hopefully, we get 3 Game 7s in a row here, folks. Let's see it. Cheese and Talk taking on First Killer Atomic for a shot at SSG for the title of NA 2v2 champion.
Aw, well, I guess at this point we might as well get another banger. It's Aw versus Tequeños. It's Herc. It's Bass. It's literally going to be another incredible semifinal.
I'm ready for it, and really kind of surprised at the conversation that the desk was having prior to this as well. You'd think that the undefeated team, the last one remaining, would come into this the favorites. Somehow, they are the underdogs. Underdogs or not, though, they'll score first.
Oh my gosh. I mean, listen, I don't think that they see themselves as underdogs by any means, especially after the performance that they have had. Aw is truly just been so much fun. I feel like Cheese and Talk are definitely riding a high, and especially anytime you come into something as an underdog and you've been finding so much success, teams like Atomic and First Killer are just an exciting challenge ahead of you.
Absolutely. I mean, both of these teams, I do agree with Daz wholeheartedly about stating whoever wins this is going to be the rep. These two teams have been on fire. SSG finally got some push against them and wasn't the best performance. Atomic, though, he's been tested this entire tournament, and he always passes with flying colors. Quick equalizer. We're tied up at 1-1, only 30 gone.
Atomic and First Killer are also like one of those teams where it's like you dream up wanting to see them play together in an official tournament setting like this, and the fact that it has happened and they are doing this well has been really something special to see. But I will say, saves like that from Talk and Cheese are gonna make this series a lot closer than you guys are gonna realize.
I'm going to try to maybe settle us down a little bit here. After the scoring frenzy through the first 30, we get a little bit of normal Rocket League now. Maybe some redirects. Last second, top right. And just off the bar and out. I am astonished She's held his composure and didn't jump. And it might be to his better, as on the other end, now he gets a chance. It's turned away into the corner, and Talk actually not going to commit to that play. Maybe he should have, because instead he'll get sent to the graveyard. Atomic going to try to get this off the half. Cheese with a good 50, but FK back in time. Where's Talk? lurking, taking his time as well. Going to probably try to muscle through with a 50, but his teammate's been demoed, so they won't get a follow-up, at least not initially. She's to the backboard looking for interference. First killer won't even give Talk the shots. And yeah, after a little bit of chaos here, both teams starting to find their opportunities.
Yeah, everybody's just kind of starting to get their footing here. Another shot from First Killer going to be a little bit wide, and the follow-up will go in from Atomic. And like you said, it's everybody just kind of starting to get their ground. Both of these teams extremely hyper-aggressive when they want to be and successful with it. As far as Awe is concerned, they have had the challenge to be able to go up against this. This is the team that took down the actual NRG in Game 5. So Atomic's teammates, and then of course First Killer is always going to be next in line in that top NA conversation, let alone the world. So for Cheese and Talk, this is just about remembering who you are, that you have beaten some of the best players in the world already to get here. You just got to be avoiding each other. You don't want to have any of those team bumps like we just saw as they trail by 1.
They've been playing pretty cohesively so far, but I do have to agree, it's little mistakes that have cost teams throughout this tournament. It's not necessarily these egregious errors here or there, but allowing the pressure to dissipate, giving extra space to teams that don't necessarily need it and not challenging at the right moment. It's been a pattern of problem for pretty much everybody throughout the day. I don't expect Cheese and Talk to do that, though. They talked about it yesterday in their interview. Cheese literally just said, Talk, do what you want. Just have full faith in yourself and go crazy, and it worked out. That's how these guys have to play. They have to let Talk just kind of get off the leash and do what he wants, and Cheese has got to back him up no matter the circumstances. Easier said than done when you're facing the reigning world champion and then First Killer, arguably the greatest talent to never win a LAN in the history of RLCS. So, Talk, let's see what you got. Maybe a pass out to Cheese could get you guys back into this game. Tied ball game indeed. Cheese will steal the goal, though, and it's 2-2.
I mean, at least for them, it's a little fun in those scenarios. They're not caring too much about stat padding or anything like that, but First Killer bumping into Talk, I mean, at that point, you're thanking Cheese that he just got it in before they raced back. Tied game all the way around, and I mean, like you said, this is about letting this Awe team find out who is really in their pop-off moment. Yesterday was all about Talk. We're waiting to see if Cheese can have another one today like we did back during the group stage. Both of these teams respectfully came out of their groups as the 2 seed. As far as Awe was concerned, though, not only, like I said, did they take down the actual NRG, they took down the fake NRG too in reverse sweep. So this is one to look out as far as momentum in having the stamina to go against these teams. I'm waiting to see for Tekenyos to really kind of like lock in here and take a lead, but for now it looks like it belongs to Talk.
I would not call that locking in, unfortunately. Real awkward out of midfield here. 2 players commit, so you'd imagine Atomic would have extra time to be able to read this off the backboard, but just doesn't find a touch. Talk is there, immediately secures it, and this is what we've talked about. It's little errors here or there. In moments where the pressure is the highest, can you survive? You'd imagine a team like First Killer and Atomic wouldn't, react to any sort of pressure against them, but instead, they might give up another goal. Cheese headhunting, Atomic's awkward, and Talk will find one more. It's 4-2.
This is such a domino effect too, because off the kickoff, First Killer had opportunity to just go, but he hesitated in a much wanted way. He wanted to go for the 1v1, ends up losing it. And Cheese had opportunity to go make some disruption. Talk, he's been solo playing galore throughout this weekend. It just was not the right call in that scenario, but for Awe, you take what you get and you continue to extend the lead.
Take what you get and you don't get upset. We all know that nursery rhyme as a child, and it still rings true to this day and in this match. Minute to go here, and it does kind of feel like Atomic and First Killer have left some opportunities at the table. In comparison, Cheese and Talk are just in sync. Perfect 50, and Cheese does not hesitate on the follow-up.
Not at all, and that's exactly the kind of confidence that you got to have against 2 incredible players like Atomic and First Killer. You just got to be ready to absolutely strike. They do. They give themselves a 3-goal lead into the final minute of play here in Game 1.
Oh, and they might just get another one here. Talk off kickoff immediately, and it is 6-2. This was 2-0, right? Am I mistaken, or was this game 2-0 in favor of Atomic and Furf Killer at one point?
If you blinked, it was for half a second there. Instead, this just looks like every other series we've seen Cheese and Talk in. They kind of have the time and space to learn about their opponents, and they run with it. This is now falling onto Atomic and First Killer to really find a way to make Cheese and Talk uncomfortable. They haven't been able to do that yet, mainly because they haven't quite even been able to get to that blue half for longer than 10 seconds at a time. This is one of the longer periods, and Cheese's touch is gonna give First Killer a little bit of space. Talk already up, this one over, and Tequeños give themselves a little bit of hope.
Find themselves back into this game, but potentially a little too late. 25 seconds left on the clock. I mean, we've seen crazy things. Again, the start of this weekend was one of the wildest comebacks in North American history. I don't suspect that Tequeños are going to count themselves out in a moment like this. And that's a decent kickoff, too, and a crazy pinch. Unfortunately, though, I don't think it's actually going to be the benefit of anybody on Tequeños, and in the time it has taken me to explain the scenario, I think that the opportunity has passed. 3 goals, 10 seconds. I don't think it's happening. Game 1 definitely going in favor of Team Aw.
Yeah, it definitely belongs to them, and rightfully so. It was earned by all means. They made Tequeños awkward. They made them kind of run around themselves, and now it is on First Killer and Atomic to really take what information they've gotten out of that Game 1 and adjust into the next. The fact that there was, 12 shots alone from Tequeños, and it felt like we didn't even see that many, right? They shot the same amount that Cheese and Talk did, yet somehow Cheese and Talk are shooting for 50%. They look great. All that feels, on target seems to go in. I don't even know what to do. They're not playing bad, Bass. Just Cheese and Talk are playing better.
That's not been egregious errors. Again, like we talked about, there's mistakes here and there, and yeah, they give up some goals from that, but you can't attribute all 6 goals to minor mistakes, just being like, get them next time, but stuff like that. This is straight up that they just got outplayed in this game. This was a good game from Tequeños. It was a better game from Aw. The offense was better. The defense was better. And the big thing we keep talking about is the synergy between the two of them. Talk and Cheese have full faith in one another. If a player makes a singular play, there will be a follow-up to it almost instantaneously, whether it's a 50 in front of the net or defense where somebody makes a good save and then it has to be cleared out immediately afterwards. They've done a great job of doing exactly that. So I'm a little concerned, man. I'm a little bit concerned that Tequeños are maybe just getting outplayed stylistically at the moment. They're going to need to lock in and adjust.
I feel like that is a very, very valid concern, because the matter of the fact is that is the truth. Stylistically, they work better with what they are bringing to the table right now, to the field. And then as far as Atomic and First Killer are concerned, what they have brought is almost a ranked game energy. And I'm sure you guys know what I mean by that. It's like you have your friend that you know you'll win with probably 7, 8 times out of 10. The problem is Cheese and Talk, they discovered each other and went, oh, no, this is like a 9 times, 10 times out of 10 situation. You look at a team and every once in a while, you just kind of know it's their weekend. And I think after defeating not one, but both NRGs this weekend in the way that they did, they are absolutely on a rampage.
Yeah, they're feeling good. They're playing well. It's not surprising to see. And apparently Talk's also got a buddy that's going to give him a little bit of a buff. We appreciate production for highlighting our little cactus friend here. I would also maybe appreciate it if we get a little more insight, though, to what's going on with First Killer and Atomic here, because we've seen them go down like this before. So I'm curious to see if they're going to make drastic changes in between games, because Atomic's spoken about it. Him and FK have, similar ideas of how they want to play twos. They've been pretty synergistic for the most part. So to see them somewhat discombobulated in that last game felt odd. So you have to imagine they've gone back to the drawing board at least a little bit here. I don't want them to rewrite the script necessarily, but this does need some adjustments in this second game.
I'm looking at their head-to-heads right now, and the only one that has had a different result, as far as both of them having the similar matchups, was that Not Real Good team. That was one where Cheese and Tuck came out successfully, and as far as Atomic and First Killer were concerned, it was a loss. So it might be like that small bit of statistical edge that they've got over FK and Atomic right now. But as far as history, the world loving your name and who you are, they've got the upper hand. I'm sure players like Cheese, like Tuck, absolutely look up to players like Atomic and First Killer. So that, even on the emotional end of things, is another driving point in the snowball effect of this series. So we'll see if First Killer and Atomic make some adjustments headed into this game too, or do Cheese and Tuck just continue to reign free off leash?
Find out. Game number 2 here, an important one, I would say, for Atomic and First Killer to just kind of prove that they can not only hang with this LS squad, but can make the adjustments necessary to compete against them. Never mind. I take all that back. Or they can just score off a kickoff.
This is the FK and Atomic we were waiting for. Atomic off the sidewall gets his challenge. Talk hit like full committed on the front 2. Probably not the best call, but he was already so close to the play, you might as well have taken the chance. And Tekenyo's get a free one off the first kickoff.
Just, again, it's one of those, stuck between a rock and a hard place decisions for Talk. You're already pushed up that far. You might as well make the commitment, but in doing so, you're basically accepting the fact you're not going to get a touch on this. Oh, Dog, we might need to just talk about your midfield challenges as a whole right now. They are not working out, and neither are your attempts off the backboard. A couple of misses in a row for Talk. He's going to have to do something here. Cheese can't get the balls. Talk going to make the save. He finally will. And let's return to normalcy maybe after what on earth was this first 30 seconds?
My goodness. Okay, for starters, something should go in for Tekenyo's at this point, but otherwise you were just making all look like they have the greatest defensive plan on the planet. He's got his flip, Cheese and Talk still keeping him out of it. At this point, you've got only, despite this, 3 registered saves, feeling a lot closer to 10 after everything that just goes down, and the pressure is still on. Off the backboard and a shot, and it is a finally kind of goal for Atomic.
I do really love plays like this because it shows how effective compounding awkwardness is in 2v2. It all started with that initial awkward play off the backboard for both Cheese and Talk, and after that, it just continued to waterfall as more boost was stolen, more boost was required for challenges mid-air, and it just never got away from that super awkward feeling that Cheese and Talk were trying to avoid. It's great here for First Killer and Atomic, though. This is exactly how they wanted to not only start off the game, but respond to the last loss. Again, they had the lead, I believe, at one point in that game, and then let it dissipate, and not only disappear entirely, but get to a 6-2 lead against them. So much better from Atomic and First Killer so far here. There's still over half the game to play, so I'm not going to call it not by a long shot, but we do need to see Cheese and Talk kind of, again, return to their usual form. This has not been a great showing so far.
Yeah, I think definitely between the two, it's Talk really that in this game 1 and 2 has had a little bit of a change in stress coming from the amount of aggression and accuracy that the Kenyans are bringing to this game too. You've seen the hesitation on the back end, also just playing a little bit too far forward in comparison to that game 1. So now he's stuck on the back end, making the save off the 1v1 between First Killer. Like we said though, plenty of time. Although Atomic can make this much more difficult. Talk does play this one a little bit further back, but the give and take between the two is when they are in the right position now, they're on that low boost. So if it's not one thing, it's another, and they got to really get back into finding that happy medium. But as far as Atomic and First Killer are concerned, they understand that those two things make them completely awkward and out of the game.
See if they can continue on with this lead, or if we get a response out of Talk and Cheese here. 2.5 minutes to go, and something building here for all, but it will stop very quickly. First Killer instead will try it up the sidewall. He'll get challenged by Talk. No boost in the tank for either of them, though, so it's Atomic and Cheese now to try and muscle through a 50. I think technically Cheese comes out the victor of that, but it's only if Talk can do something with this. Flip resets, not going to get around FK, and Cheese is going to opt for follow-up shots. Atomic went for the boost. Cheese realized he had a shot to take, and First Killer just not expecting it and not enough resources.
I mean, it definitely was not enough resources. His first initial jump up was actually already on 0 boost. He'd only had that one pad and had used it going forward. So when he went for the jump after that, all you had at most was a double jump. It wasn't going to be high enough. Cheese's play placement just perfect enough to at least get them onto the board. We'll see what they can work with here.
Shot on target from FK, or I guess close enough to target to force Cheese into a save. A little bit awkward, actually, as Cheese is forced to retreat into net afterwards, and Talk isn't really able to clear the lines with his attempt out at midfield. Cheese will go for the demo instead. That should open up some space for Talk to work with, and it did, but unfortunately he got bumped off the balls. Cheese going to try to contain this in front of the net, keep the play going. Talk no boost, a little awkward on his touch through the corner. Atomic going to try to carry this out to midfield. Off the sidewall, he will run out of boost, which again gives Talk space to work with. This time he will get around Atomic. He will get the 50 against FK. Whereas Cheese on the follow-up, right underneath the play, maybe a bit too close to it. And FK been able to take a little bit more powerful of a shot that would have gone racing back against the blue half. But instead, we remain at a 2-1 scoreline with about a minute to go. Out to Cheese, shot on target, but FK barely blinks.
And another center here for Cheese, too. It feels like everything Cheese and Talk are throwing out to each other feel almost slow motion in comparison to what Atomic and First Killer are doing. And it's making it an easy read. Talk floats this one down to a center, but Cheese was already committed too far forward, so it's another shot attempted. These ones are being made on low boost. The demo's going to come through. That is going to be a shot in goal. And I mean, you talked about it perfectly, right? It's these micro mistakes, and now it's coming out of resource. When one commits, all you got to do is demo the other. It's the freest shot in the world. They recognize that. I feel like that's even something pretty standard for ranked overall. It's not the craziest strat on the planet out of the playbook, but it works.
The problem, again, is just that it doesn't feel as synergistic as what we had seen earlier in the series, or really earlier in this tournament. Talk and Cheese were both out at midfield for that play, and I think they both kind of called each other off like, no, this is yours, brother. You got this. I don't think Cheese had that shot, so Atomic, this time, he's the one assisting them.
What is this? Atomic, there was no boost spawns. He's already up on it. Oh, no, that's FK. I was looking at, my eyes were on Atomic the entire time.
What? Wait, you know what?
You know what? That was not First Killer. That was Fourth Killer. But First Killer's back, and he's still up by 1. He just made a quick little appearance as his old self. They're fine. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine, especially if FK can just score one back here, or honestly doesn't need to. Just keep it on the half. Doesn't help when you have an outlet pass that goes to absolutely nobody. I like the idea from Talk, but Atomic knew that one 2 ways to Sunday. And here on Champ Sunday, he's trying to survive. That's another one here for Atomic and FK in a much improved game number 2.
Not too bad overall. I will say 5 seconds is enough. You can score one in 2 seconds if you execute this one perfectly. So we'll see what we get out here. Atomics goes forward. 2 seconds goes by. And Tekenyos will take game 2.
For a moment there, I think James was having flashbacks to seeing this team, once again, do the impossible. They don't here, though, and they actually more get to the inevitable, in my opinion. This was never going to be a sweep one way or another. These are two of the most powerful teams in all of North America when it comes to 2v2. This was going to be a back and forth no matter what. The thing I didn't expect here, though, was Atomic's offensive presence. Hat trick and 10 shots. This dude was a thorn you just could not remove from the defensive off.
It's the same version of Atomic that when you're watching, World Championship NRG play, if the talent are saying the name Atomic more than they are saying Beast Mode and Daniel, you should be afraid if you are on the other end of the field. Same thing happening in this scenario. If Atomic is absolutely feeling it and First Killer lets him off leash with the security and backup to play as that second man, Talk and Cheese are in for a world of pain, and that is exactly what they experienced.
This is going to be an interesting series, as again, the micro adjustments on both sides are going to be very apparent. Game number 1 was full faith, full send attitude from everybody on Awe. That started to break down a little bit in game 2, and Tekenyos find a way to just start flexing their mechanics as well as taking advantage of those openings. But getting to game 3 here, the question becomes, how do we adjust from here on out? I have to imagine Awe is going to still stick with this more aggressive attitude and this faith in one another. I am interested to see how Atomic and FK develop what has become a much more effective offense, potentially an effective defense. They'll need it here as we get started, as already Cheese takes to the sky and almost hits an impossible angle.
Not too bad for an opening statement here, but same can be said for First Killer and Atomic. They throw this one up field. Talk off the top of his car, off ceiling and down. Atomic just going to doink that one on in. No pressure, no stakes, just one goal on the board.
Smart out of Atomic here. He gets the demo on Talk and just realizes, oh, I have all the time in the world. I don't need to make this flashy. I don't need to do anything special. I just need to put this on target. And perfect placement, perfect shot, perfect way to start the game. They continue rolling. Tequeños really have this defensive Talk and Cheese figured out.
We'll see where Talk can go with this first killer. Very clean challenge. Ball doesn't go straight back to himself, though. It's a low boost Cheese. Gonna have to fake that he had some pressure on the attack. It actually works out enough for Talk to take one. It just was a little bit wide. They will be a little frustrated with that one going out wayside, but Tequeños hold on to their one. Atomic's gonna try and turn it into two here.
I like the idea from Atomic on the 50 in front of net. I am not low. Wait a minute. I was gonna say, nope, still not.
Oh, no.
I was gonna say, still not loving how Talk and Cheese are playing here. The full send attitude has come back to bite them. I was gonna say it's also complimentary and like helpful here. No, first killer's helpful here.
Stop again. Not once, but twice. Oh my God. I mean, to be fair, if they end up winning, this game overall, I wouldn't even be that upset if that kept happening. But my goodness, it's definitely like you're shaking your head. I will say they're almost kind of forcing this out of them. There's the shot from Talk. They're forcing this out of Tequeños. That is some anxiety, coded defense from Tequeños. So that mixed with all having a structured plan of attack, this could look a lot closer to what game number 1 did.
I feel like there's a world, and I don't really know if I want to live in that world, where eventually we look back upon the 2 own goals that FK just had as like the tipping point in this series to where things start to go wrong for Tequeños. I don't think we are there yet, but it is definitely a concerning start to game 3 here, and it could get even worse if Cheese is able to do anything with that. He is not, so Talk instead will get a 50 out of midfield that bounces back to Atomic. Atomic now going to look to muscle his way through, and the net is open. Talk finds another, and oh boy, the tides are turning here, to say the least.
This is those structured plays I was talking about too. Atomic's priority in that moment was split almost too much. There was the want to bump on Cheese and get him out of the way, but Talk was going a lot more closer to what we've seen in performances past, which was play close, respond quick, and they do. That lead comes through. Cheese is going to play this one out into the corner into himself, maybe try and find a setup here for Talk as low boost. That center comes through. The shot slow.
Talk and take this one all the way back to his own half. He's got time, space, and Atomic's going to try to take that away from him. Finch does end up getting sent back into the orange half, so FK challenged quickly by Talk, but with no contact. Atomic can use this for maybe a musty flick on target. It's on target, not all that threatening though. Cheese will easily handle that. Now it's Talk's turn with open space out at midfield. He is going to flip, reset, shot on target. FK turns it away. He's the follow-up, can try for something off the ceiling, gets at least a 50 against Atomic. Where's Talk? Pops it high. Trying to read his own touch through the corner, but again, another 50. Better defense now from Tequeños. It looked a little bit awkward at times, but they seem to have returned to a standard pace of play.
The crazy thing, too, is even though that it feels like they're returning to it, Cheese and Talk are still rotating fairly well. That a lot of their resources on the end of Tequeños get taken out. They finally have what felt like a breakaway, but you got to not only bump Cheese, 50 him, and get the shot on target. They do. That's not a big ask from world champion Atomic. This is just pretty standard park reverse and in your net.
I like that from Atomic as well. Also jumping as if he has no boost to try to fake out a wave dash. Cheese ends up going immediately, but Atomic doesn't actually commit to the play, so Cheese just kind of takes himself out of it, and Atomic can shoot right over him. Again, clever mind games here. It's why we can't count out first killer and Atomic at any point throughout this series, especially when passing plays like that are starting to develop. This really has been so far a series of just minor mistakes becoming larger issues. I said usually, those glaring mistakes don't end up being the downfall of a team. This series seems to be somewhat the opposite. That own goal of FK is actually the separation between the two teams here now, as it's only one goal, now make it 2 in favor of Talk to get another.
I love this play. Talk in the far back was already annoying the heck out of first killer. So not only that did first killer have to commit on trying to carry this ball away from him, he didn't realize that the Talk is just full magnetic man behind him the entire time, just chasing and begging for that ball to be a little bit closer towards the net. Lead officially extended out to 2. Just Over a minute and a half to go here. Though Atomic and First Killer have made their adjustments and look a little bit better, it's still not the strongest it could be.
Playing well, though. They're getting shots on target. They only have about a minute 20, though, to find 2 to even see an OT. Pass out center. Atomic's going to have a ton of boost to work with. What can he do here? Flip reset. Not used. Not even really available as it's taken away by Cheese. FK throws it back out center, but in doing so, actually wastes pretty much all of his boost and forces him and his teammate all the way back. Cheese tries again off the sidewall. Okay, what you got with this one, lad? Not much. He gets good 50, though, through. That demo, though, will give them a chance. Brilliant from Atomic. All he needed to do was secure it.
It's crazy that we've gotten to the point where you can see a First Killer 50 like that and feel like it's not much, but you do still got to remember who is on his side. It's Atomic. Massive demo and follow on target. They finally put them in a little bit closer range into the final minute of play here to see if they can tie up Talking Cheese, but we'll see off kickoff. Atomic by himself. No. This one off the post, and this one's going back out mid.
I'm not really sure how Atomic even got that opportunity in the first place, but I know he's not going to be happy with the sake of missing it. He's going to try for something there. Not a lot of boost in the tank to finish the play, so doesn't get a bump, doesn't get a quality shot. Does get it back out to FK, who's got a flip reset, which is quickly taken away by Cheese. Atomic on low boost. He does not want to put himself in a 2v1 scenario, so FK is going to try to run interference. Kind of works out, but it's still his offense here for Talking Cheese, and if FK hadn't gotten that touch, that surely would have been a goal. Instead, pass out to Atomic. Some boost in the tank, tosses it to the backboard. Cheese gets in the way. FK and Atomic still lurking with 10 seconds to go. They need a shot like yesterday. They will find this to the backboard. Cheese is awkward. FK tries. Where's Atomic on the follow-up? Not there in time. Instead, it goes back out to midfield, and FK's going to keep this up. Cheese doesn't really have any boost for this. Atomic's there, and the miss off the backboard will send us to OT.
The 0-second buzzer beater, and this all comes off of pretty much all decisions that Cheese was making in that period of time, and they're very stressful ones to make it that, right? He goes up for one, it's him versus First Killer, and then he had already committed. He tried to nosedive down on it, and it was just too late. Off kickoff, it's same scenario, a flip up, but this time Cheese and Talk hand up, shot to the backboard. Can he have the space to double? No.
No boost, though, for First Killer or Atomic. Atomic finally picks up the corner, and he will try to use it to good effect. And with 2 players committing here for all, this could be a problem. Or maybe not. Talk was there, but he doesn't make any contact. Cheese tries again. Surely Talk would find a way to clear the lines with that play, but he does not. Maybe on this one he can instead. Cheese, tons of boost, tons of space. Lead block, not necessary! Whifty, and Talk takes the game.
This is the team that took down Atomic's teammates and everybody else in between. It is such a clean and executed play between the two. Their communication and synergy, like we have all been talking about, is truly and naturally just on another level. It is something that you cannot force. They just have it.
These guys are playing well, and I don't feel like we've even seen the best versions of them so far. We've talked about this. It's been awkward at moments, but Talk's coming to life. And this is the version that we also heard from Cheese saying that this is what they want to see. They want to see Talk just kind of, leash off. Shackle's gone. Rock Lee dropping him. Go crazy, young man, and see what you find. And I think it's working out. You can clearly see he has more shots than his team. He has 4 goals and 1,000 points. Yeah, he's got more saves, though, but you can really see he is the spearhead because of the 5 goals, 4 of them were assisted by Cheese. He's just tossing it to Talk over and over again, and Talk goes, thank you very much. I will do the most with it.
It's truly just, it is this duo that it just works. Everybody really wants to have that version where you can just completely feed it, head, one over the other, but my goodness. I mean, you saw what? This was, there was a moment in time where First Killer and Atomic were starting to really get into the swing of things. You saw them going, it was Atomic in particular, going for a 1v1 challenge after the other. I think once he had fumbled that first initial shot off kickoff, that could have tied it up, or at least gotten the thing closer a little bit sooner than it had. I think this might have been a different story.
We'll see what story gets painted, or I guess written here, I should say, in game number 4. This is going to be a fun one between the two teams. I have to imagine, again, for Tequeños, they recognize the importance of being able to find themselves a tied series again here. You do not want to put yourselves down with 2 games to the good in favor of Awe. They have proven themselves resilient in series like this, and you give them 4 more tries at just getting that 1 game, they should be able to find it. So lock in now and do not concede an early goal. Try as you like. They will not. Cheese going to be here on the rebound, but Talk a chance for an early shot on target. This one not going to do anything either.
No, nothing's going to come of that one. If anything, it's just going to be the same story as before. You're kind of watching these two go head-to-head until somebody gives in. Big clear there between Talk and Cheese. Although possession almost back to Tekenos. It's kind of this back and forth scenario until somebody has the time and space to be able to hold on to that ball a little bit there. But First Killer playing from behind wants to do the follow-up attempt. Will have opportunity past Cheese. No bump on Talk. This ball goes back to Orange.
A bit awkward there for Talk at a moment, but he's able to survive, and he gives his team a chance now on offense, and a drop-down pass straight out to him. FK will make the save. Loving these counterattacks we are seeing right now to Cheese and Talk. Let's see if they can maybe capitalize on a little bit of extended pressure now. Awkward touch from FK. Talk knows it, so he will challenge. Atomic doesn't have any boost here. Talk's just going to try and mess with him, and it will work as Cheese times space and picks up the corner. That's a weird pinch out. It looks like the only person to read it is Talk, so we'll steal the corner boost. Go up quickly. FK won't find a touch. Pass out center, though, read by Atomic. Clever play from Talk, just not quite able to connect with his teammate.
No, right now it's Cheese and Chalk trying to pass off to each other, but that backboard's getting read every single time, which means they're going to have to find something new to get past that Tekeno defense. Otherwise, we're going to stay stalemated until somebody makes a mistake on the defensive end for both these teams. Cheese over 1, but Atomic's already there. He's playing from a little bit further behind, and these follow-ups from Cheese and Talk are coming in a little bit slower right now. So, I mean, you see it right there. Cheese a little slow to the play there. So even on low boost, First Killer's touch does a lot more damage than they would even anticipate for it to do.
Much better game, though, from both teams right now. Feels like the sloppiness of the first couple have completely dissipated as both teams are doing a great job at both offense, defense, and this midfield pressure that has never really been allowed to thrive on either squad. Great idea for the drop down there from FK. The only problem was that Cheese knew exactly what he was going for and did not allow it to happen. Neither team allowed to do much here out of midfield as this pinch goes side to side. Same with a touch off the sidewall. First Killer do anything with this? No, maybe a little too heavy for him. So Cheese can bounce it out center and Talk can take over. Flip reset in the bag. Shot on target. Awkward for Atomic, and he's not going to back away. Cheese tried to fake him out, but Atomic's touch will prevent the goal and force Cheese to restart out at mid. Pass off the backboard. Still not enough.
The crazy thing is, despite how slow they are getting to this, it's still a high pressure scenario for in their favor. It's in one shot after the other, but on a low resourced back line from Atomic and First Killer. This is one of the few times they've been able to get out in quite some time, and even then they're almost immediately rescinded back. First Killer finally breaks him out, and she's going to have to play this one from the high game. He calls the backboard pass. And right now, it's like you said, everybody is just being so methodical. With every attempt forward, 2 resets, a floater on net, and Atomic will do it.
Been waiting for a double reset. It's been a minute, and of course it's Atomic, the one to get it. Cheese, you just gotta tip your hat in moments like that. You made the right challenge. You did it at the right time. But Atomic, you give him that space midair, he will do something special. And I would say that is more than special. That is spectacular. A minute to play here. It's been hard to find a goal in game number 4, but the singular one so far in favor of the Kenyos. If they can hold on for the final 60, they'll take this one and tie up the series again.
Less than a minute to go here, and that 1-goal lead could do numbers. Whoa, another one on target, but Cheese managing to pull off the save here. Talk very low boost, so he's got to try and get it to the ground. He wanted something to work with there, but was not allotted the opportunity. Instead, they got to race back on Atomic's shot, and Cheese barely makes that save and gives them a little bit of hope in the final 30.
Awkward, though, as Atomic and First Killer both bump into each other. They retreat in time, so they are on defense and prepared for this attack. The attack doesn't last very long. Cheese and Talk take it back to their own half. It's for the sake of resources as they pick up 100 both, but that feels like they gave away a possession they needed to hold on to, because now instead, here comes the attack. Or not. FK, no boost to the tank. He can't even do anything with this as Atomic takes it back. Atomic demos talk, though, so they're forced to retreat as well. A little bit of a tennis match ensues at the end of game 4, and that's going to be in favor of Atomic and FK. If they can let this hit the ground, they will tie up the series, and they definitely will. No one back here. FK will take one for the road. A 2-0 victory and 2-2 in the series.
What a great play there at the end, too, because Cheese had already gone for the wide end to get that boost. They were in a position that if First Killer or Atomic hadn't gotten any touch on it, that was absolutely a shot for Talk and Cheese. So Atomic and First Killer, right calls, right point in time, tied series overall. No bad performances from anybody by any mean. This is quite literally a chess match of going back and forth on who can make the quickest adjustments headed into each game as they come through.
Yeah, I think we have long passed the moments of sloppiness we saw at the beginning of this series where it just kind of felt like odd errors here or there. The warm-up's finished. These guys are fully warm, and they are playing phenomenally. I mean, this double reset, I think, speaks for itself. That's how you open up the scoring here, and Atomic barely blinks at it. Much improved from Tequeños, and a very solid game still from Awe as well. Makes me think that the final 3 games in this series are about to be a classic. Reminder to everybody at home, this is an elimination match. This is a semifinals here for North American 2v2. The winner of this will move on to the grand finals to face the last org remaining in Space Station Gaming. It's really anybody's ballgame right now, Herc. I think we've seen flashes of brilliance from both teams so far.
Oh, for sure. I think this is actually some of the best we've seen them both perform because of how challenging it has been to get here. And that's what you want too, right? Whether you like it or not, you almost want your semifinal to be a little bit challenging for whoever comes out successful because you want to feel so warm and excited and, you know, momentous headed into that grand final, especially against a team like the duo of SSG right now. So for either of these two teams, good performance, good attempt, but we'll see off kickoff, it doesn't seem to be the same.
That was a real close call there. Atomic barely able to get back, but barely is enough. 50 against Talk, though, is not very good, so Cheese got a net to shoot on, and FK's got a save against him. Good defensive stop here. Begin this game for FK and Atomic. I think more might be required, though. Banger off the half. FK's up for this one early. So is Cheese, but FK still going to make an attempt at it. He can't quite slot that one underneath the bar, so now it's Talk's turn. A little bit of boost left, but he does have a reset, and he uses it perfectly. Top right slotta. It's 1-0 to all.
That is not just a reset. It's an absolute banger. Could not have had, well, probably could have had more power, but in that situation, you could not have had more accuracy and power to go over their heads like that. That lead back towards On. We'll see if they can follow it here. Talk low boost, has to try and get the fake. Actually almost managed to fake out both, but instead it just completely goes the other way. Tequeños calling the bluff on how much that Talk and Cheese had in the take to make their challenge.
And it just pushed up a little bit too far. It's not even a bad play from Cheese to want to be right next to Talk for that one, but again, this is the risk that you run. To be fair, this is the style that Talk and Cheese have chosen for themselves throughout this event. They'd rather take the risk at the off chance that they do get these goals to count, that they do get these opportunities, and that they keep putting on pressure so the other team has to expect them with these wild challenges at all time. Yeah, maybe it doesn't work out every time, but it seems to be worth the risk in their minds right now, and it seemingly is. They've only conceded a goal so far, so we're still tied at a ball game here with 4 minutes to go. I don't think they're going to be able to develop much off of this one, though. The pass out, while I like the idea, Atomic knew where that was going before you even passed it. Cheese, maybe this pass will catch him off guard. Nope, instead, FK keeps it close and takes it across the net.
Yeah, unfortunately for On, just a little bit too much power on that initial pass there. They go for it again, this time connection. Talk double space opportunity, a little bit too high there. They go for the follow-up. Low boost all the way around, but still the saves do come through for First Killer. And here comes more pressure. Talk got his boost, but they do have to race back on this one. Playing a little bit more spaced out, in which usually that safer call has been the right answer, especially going up against Atomic and First Killer.
Weird play there in front of net. I don't think that initial touch was meant to go on the ground, but it kind of works out as it stalls all of off for at least a second. Talk and Cheese forced to recalculate their ideas and how they want to approach this offense. I don't think they're actually going to approach the offense. In the moment it took for me to explain what was going on, I became increasingly concerned that they didn't have much of a plan on that one, as no shot is found. FK, I think he's got an idea with this one. Keep it high, keep it away from Talk, and force them to use boost. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out. The awkwardness was not enough, and Cheese finds space to try for a shot on target. FK takes it away, and we get to halftime still with a tied ball game. Could have been momentary, though. Great idea from Atomic, even if the shot doesn't find the back of the net.
Atomic's still trying to keep that pressure on, too, even if it's a little bit awkward and on low boost. But the difference has been that this is the most awkward Cheese and Talk have looked in quite some time. Tries to spot Cheese. Cheese already up. It's a little awkward to it. Don't commit, though, from Tekenos, although it's not going to actually mean or do much. It's just a random side micro quote-unquote mistake. I wouldn't even go that far as to call it a mistake. It's just something to note that everybody is getting to this point where they're playing a little less communicative than they have been in the past.
Nobody wants to be that guy to hesitate on a ball that eventually leads to an opening a team takes advantage of. You want to make sure that you have full confidence in every play, even if maybe occasionally that means double committing with your teammate. Nothing's gotten punished in terms of those double commits so far, and that will not be punishing either. Great save in front of Ned. However, too committed. No boost on FK. Atomic's got to go quick. And he does. Jesus touch to the backboard a little too high, and I don't think that touch was intentional at all. Talk sends it to the ceiling. Cheese tries to get in the way, but FK, if he can steal this boost, he'd do a great job of setting up his teammate. Can't quite. Atomic will still stick to the play here in the corner, but not going to be able to do much with it. 70 seconds left. We are still at a 1-1 game. Both teams getting opportunities here at the latter parts of this one. Nobody able to capitalize on anything so far. Another touch out center. Atomic, a heck of a musty flick, but it goes above the bar, and FK just has to corral it.
Right now, Tekenos are playing with First Killer from behind, so they're trying to see if Atomic can just pop off and find some space. On the flip side of things, it's Cheese and Talk trying to find each other, but they've been a little bit too awkward on all these passes, and no Talk solo plays for quite some time. First Killer on one, that could have been dangerous there. Atomic accidental touch actually puts it into the other corner. Pressure still remains with Tekenos, although this one will take it away here. And Atomic playing from the back end, even on low boost, it was the right call.
FK, time and space with a whole lot of boost. Gets it around Cheese, can't get it around Talk. Does force it out to the corner, though, where Atomic is waiting. Talk's waiting on the ceiling. He's ready to get in the way. Cheese trying to run interference. He's chasing down FK, and he realizes that he's not going to get a bump, so Atomic can send it back into his half. Talk's got to be careful. You know there's going to be a challenge, and he gets around the first and the second. Where is Cheese to take a shot? He has no boost, so he throws it back to Talk on the ceiling, but he can't get it back to his teammate. OT, what could have been avoided by all, will instead play on.
What actually could have been one of the coolest 0-second buzzer beaters we've gotten today, but Cheese is going to go for the OT goal. 10 seconds into this one, and Cheese and Talk are still trying to find each other off the rip. Another center, another shot, and almost one goal to take them to match point.
Close, but not enough. FK, oh, that's not going to be enough either. Gets sent to the Shadow Realm. And Atomic now has to try and interfere in order to not let this be an uncontested double touch. It isn't, and he'll even bang it out to midfield, but FK's got no boost. Cheese is there, and that'll do it. 30 seconds into OT, all moving on to series point.
You could feel the pressure, too, even from the final moments of regulation headed into the overtime, that they were just absolutely swarming, and I think it was just enough to get First Killer and Atomic's heart racing in the beginning stages of that OT. You felt the swarm. You couldn't quite get them back to each other. They had the one half clear off the backboard from Atomic. It just wasn't enough. Pressure completely with Talk and Cheese. 12 shots together is what it took for those two goals to find them some success and a match point. One game away from their grand final.
This is one of the most perfectly mirrored stat lines I've ever seen. A goal per person for Talk and Cheese, 3 saves per, and 6 shots per as well. These guys were synergistic, and we've continued to talk about how that synergy has been their greatest advantage in this one. They're so quick to follow each other up, and I think that's been a problem for Tekenos. And this is what we were talking about. Yeah, it's not always going to work out, but that risk, the threat of constant follow-ups, makes it really difficult for Tekenos to find any space to work with and never really feel like their possession plays can last for more than just a moment. It's been very difficult to find any any space to really develop plays with for either side. But it doesn't really matter because at this point, all are in the lead. Whether or not they are able to seize the awkwardness or not, they need one more game. If they can close it out on Neo Tokyo here, they head on to the grand finals. Dikenyos, all eyes on you. It is up to you guys to extend this series.
We will see if they can do that. Last game, the adjustment had been to have Atomic playing a little bit more front forward. Maybe they gotta let First Killer have a crack at it and see what he can do. Otherwise, Talk and Cheese are just gonna continue to find themselves off the ceiling. Cheese a little bit awkward on this one. The ball, a little bit too much speed, so he has to play from the behind, and Atomic off backboard there, double down and out. And if First Killer had been any more committed to the bit, that could have been a goal.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda isn't enough. No goals found so far here for Atomic and FK, despite a good chance at offense. This one gets sent back into Talk's half, and he's going to just keep it close. The sidewall, not Boost to work with, and Cheese, I believe, is headhunting downfield. Atomic needs a good stop here, and he will find it, but Cheese with a full tank. He's going to send it to the backboard again. Cheese up, he's going to follow his own pass, and FK will have to make a stop. Oh, I don't think that was the touch he was going for. He saw Cheese planted on the Boost in the opposite corner and just tried to pass it across the net to him, but instead throws it out center. Now we can get this offense from FK and Atomic, which, as we've mentioned, has been short-lived at many a moment, including this one. They'll just have to bang it back in the half, but FK is nowhere to be found. So Cheese and Talk, they get away with another one. Will they get away with this? Yeah, they will. Talk's prepared for the follow-up shot, and FK can only take out his frustrations by bumping him.
It's also so much patience on that save like that we saw from Talk there on the goal line. He wanted it to last a little bit longer, let Cheese have his moment to grab some more boost so they could really have a full forced attack onto the other end. The demo's coming through from Cheese. Talk in his 1v1 scenario against Atomic here. Low boost means the pressure is still on. It's First Killer that gives them that breakaway there. And no connection made on his headhunt overall. It feels like Atomic and First Killer, they want what Cheese and Talk are doing to them. Unfortunately, they just haven't quite been able to execute it.
Well, and that's not going to help them at all. First Killer, just an awkward aerial, doesn't really have much you can do with that. Atomic tries to come to the rescue, but another example of just there's not much you can do. Atomic takes it to the ceiling and gets a flip reset, but it's to no avail. Maybe FK can do something here off the ceiling. First touch is great. Second touch not found. Cheese takes it away from him. Does steal the boost in the corner, though, so Talk's going to be awkward on defense. That's only if it gets back to him. They spent so much time that Talk can pick up the corner, and FK can sneak in a shot. Talk was not expecting FK to take an immediate shot, but he top right slots it, and that's 1-0 to Dikenyos.
That's what you need. You gotta just be fast enough on the commit that you're just a step ahead of, and really namely Talk. He is the one that is all over the place. It is Cheese on the setups and on the back end for helping, but Talk is absolutely spearheading this team into success this weekend, and especially into the series right now. 50 back on Cheese still goes into a place of favor for Talk and Cheese.
Halfway through the game, we're on the verge of our second best of 7, going to 7 in a row. Now, chat's excited to see this monumentous occasion as everybody's putting their best foot forward right now in our top 4. But in order to get there, they got to hold on for another 2 minutes. And considering the opportunities we've seen for Cheese and Talk, I don't know if that's a guarantee. Well, if they keep making shots like that, it might be a guarantee. Not a great play from Talk through the corner, but a good 50 from Cheese. Where is Talk in the follow? He's beat out by Atomic. FK on the backboard. Doesn't have to be careful. Cheese retreated all the way back, so now he's got uncontested airspace and a shot on target. Talk turns it away, but he's got to turn this into an offense. 2 minutes to play here. Only a 1-goal lead, but it feels more and more effective with every attack here. Atomic and FK have figured this team out.
Cheese very low boost means what you would have thought was a slower play, but he actually played it high. If he'd done that one a little bit lower, it could have been another story. Talk all the way back in time for the save here, and this is where Cheese and Talk are gonna have to spot each other, but Cheese playing from the forefront, and it should be enough. It's a tied game.
Oh, goodness gracious. Cheese muscling his way through Atomic. Full tank of boost. It doesn't matter. And FK probably goes, I don't want another own goal. I can try and save this one, or I can just let it be a goal and let it play out. 90 seconds left to play. We are tied once again.
Talk and Cheese have proved not once, not twice, but every other time that they are the team to mess with here. They take the lead in the series. Look at this from Cheese. The control, to hand it off to Talk. Him playing that close was absolutely intentional, and they knocked Kenya's defense out of the park.
We've talked a lot today about what could be the most tilting plays. Well, what's going to tilt you the most in a series like this, in a 2v2 event like this? Having a 1-goal lead for over half the game and then immediately conceding 2, make it 3? Yeah, that might be tilting enough to lose the series. It's looming. Fourth Killer, are you going to have another appearance here in 2v2?
Listen, we got a glimpse of him in game number 2 and 3, and anytime you see First Killer throw his head back and hand to face and a little frustrated, you gotta get a little worrisome. Things have been different over time. I will say a minute is more than enough time for them to get back into this, but they got to get onto the other end of the field. They're finally there, but a shot has not come through. Atomic, 12 in the tank, tries to go for the center, and it's a big clear from Talk. It's another catch from Cheese, even on low boost. That means something. It is time wasted.
FK, flick on target, but it's not going to be enough. Respawning Cheese will bop it back out to midfield. Atomic pops this one up, I'm assuming for FK, but he's not there in time. Talk gets in the way. Cheese is back. The whole defense is prepared, and another opportunity where they needed to seize the moment just a little bit quicker. This build-up play is great, but you don't have the time to waste. Another shot on target, turned away easily by Cheese, and Atomic pops this back out center so that Talk can read it and potentially plant the dagger. A 4th goal, 17 to go. It's looking like Oz moving on to the grand finals.
17 seconds away from a date with the not only 1 seed of Group A, the only team from their group that they have yet to go against. It is the opportunity to represent North America at the world's stage. And with the performance that they've been giving us, I mean, I think anybody would be grateful. But Mass, they are 14 seconds away from a grand final.
Hey, dude, we do not get the Game 7. I know the audience is probably a little bit sad about that, but those of you that put channel points on the team that is by far the underdog here, I think you're going to be pretty thrilled. This is an incredible result here for Awe. A goal for the road, yeah, it won't make a difference. Congrats on getting 2, but unfortunately, you won't get the chance to compete for first or second. It's 4th Killer again here, man. It's got to be brutal. Why is it always Neo Tokyo?
I was gonna say, if there's one map that poor First Killer did not want to have to go to, it was this one, but he does off kickoff. It just tells you it's over. All are headed to the grand finals. Cheese and Talk will go up against the duo of Space Station Gaming for a chance to represent North America at the world's stage.
Incredible work from Awe. They not only find a playstyle that works, but they almost double down on it. Again, that cohesivity, the synergy between the two players is really what, in my opinion, won them this. There was no hesitation. There was full trust between Talk and Cheese on every single play that they made. This was an incredibly well-earned victory, and I think it's a stark contrast to how we saw at the beginning of this. The initial parts of this series kind of felt like it's okay. Little mistakes are really what is separating the two teams. You know, if somebody makes a mistake, can you punish on it? We don't see that here. What we saw here was Awe get better, and Tekenyos unfortunately buckle under the pressure. Incredible work from Awe.
Yeah, Cheese and Talk are one of the few teams throughout this entire weekend that have made adjustments faster than anybody else had and cleaned up mistakes. But more importantly, their synergy just seems to be one above the rest. Their final challenge will be against Space Station in our grand finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Keith, I want to try an experiment.
All right.
To help you unbecome your parents, I want you to try a game called Rocket League.
Ooh, is it a puzzle like my crossword?
No, picture soccer.
Okay.
With a car.
What do I hang my feet outside the window?
No, not your car.
But you said think of...
It's a video game.
Oh, okay, I get it. Where's the cartridge?
No, it's an online thing.
Is there a joystick?
Not like the ones you're thinking of.
But I need to get some quarters, right?
No.
I gotta blow in the cartridge.
Again, like no cartridge, but you'll need a username.
Username, huh? How about Keith_9914?
The bathroom code?
That's the only number I can kind of remember easily, so.
Don't hold back, 'cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold
Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
The magic of Rocket League is the stories you could tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
So hard it hurts to feel it touch so hard it burns. Isn't something you could learn, it's natural. And I might not feel that for you, but someday you'll find someone who sees you in a crowded room. Sensational.
The magic continues for Cheese and Talk as they knock out First Killer and Atomic, tournament favorites, in Game 6, and they advance to top 2. They will be taking on Space Station Gaming for the title of North American Regional Champion, and my goodness, what a way to do it. Herc, I mean, these players have just figured out the game at this point.
Oh, yeah. As far as twos is concerned, they have figured out a way synergetically to take down nearly everyone except this SSG team. Funny enough, this is the one person in their group that came out ahead of them that they have not faced off against. So this is truly the biggest challenge yet, but the way that it has been looking, Talk and Cheese are absolutely the ones to beat.
Oh, but by far at this point, I think Daz hit the nail on the head when he was saying whoever wins this series is the favorites going into the finals at this point. Again, not to discredit SSG. They have looked phenomenal throughout the weekend, but there's something about the way that all adapted to the series as time went on that makes it all the more impressive. They didn't necessarily start off this series all too clean, but they started to figure out where the weaknesses were for Atomic and FK and really started to kind of poke and prod at them over and over again. The sake of the defense giving them this much space was a huge issue for both of the teams, and I feel like Cheese and Talk did a better job of taking advantage of that. Yes, you do have the moments like that where Atomic's able to get a double flip reset and it looks awesome, but I think overall the strategy that Cheese and Talk had was full faith in each other, and you need to have that in moments like this. You need to have that quick follow-up, that quick offense, and a lethal punch when you get the opportunity. The biggest thing here in the final game was that when Cheese and Talk got a chance, they did not miss it. A very well-deserved win.
Even like when they did miss it, though, the way that they were able to micro adjust into the not only the second half of a game but the series is really what put them a step ahead. But same can be said for SSG. I mean, these are the two teams that have done that play style better than anybody. It's just about figuring out who does it best in the head-to-head.
There are 2 undefeated teams in the tournament through the Swiss, through the group stages, and through the playoff bracket, and they have both made their way to the grand final. Only one can stay undefeated, and what's crazy is that no matter what this means, that the North American 2v2 regional champion will have not dropped a series on their way to the top here, folks. Cheese and Talk having to go straight out of taking on First Killer and Atomic, and now line up against Reveal and Zach here, Bass.
I am thrilled that this is the matchup we have found ourselves in. Again, it always feels, I think, apt when we see teams that have gone undefeated throughout the event maintain that until the grand finals. It really kind of proves that as much as you want to say, okay, well, Swiss in group stage isn't exactly the same, it's still going to count for a reason. There is a reason why those results stand, and they are so important in events like this. I do think, though, it's going to be an interesting final here, because I feel like both teams kind of have similar play styles of just sort of full send attitude, see how it lands. I think the defenses have been a little more prioritized for Cheese and Talk, but with the way the last series went for Reveal and Zach, this may end up being one of the most demo-heavy and aggressive series we see in the history of 2v2.
The both teams have been actively prioritizing the demos. They understand the, hey, with there only being 2 players in the field, if you win a 50-50, get upfield, take out the other player, and then there's completely open net for your teammate to shoot at. But that is so much easier said than done. And actually, the skill we've seen from these players, especially watching Zach and Reveal in their series, successfully getting the other player getting up and demoing them, or not demoing, excuse me, getting up and bumping them, getting in their face, and yet still them managing to keep their wheels under them and still get the stop is a huge part of what has them through in that 7-game series and into our grand finals now. So one of these teams has to finally lose. Who's it going to be? Who's got the strategies figured out? Who's got the kickoffs ironed out? Who's got their demos lined up? And who's honestly got the better vibes? Because these are such two, like, clashing vibes of, like, the Space Station Game is about to ironically win a tournament just for the lulz, and on the other side, Cheese is going to do it for positivity's sake, and the happiness is going to be overflowing from. I can't wait to find out which story we are getting to live in here. Herc, who's your pick?
Oh, man. I mean, sometimes, you know, when you watch Rocket League, and I feel like everybody knows what I'm about to say, you watch a team and you just kind of know that it's their event and their weekend, and you can't not look at Cheese and Talk and think that about them. I'm sorry. I think this is where it ends for SSG. I think Cheese and Talk have the edge in terms of patience and strategy and overall synergy.
Okay.
You're laughing at me. It's all fun and games until I'm right.
You know what? I'll go next. I'll go next here because I was gonna say, as you're saying that whole thing, I'm like, yeah, I agree. I'm right there. I totally feel it that this is just Space Station Gaming's weekend. Why are we watching the same tournament? Like, they're looking so good. They walked through they've won 2 Game 7s. One was a reverse sweep. Well, actually, the other reverse sweep was a Game 5. But they've been to Champions Field 2 different times there. Won it every time. I think that they've got this locked in. And him jumping straight back into ranked afterwards saying, hey, we're just going to stay warmed here. Give me Space Station.
Okay, I was worried actually. Initially, I thought you and I were the same reaction. It's like, oh no, are we gonna sweep the desk? Because I agree with you on this one. Look, to be fair, it's not just the convincing of today. I talked about this yesterday as well, man. All just look unreal. The synergy on the team, the offensive just abilities that we have seen from them. I think they've got something that no other team has right now, and I think it's a pure joy of how they are operating. Win or lose, this team's ready to full send, and honestly, I do think this is an apt split from the audience, though. This should be basically a coin flip.
I hope we go to Game 7. I hope we go to Game 7 and both these teams are able to lock it down right now and put on the show. The winner gets a match with Zen and Addo at the World Championship, folks. This is your grand finals. Cheese and Talk versus Reveal and Zach for the title of North American 2v2 Regional Champion.
Only one can represent North America in the 2v2 at the World Championship. It all comes down to this. All versus Space Station. Talk and Cheese versus Zach and Reveal, James, by Game 1 by Progressive. About to get underway. We'll see which one of these two teams can make it through. I mean, already you got Talk with the first goal here. Beautiful cut there on the play. Able to see exactly, reading the defense.
And sorry to leave you hanging there, Daz. I was in disbelief that Cheese and Talk have made it this far. Now they've locked in this first goal. Cheese and Talk have been a tough team to beat multiple times. Like, I may be their #1 hater when it comes to predictions.
You hate watching?
Well, no, I'm not hating them now. I'm just saying I predicted them to lose. I've called them being down and out, and they find ways to win, win, win. And they've made it all the way to the final now, but they're going to have their hands full. But a great stop from Cheese, actually reading that bounce off the bar wonderfully. But you wonder if it's too much, because Zach and Reveal, before the event, a lot of people muttering that this really is the top duo in North America. And they do finally break through on that pressure. It was a great stop, Dazarin, but it was only delaying the inevitable.
It's a great read from Reveal here, just recognizing, oh, I could just put a shot on. Sees that no one's really just chasing the ball. He wants to keep that pressure on Cheese and Talk and just really called their bluff there on that play. So, I mean, just a great opener for Space Station Gaming. But we know Cheese and Talk, they've been formidable throughout this event. You talked about it earlier. Let's see if they get a response. Talk trying to bear this one down, and Zach just got there in time. Cheese, did he get caught out here? He's in a tough spot, tough read, can't correct it. And Zach will pick up the second goal for SSG.
Yeah, you saw the panic there. Cheese, last one, has to make a tough read. He's trying to get this hit to the corner, very close, but when he misses, pretty much guaranteed that goal for SSG. So despite the hot start from Cheese and Talk, back-to-back goals for SSG and killed kickoff. Now Reveal will have a full tank and some space to work with. Talk gonna try to challenge from behind, but Reveal, the flip reset goes low. His resets have been incredible today.
Look at this. First reset, gets past the initial challenge. Cheese, it's that drop down. Cheese loses all momentum. His car's stuck in place, can't move. The second flip comes through. It's just great use of the car there for Reveal to know when he has to flip, and just once he gets past that first man, Cheese is in such a tough spot there.
And using his flip in that way as well, getting below the ball, making it so that you push it out in the opposite direction that the defense is expecting. That is a highly technical shot executed with brilliance by Reveal, and you can see him winning this ball to open space. Reveal has been so good today, gets the reset as well. Definitely tell he's locked in, Daz.
Yeah, you can. I mean, it goes down. Before even that play bringing him downfield, he had 0, and he was in a 2v1. Talk was immediately going for the bump, and Cheese was going to play the ball quickly, and Reveal turned. I don't even think he knew if he had that 100 boost yet, but he turned on an instant, got there perfectly. He couldn't afford to waste a second, and almost created a play from it. So Reveal has been phenomenal, especially in this game 1. Still a 2-goal lead halfway through. As Talk and Cheese looking for a way back in, they can find one for sure, but it's going to be tough the way SSG are looking.
Playing very confident, also minimizing that space given. Another chance for Reveal. That shot to an open net. Zach will poke it in. Looks to be a runaway game, game 1. Reveal and Zach off to the races.
Yeah, it's just aggressive there from Talk. Your last back, I understand, having Zach get the ball in the air on a solo might not be the best, so you're trying to see if you have that right timing on the challenge, but the timing's off, and you see what happens. It's just another one in there. Now, all momentum for SSG.
Wow,
they're going to get another one.
Reveal, he goes up the wall here, zones out Cheese. When Cheese gives him space, he just goes off and gets his own corner boost. Cheese realizes, uh-oh, I got to close the gap here. By the time he realized it was too late, Reveal turned that playoff kickoff into a goal.
Yeah, Reveal has definitely just been so very, very locked in right now. Does feel like he's playing a step ahead of the competition. Let's see Cheese. 2 minutes to go in this game 1, but they give this one up. Oh, there's the demo. There's another open look at the net, and there's another goal for SSG. It's just out of reach at this point. They are dominating.
Devastating demo. Zach landing that demo, recovers in time, wide open net. Reveal would also had it likely there, as this is a beatdown.
Yeah, this is it, but we have seen Cheese and Talk get beat down and get right back up. So
been their superpower. That's been their theme for this event, and they're going to have to. And we do see a comeback right now. 1:35 left. They do cut this down to a 4-goal lead. It seems like a pretty big mountain to climb game 1. However, at least start getting that momentum built back up. Try to get some confidence going into the next game.
Yeah, it would be a very memorable comeback if they could get it going. But it just feels like, struggling to hold on to possession, struggling to create opportunities. Talk is really the only one with shooting opportunities. They had 5. Cheese has only had 1 this game. He's been needed as much as possible to just, kind of create some space for Talk. And
be a double.
Yep,
there it is. Oh my gosh! Ooh. baby. Reveal.
A talk.
Reveal is on fire right now. You got to do something to douse him. As if you let him keep cooking like this, it might be over before it even started.
Yeah, this is a different game. Another beef we talk. They are just putting the numbers on, and I think it's good for this to happen to Talking Cheese in this first game, just because, like you said, this is a beat down. It's better
What's good about it?
The fact that it's happening in one game.
Yeah,
that's the fact that it's happening in one game. It's the first game. You can check it off for the next one. That's about it.
I think that's the hope. That's the hope. Maybe the cope.
Okay, yeah, it might be the cope.
We'll see. We'll see how they bounce back, because holy smokes, what a game so far. Reveal has been immaculate, and it's been that story all day long. Reveal, with his flip resets, is clipping on the competition, and add one more. We might get to double digits. A 1,000-point game for Reveal, 5 goals.
Yeah, you don't have time like that, Cheese. They're not giving you that time. They're not going to stop scoring. It's clear. Space Nation Gaming have made the statement. Whatever mistake you can take, whatever mistake you give up, they are going to punish.
At least they're getting this beating out of the way in game 1, right?
That's what, you know. I'm trying here, James. Okay.
I know. It's tough to point to much of something positive at this point. Talking Cheese, though, the one thing they do have going for them is that they have been down and out, or so it seems, many times, and battled back. But another reset, backflip flick. Incredible execution this game from Reveal. They look to be head and shoulders the best team out there, but it is a best of 7. Could be a long series. However, that was very one-sided, Daz.
Yeah, but that's the thing for SSG. It's just a discipline now. You do get a lot of confidence from that first game, but you do have to remember it's a 7-game series, and they have to continue to play at that pace. You are going to see Talking Cheese make changes because they've been doing it the entire event. They're used to being kind of counted down, and they're used to being down and almost out and still able to pull it back, and then you have that in the back of their mind. So I do expect game 2 to be different. If game 2 is not that different, okay, well, at least we got out of here a little early on the Sunday, right?
Well,
right
a wise man once said, Desiree, and it doesn't matter if you lose by 1 or by 50. You only lost 1 game. But they almost lost by 50 that first game, so you got to wonder if they're going to be affected going into game 2.
True. Very, very true. Very true. And at the same time, it is, if you're a North American Rocket League fan, this is great to see SSG play this way and dominate the tournament this way. Because again, we saw in Europe, again, Zen and Atto do that, and you're wondering, okay, do they have competition around the rest of the world? And as we're seeing the rest of the world start to qualify for these 2v2 events, it is starting to look like there may be some comp in North America that, of course, we'll see at the World Championship. Make sure to get your tickets and be there in person. But right now, game number 2. Can Talking Cheese make the adjustment, or will we get another 9-2?
Maybe just a nerves game. To be able to say that you are the best 2v2 team in North America is something. And then if you can claim that, we'll have an opportunity to fight for a chance to be the best in the world. But Reveal is all out to a hot start again, Daz. This is not the start Talking Cheese wanted.
Yeah, and Cheese is following this play, but I think he's putting a lot of faith in Talk to win there, or maybe kill the ball. Just is not expecting it to go net. Got caught out big time there.
Cheese and Zach. Oh, and there's a demo. Zach, can he get a shot off? No, Cheese disrupts. Well done by Cheese on low boost to get that. Reveal will be able to get the save and the corner boost. Cheese picking up the mid boost. Solid 50. Talk first to it. Goes for goal. Forced a double commit from SSG. SSG will recover.
She's waiting on that right mid boost as well as Talk muscles through one. Oh, Talk, and then Cheese just crashed the entire Space Station Gaming team, and now you got a responding goal.
And Talk barrels through. You saw immediately was positioning to force that 50 through to the middle, using all that momentum to force that ball in. Good stuff from Talk, even harassing Zach after the fact. And Cheese get the equalizing goal, so perhaps that is the stabilizing moment for Cheese and Talk.
So got to watch out. This SSG squad looking to attack. Finally get a little bit of open space here. Reveal. Tried to put that towards net. Look for a demo. Cheese, though, put him out the misery. Now Talk. Chance for a solo. High ball. Reveal trying to get there, but I don't know if he picked the right spawn here, as now he won't have any boost. He'll have to go for his back corner. Meanwhile, they're going to stop Zach here in the air. They're giving him a lot of space. Letting Zach break to the goal. And what? No, you can't let that happen.
Did Cheese get goomba'd by his teammate?
Yes.
What happened here?
Look at Talk. He falls off right on top of Cheese as he jumps. That you cannot know. Oh, James, I was already questioning, okay, you're giving Zach space. I'm thinking, okay, maybe they're just trying to let him run out of boost. They could take the ball. Because at that point, I saw Reveal low on boost. I'm thinking, okay, maybe you just go. You know, you can apply pressure there. No, they bring it all the way downfield, and then that happens.
And the
That's
Rocket
very
League,
deflating.
The Rocket League equivalent of using confusion. And they hurt themselves.
Oh, goodness. That would give me a headache. Talk. Can he get it back? No. Zach with the rejection. And it'll be Reveal just getting in front of this. High pinch. Zach playing close. Even with no boost, just forcing the clear away. Reveal, great back pass. Now Zach will take his time. Again, and no one's jumping. They're in the air now, but it's a little awkward, and Talk just gets that one around. Reveal still trying to bring it mid to Zach. It gets through, but not enough for them to commit on, and Talk will bring it out and clear the space.
Crazy musty pass, and Cheese will steal that corner boost. Still the pass attempted. Brought back down by Reveal. Reveal catching it. Cheese back out, mid boost picked up by Zach. He gets demoed. Great demo from Cheese to slow down that attack. Talk has no boost here, has to be careful. 50 right to Cheese. Cheese with some space and boost. Reveal challenging from behind, didn't make contact. But Cheese wasn't able to do much with that ball.
No Talk now going for that mid cut on the pass between Zach and Reveal. Cheese didn't have boost in the play, so it was a great cut there. Zach, cap Talk out. Talk's a little awkward here. There's the drop down. Oh, Reveal to Zach. It was a beautiful play.
The bicycle pass got so much power on that. Talk had no idea that was an option.
Wow. Oh, the last of his boost as well to set that up. Precision there for Reveal on the assist. And another impactful goal as SSG continues to extend their lead.
At least they're getting this out of the way early.
Oh, God. This is not a good look, though, if you're Cheese and Talk. I mean, listen, we've seen them reverse sweep. But that's the trend that it's looking like at this point.
It looks like it might have to be. Unless they can bounce back. This game, again, seems dominated by SSG. Obviously, still some time left, but this is another great scoring chance. Zach won't get the double, will go for a bump. Doesn't land it, so Cheese navigates that sticky situation nicely. Talk heavy first touch, will be shut down by Zach. With that time ticking away, can't afford to give up another one either.
Okay, Cheese playing close to this one. That actually works out. 50 works out a little bit. Zach will clear the space. Talk sends it right back, and look at Reveal. Really cut. He's going to get a flip here. But doesn't actually opt to use it. Instead plays the B. And now Talk looking for a pinch to send to Cheese. First touch gets out of his way, and high ball will force a Reveal to use some boost. They can work with this here, but again, they're just giving that possession up to SSG, and SSG is so good at getting the ball around you.
They are, and I also like that play from Reveal. He's been having so much success with his flip reset. Sometimes you do want to mix it up. Keep your opponents on their toes. Make it so they don't think you're so readable. Now a chance 20 seconds left for Cheese to get another one. It is a picturesque flip reset from Cheese, and now all bets are off. I've seen them do more with less time. 20 seconds left just to get one.
You absolutely have. That was a great look for Cheese. Cheese, 2 for 4 here. Let's see what the kickoff brings. Fake kickoff. Cheese will opt to control it. Talk has boost. Went for a bump or reveal. Reveal up. Cheese wins 1.
Whoa!
Zach picked the pocket. It's a 2-goal swing.
The kickoff was executed very nicely. We got to see Cheese get that ball, had possession with a full tank of boost, but then from that point on, able to calculate what Cheese was doing, pop that ball up, and Reveal was instantly there to challenge. Last effort here from Cheese and Talk, not able to get that goal. And so despite that late comeback, SSG pull ahead in the final moments of the game, and they're gonna get back-to-back wins.
Back-to-back wins with 5+ goals as well. Running up that score tab here in the grand final. It's just been Talk and Cheese just really trying to give their best counterpunch, and SSG has just been there to shut them down every step of the way. Not even one more for the road here.
I think, though, we've said it before, we'll say it again, the theme of Cheese and Talk has been resilience. They're going to have to show it now. This game was close. They brought it back to within 1. Even nicely executed a kickoff strategy to get the ball in Cheese's hands, but just was not able to make the most of that opportunity. And Space Station continued to get the win. Still looking so good. And also the speed at which they're playing, how close they back up one another, how quickly they can close those distances and surprise their opponents. It continues to pay dividends. You saw that challenge there, a straight up goal right into the net. It was a hard-fought battle. It was close down to the wire, but Space Station seemed to be a step ahead in that play. The confusion, the Goomba stomp of the teammate. However, we did see them bounce back. We almost had a game there in the end, Des.
Yeah, there was definitely some close chances. I think, Cheese and Talk will be good at shaking that off, but I think in this series right now, I need to see more from Talk. He's not Talk, he's quiet right now. Again, I think if he maybe scored in game 1, but game 2, even though he had the most shots, they weren't necessarily too threatening. He did help get an assist from Cheese, but I think we definitely seeing more from him offensively could be a big difference maker here as we get into game 3.
We've seen that from Talk before as well, where he has a few opportunities that he puts away brilliantly. You're right, we haven't seen that same bite offensively from Talk that we've seen on this run-up to the grand finals. Touch there, corner boost will spawn. There's the pass, but Talk's shooting lane was filled up by Reveal.
Now Talk trying to get involved, get some bumps out. Reveal doing such a great job blocking those, and now Reveal also went for bumps on Cheese. Reveal now with the ball, and Cheese in a tough spot. Oh, got away from Reveal. Wait, did Reveal set that up? I think he did. He gave it to Cheese, forced the panic, and then Zach was able to collect the goal.
Well, you saw what he was trying to do. He was trying to hide behind the ball. He was trying to make it so that Cheese thought he was coming in for a 50 so that he could read the touch after. He ended up not getting that rebound that he was able to score, but he did get a rebound for Zach, and Zach was able to put it away. Such a smart play from Reveal, and it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, it was great, right? Like you said, Reveal just kind of hit his hand there, and by the time Cheese knew what was going on, it was too late. Meanwhile, own goal territory here for Zach, and we are tied up. What was this?
And you can see some smiles from Zach on the player cam as well. I think maybe he got bumped a little bit on takeoff, was trying to recover, was a little bit awkward and tried to do too much.
All right, bit clear. Reveal, shot, and Talk. Great read to slow it down. and just eliminate the danger. This is going to be Cheese in space. Zach might look for another bump. Cheese wanting to play it high. Reveal there to meet it. It's passes to Zach. They're trying to get out of do the transition play. There'll be Cheese here with the cut though in midfield. He might have a chance for a ground pinch. Tried it, and yes, it worked. This is Cheese and Talk with the lead.
Again, awkward from Zach. He's waiting, was giving Cheese a little bit of space, thinking he might be able to get there for a reset, and was caught awkwardly out again.
Now Cheese, back-to-back goals here. Reveal, wanting to pick up one. Now keep in mind, one of those goals from Cheese is technically an own goal. Now Talk clears it off to the side. Maybe a chance for them to go on a run. Talk fakes it, pops it over Reveal. Now Talk again, challenging Zach. This one off the sidewall. Talk pick up the mid boost, and Cheese a Reveal with 50. 50 kind of goes in favor of SSG here. As Talk was a little bit under danger of the threat of Reveal, going for the bump. Ball is moving left and right. Good redirect from his Talk to bring that downfield. As Reveal
behind Zach.
Cheese strikes again.
SSG keeps making mistakes. Reveal trying to hit it to Zach. Zach not on the same page, and Cheese says thank you very much once more. The mistakes being made multiple times this game, and Cheese and Talk have been there every step of the way to punish.
And you're not expecting these mistakes that are coming out from SSG. Well, one laughable, two kind of concerning. Cheese another big beat. Reveal's gonna get the boost, but Cheese bumped him. Cheese back pass. Wants to keep possession. Free ball for Talk. Goes up high. Gets bumped on the way by Zach, and Reveal will just boom it downfield. Lets Cheese go use his boost to collect the ball.
It's a battle for this mid boost, and somehow Talk got it.
Oh, Cheese,
Zach
no boost.
that bump. Cheese, not much in the tank. Can't get up in the air high enough. And SSG are bouncing back.
Yeah, Cheese playing close, no boost. The fake challenge a little too wide, and Reveal saw it, said, we're just gonna throw this high. They knew Cheese was in a tough spot, sailed it right over his head.
And needed one more pad, only had 12. 24 boost probably would have been enough to get the job done.
Still up by one. 2 minutes to go, though. Game 3, looking again, a win here really does help bring this one in grasp for Cheese and Talk.
Zach can go for a 50. Out to the corner, Cheese up against Reveal. Self-pass off the corner. Cheese going to try to keep going, but his pocket's picked by Reveal. Reveal goes for a 50, goes low. It just bounces. Cheese had no boost. Reveal with more mind games.
What? Does he have the force? What is happening here? Reveal jumps up again, and Cheese is looking like Swiss cheese. He's chopped up. Oh my, SSG have brought it back. And all of a sudden, it's anybody's game.
What a game from Reveal as well. Now a pass over to Zach. Zach gonna take it high. Tries to read it off the arc. Talk the only one to make that read. Zach, though, has Reveal. Zach gonna go for a bump. Now a team bump landed on Reveal. Reveal a little awkward here. Talk will bounce it downfield. There's been some odd mistakes here from SSG this game, but Reveal has been playing excellently. It might be enough to pull him back.
Still, Reveal needs to go up on this one. That one set across. Reveal will be able to follow it. Talk now. First touch actually works out kind of in his favor, forces Zach out the play, but Zach still great recovery to stay with it. Cheese will take the corner. Talk will take the mid. But SSG brought the ball to that blue half. Still, Zach throwing the ball in danger. And now, again, taking their time, making sure no one bumps each other. They go upfield with a little bit of composure. Again, final few seconds. Meanwhile, off ball, as Zach goes up, Reveal is bumping Cheese. Cheese is able to get into the air now, but Zach plays it under him. And still a double commit there on defense. SSG kind of have this one in their hands, but it's up to Cheese and Talk to make that not go their way.
Reveal and Zach close it in. Talk trying to get a big boom. Cheese has no boost, but still moving upfield. Has the corner denied. Reveal pop for Zach. Zach can do work here.
Zach, first touch into a reset. Didn't get it on target, but now Reveal's turn. Reveal off the corner, give up the ball. Talk pops it high. Cheese contested. This is off the arc and down, and it's hit to the ground. Close call, but Space Station survived. And we've got overtime.
Overtime. He found it! So quick from Cheese! This OT does not last long. Reveal. I think he was looking for the Spanish.
He was.
Cheese put it right on net.
That is the counter. Quick shot. When someone goes for a Spanish, get that quick shot. Zach, you saw him go out to the side just enough to leave that center lane vulnerable. And so this series now has a completely different look. It was dominant for SSG in the first game. A beatdown. Game 2, a little bit closer to the end, but still, Space Station pulled it away. This game, multiple mistakes from SSG. You saw the pass go wrong. You saw the own goal. Now I think those seeds of doubt have been planted. And on the other side, for Cheese and Talk, the belief that they can do this has now taken root.
Yeah, now you're looking at, again, at the way this series is kind of progressing. We see just the kind of difference, that resilience that comes out between Cheese and Talk makes in some of these moments. What a read there on that kickoff at the end. But then also, what an ability to be able to kind of change how the game is moving between Cheese and Talk. They knew they needed to make some adjustments, and they really did capitalize on some of these opportunities that SSG gave them. I mean, SSG, though, showing some mistakes, showing some holes in the armor. Maybe if Talk and Cheese can capitalize on that, we may have a tied-up series here. This one right now, not really in anyone's hand.
Yeah, that was a huge game. That was a hugely influential game. And Cheese and Talk were able to pull it out. Great game from Cheese, who scored every single goal. Still waiting to see that offensive bite from Talk. If he can start bringing it, and Cheese keeps playing at this level, they might be able to get over the top of SSG. SSG, on the other hand, when they weren't making mistakes, they looked unbeatable. Now we see pass across. Reveal maybe thinking about going for a shot. We see SSG clean things up. We see a trade now, quick 1v1 between Zach and Cheese. And Cheese will come out on top despite having low boost.
That is one sharp shatter. Look at Cheese just recognize where Zach is and just sails it over his head. Again, reminiscent to the Reveal goal earlier in this series, where Reveal was the one who spotted Cheese out and threw the shot in. So again, oh wait,
there's a
nice
kickoff strat.
I like what I saw at Cheese too.
How it's done, Daz.
Yeah, he popped it up, and the only thing he did was he turned off ball cam and put his camera angle down so he could see where Reveal was going, just trying to wait to call the jump from Reveal. It was great communication there, allowed Talk to challenge the ball effectively, and Cheese, again, another good stop, as Reveal was trying to put the pressure on. Now Cheese looking for a bump on Zach, set up room for Talk. Talk, though, the final touch just wasn't enough.
Just trying to go behind the defense. A lovely first touch from Talk into a reset. Great ball control. Now another good touch. He's going to set up this play. Didn't get the reset. Well, instead try to hover behind it for a 50, but if Talk gets that reset there, might have been able to score.
Good cut here from Zach. Enough boost for the double. So we'll send it into the blue corner. Cheese comes to collect. Heavy touch from Cheese. Had to use a lot of boost just to play the 50. Reveal not as much, but still. Zach gonna have to go backwards and then adjust himself in order just to get a 50 here. Not too much strong offense from Space Station Gaming. Down by one, and they've been kind of in a tough spot. This one, though, Reveal just slings it at the net, forcing Talk to go up. Reveal now looking for that drop down again. Got the drop down, but Zach was too far forward.
That was behind him. We've seen those passes go awry a few times now for SSG. Zach flick easily saved. Cheese trying to bump Reveal off the play. Opens up some space for Talk. Talk bumped by Zach. Zach and stopped by Cheese. Reveal not much boost to work with. A hard hit off the backboard. It's going to find its way to Cheese, and Cheese will put it straight down Main Street. Another goal for Cheese.
just another great read here too, right? Talk can't get contact. Reveal knows that he wants to turn the challenge. He understands the situation, but Cheese was there first. It just had such a better angle. Cheese has been phenomenal for Cheese to Talk for all over the course of this series. And now, again, another goal from him. He has been the offense in terms of the scoring department. I think the only goal scorer in the last 2 games.
He scored all of them last game, and he scored all of them this game. Cheese. Can he keep this going? Talk trying to get some space. There's a pop-up. Reveal was chasing on that demo. Talk dribbling it away to pass off the corner, but Cheese doesn't want to dive. We'll have to retreat back. Zach attacking from the air. Flip reset past Cheese. Gets the pass back to Reveal. Reveal doesn't want to dive, but it's a double commit from Cheese and Talk.
That could be a goal. Wait, Zach missed. Zach had a free line to a shot. Cheese was up, but Cheese definitely didn't have boost for it.
Oh, it's over him.
Talk! Oh, no, Zach! What a stop. What's Talk going to do? I think he's taking this all by himself. Oh, but the first touch was not what he wanted. It had to peel off. Was so close there. Space Station Gaming had a couple opportunities, and that was their strongest opportunities of the game, and they couldn't capitalize even off the double commit between Cheese and Talk.
SSG have been doused. Can they catch on fire once more? They got off to such an amazing start. Lost that last game, and now this game, it's been all Cheese as well. Rebound out to Talk. Talk to play keep away. Time on their side.
Okay, there's Reveal. Shot, and oh, what a save. A pinch save, I think, as well. This one goes right on the orange goal line. Now, Aaron touch from Zach. No, wait, it stopped out. I think I had a little bit of lag there on my side. But Talk now with a redirect all the way downfield, James. Final 40 seconds here, and SSG needs something.
Has to be soon. Doesn't get the reset there either. There's a nice 50 and a little touch by Reveal. Has an opening. Cuts. Scores!
Reveal picking up this one. I mean, Zach, though, really gave Reveal the space to work with. Big 50 win. Cut the ball away from Talk and gave Reveal that 1v1 versus Cheese, and he picked his shot. 1-goal game with 30 seconds to go.
Talk getting close. Mid boost picked up by Zach. Zach, not the best first touch, but we'll still keep going. Talk easily will save that. Tough read to make. Reveal makes it, but it's right into the hands of Cheese. Cheese upfield. Zach hitting it to his corner. We'll try to pick up that corner boost. Reveal dodging the demo and picked up the mid. This could be a promising counterattack. Reveal's going for the bumps.
Zach playing it toward the midfield. Cheese opting to drop it. Reveal no double. Zach no boost. SSG might not be able to get this one. No, it will hit the ground. Series tied, back-to-back games for Talking Cheese.
If you would have showed me game 1 and said, guess how these games are going to go, I would have been like, wow, this might be a 4-0 for SSG, but the bounce back is there for Cheese and Talk. Cheese especially stepping up. He has been a scoring machine, and he is truly keeping his team in it. And now you wonder if the tilt's going to start to step in. Space Station, the way they lost their first game was due to a lot of mistakes, Daz, and they just haven't looked the same since.
Yeah, there's a trend of discipline, I would say, that we talked about earlier in the series, where, again, okay, you got all these goals, but you need to understand when you get into that second game, it's still 0-0. Same thing for the third one. And, James, there is an age-old fable. I would say more of a superstition that happens in Rocket League when a team gets blown out early, and they like to say, well, they used all their goals in the first game. that might hold up.
Should have saved some for later in the series.
I don't know. Listen, I might not be a superstitious man unless it comes to the Bears.
I'm not. I don't believe in that stuff.
There you go. Yeah, listen, trust me, we know. Because we know, okay? That's all I'm going to say about that. But that being said, though, who is going to have a say and how this series gets to match point. That's the big question right now. Cheese and Talk on a run. Cheese has been on fire, and Talk is starting to level up himself. Meanwhile, SSG making mistakes, and then again, it seems like losing a little confidence here and there. This Talk wants to open up the scoring, but couldn't get a shot through. Cheese will play it across. He's going to use all his boost to give it to Talk, who does commit here. Looking for the bump. Talk actually gets the bump. This changes the play. Talk, shot, blocked by Zach. Cheese looking for the follow. Can he get past Reveal? Does get that. It's going to go straight down, but Zach beats out Talk. It'll go into open space. Cheese will try to collect it, but SSG taking possession. Oh, Zach! Oh, what a shot. It was picture perfect.
How do they score from that situation? They were all low boost. Zach literally had 0, picked up a single pad, and is able to slot it near post, razor thin margins, and he hits the mark.
Wow. Talk about a start. Talk about a back and forth start as well. It seemed like Cheese and Talk had all the pressure, and then it just ends up getting away from him. And Zach with low boost, just a critical shot. I think SSG also needed that as well, just to get themselves back in front. Now, can it control the rest of this game here? Can it get back on track? That's the question we're trying to have answered.
Reveal again, diving in for the shot. Talk had no more boost left. Zach booms it up to Reveal. Can Reveal get there? No. Cheese cuts it off. Zach will poke it off his own post, almost scoring again on his own net. They survive for now. Cheese, the late flip off the post and misses the read.
Wow. It was free for Cheese too. Reveal was there, but Reveal's his presence there, at least his effort, made it feel like it was more of a suggestion. No real panic by Reveal, and maybe he knew something we didn't.
Wow. Catching a break. Space Station have been on the back foot most of this game. Somehow they are leading 1-0. Cheese to the air. Cheese has been the firepower. Got it up and over 1. Cheese trying to get a 50, but Zach collects it on his back wall. Also picks up the corner boost. Pinched off the wall. Reveal will be up against Cheese. Cheese makes contact. Talk moves in. Talk high hit. Controlled by Zach in his own corner.
There's a battle that's happening right now on the field between Cheese and Reveal. It happens on ball and it happens off ball, where both of them will try to bump the other to throw them off pace. And you saw the demo there, and Zach wants to play it high. Good read there from Talk, right? Puts himself in front, gets Reveal out the play, but Talk not a lot of boost. Thankfully for him, Reveal's shot is off, and Cheese can take control. But yeah, it's a big contest here between positioning and boost battles, and again, a lot of off ball and just cuts in rotation between these two teams. That's making this such an interesting chess match.
It feels like the shot colors have been Reveal and Cheese. Reveal standing out for SSG. Cheese being that main threat so far. Can Talk elevate. Talk.
No, Cheese off the ceiling.
Off to Cheese. Cheese off the ceiling. Reveal controlling it. Chance for Zach. He's going to go for a pass over to Reveal. Reveal doesn't make contact on the redirect, and the ball's given up.
Oh, but Talk didn't get the first touch he wanted, so has to take it on the ground with no boost. Cheese not going to be able to follow this. Zach, first touch really heavy here. Can't even get the ground pinch. Tries to throw off Cheese. Wanted to force the panic, but Cheese remained calm in that moment. Cheese playing it close to Zach again. Reveal can't catch it, and Talk will pop it.
Talk chasing this down. Reveal, big clear. Doesn't have much boost, but Zach does, and now we'll move in. Corner boost popping up. Cheese will pick it up right as it spawns. Boosted counterattack. Reveal giving Zach some space. Zach towards net. Does he have enough boost to make the play? Gets the little tip. It's pinched off the post.
Race here between Talk and Reveal. Talk pre-jumping, drops it down. Pass to Cheese, forces 2 to go up, but Cheese does not commit. Talk, no boost here, wants to disrupt, but he will pick up the mid. Is he going to turn on the wall? Yep, wow, turned on a dime to pick that one up. Immediately goes into the air. Has a flick, wants to get the bump, forced an awkward position there for Reveal, and now Cheese, he plays it low. Zach was there to get the danger out. 30 seconds to go here, James. SSG up by 1, but it's still enough time here on the clock for an equalizer.
And giving up the ball right to Cheese. Cheese going to try to move this downfield. Zach hitting it to his own corner.
Reveal there, picking up that corner boost, ceiling pass down to Talk. Hit downfield, Talk retreating, picking up the mid boost in their own corner now as time is ticking away.
Final 10. Jeez. Talk pre-jump this. But, oh, he couldn't get there. He just got enough to get to 50. Zach goes up. Cheese misses. And that, unless this doesn't hit the ground, no, it'll hit the back of the net. SSG going to secure a big game 5.
And now on tournament point. And this was a crazy game, Daz, because it felt like there was so much pressure from Cheese and Talk, but they were never able to convert. And then Zach, you saw the play. They were playing defense on 0 boost. Zach passing to himself when he had nothing in the tank, picking up a single small pad and slotting that shot near post. They held on to that 1-goal lead all the way till those final seconds. But they were being challenged, they were being boost starved. But overall, for Cheese and Talk, Cheese wasn't able to get on the board, and Talk still has not shown us that level of offense that has helped get them to this point. You know, there were so many times where it's been the Talk show, but right now, we haven't seen anything.
And that's what I'm saying. You haven't been able to see it. It feels like he's taking a more kind of defensive role so far in this series. Will they switch it up here? Tournament life on the line. They'll try to force a game 7, or is this a closeout opportunity for SSG? It's been, I mean, the series has been so interesting because there's just so much to look at between these two teams. Talk has been very, effective, like in the open space, but Reveal and Zach, the way they've been able to work things around, and like I said, that little off-ball match that I'm seeing between Reveal and Cheese on who's gonna get the bump, or who's gonna, like I saw Reveal get a bump on Cheese to keep Cheese on the side, but the Cheese said, okay, since I'm over here, I'm gonna make sure you can't get the ball. I'm gonna cut. It's just so much going on here. I can't count Cheese and Talk out just yet. SSG just barely edged the victory in that last game. It's possible we see 7 here.
Yeah, it was far from dominant. Very far from dominant like we saw in game 1. The chance to finish it here. Zach close up, finishes the job on this play. Zach striking first and early for SSG.
Look at Reveal, great 50 to set up Zach. And the off-speed touch. They're expecting a fast shot, James. Like you said, the change up in the speed, crucial to getting a big-time first goal.
That's boomed. Cheese is saving it. But slowing it down, allowed the defenders to pass by, and allowed that ball to make its way back to the net. But now chance, Reveal, can he get the demo? No, he can't, and Cheese will be the first one to that ball and will be able to equalize.
But Talk, you wanted more from him, you're getting it. He created that chance for Cheese. Again, played it low when he saw the pre-jump. That was perfect. Got the opponent to use all their boosts. Then wins the 50, pinching off the corner. If that ball does not pinch off the corner, James, they do not get a shot chance. It was crucial for Talk there.
Great stuff from Talk. Been playing that supporting role for Cheese. Was elevated to his gameplay in the final. But perhaps it'll take more than sidekick action to help put you over the top. Zach and Talk, they both have an opportunity here to help their teammates out, reach those levels that they've reached already earlier in the tournament.
Hey, Talk has the flip reset. There's a must-see. You just got a lot of power behind that. Cheese takes his time. Zach already off the ceiling, though. Zach will intercept here. Talk a little too far forward. Zach pinch. Oh, and it's in.
This is a big-time play from Zach. Gets the 50 and then drives this ball down into the ground. Talk is waiting, even thinking that a pinch is going to happen, but it was so perfectly placed around the defender. You can see Talk was too close to the ball.
Yeah.
Needed to get more distance so we could read that.
Here we go. The game 6 in the grand final. Emotions are high. It's easy to get aggressive, maybe too aggressive. Maybe a chance here for Cheese. Yes! Talk, though. Great 50 to set up another lane for Cheese.
This was an amazing 50, parking behind the ball. You can see him also using the bottom of his car to try to make sure that ball doesn't shoot out too fast. Just trying to kill that ball down in a scoreable spot for his teammate. perfectly done. And now a kickoff strat reveal. It's awkward. They've got the lead.
Wow, back-to-back goals here, and Talk getting into scoring. The kickoff goes perfectly for Talk, who had a bit of a delayed cheat and caught Reveal out.
You saw the horror in Reveal's windshield as he realized, oh no, I am too far out of position to deal with this.
Okay, oh, Cheese kind of forced Reveal to take a touch there. Reveal will get full boost. Nice there from Zach. Talk, look at the danger. See Zach bearing down. Cheese needs to jump here. Reveal was on top of the ball. Look for a pinch there to set up Zach. Now Talk, though, with space, forcing Zach to take it back. Talk's going to peel off, go to grab boost. And Cheese is trying to see if he can force an area out of Zach. But Zach playing it high. Cheese will have to just use his boost to send it to Talk, who will break it downfield, just grabbing some space here for the time being.
For the pinch pass. Oh, it's a team bump as well. It's going to give a little bit of space, but Reveal also loses the ball. The polish has not been there for SSG like we saw earlier on in this series. Perhaps that pressure starting to get to SSG.
Oh, Talk. Oh, that's so risky. Now Zach throws a shot on. Cheese got back in time, but Cheese is still boostless. Zach knows it. Goes up, tries to get the ball first, but a great 50 win. Meanwhile, Talk and Reveal have just been bumping each other. Reveal had to barrel back and now wants to cut to try to buy space. But now Cheese and Talk, they have everything they need. Big boom downfield to give Zach to just use some boost. They're trying to control the pace of play, but Zach actually got the boost there. Talk wants to keep the ball on the orange half. It's just chaos here in this 2v2, but Reveal and Zach down by one, still trying Reveal! He got the bump, I think, on that, James. We're tied.
Reveal is shining in the limelight. The reset into the bump. Takes Talk out and paves the way. That was remarkable.
To execute that under so much pressure and so much going on the field, it was an incredible play. Can SSG build momentum? Reveal, he's on the goal line. He's looking for more, but Zach is the one that breaks through. Reveal will score. SSG, two back-to-back to take the lead.
It's getting real for SSG. The reset, the push forward, even gets bumped a little bit right into the trajectory to land the demo, almost scoring himself. Reveal finishing that play, but the lead for SSG late. Can they hold on? Or will the resilience be there? No, on kickoff, we see a goal for SSG.
Big goal off the kickoff. Nice pop. Cheese was just a little too far back, and Zach just needed to play the beat, and he did. Wow, three back-to-back here. Minute 42 to go. Cheese and Talk need one quick, otherwise their twos runs over. SSG moments away from representing North America at the World Championship.
Cheese going for a 50, kills it down for Talk. Talk off the bar, what a save from Reveal. And Zach just needs to get that out. High pop, Cheese to Talk. Reveal has to think for a second. Talk bumped off the ball, but will stay in the play. And Reveal with a huge demo on Cheese, getting the better of that exchange at a critical time.
And it's so deflating for Cheese and Talk because SSG, that could be the dagger there. A big goal from Zach. He's 6 points away from 1,000. SSG, a minute 18 seconds to go to close this series out.
They're gonna need to muster up all the resilience they have left. Have Talk and Cheese used it all up? Is there anything they can bring now? They're gonna need it. They only have 1 minute to get 3.
You would have to see something magical. Zach saying not a chance. Reveal to score. Top right corner. Love it or hate it. SSG are here.
Huge play again from Reveal. Zach already has broken 1,000. Reveal inching towards it. A statement game to close out this tournament. There were mutterings that the new kids on the block might be the best in NA. And it looks like they've proven it, Daz.
Yeah, exactly. As much as people, I mean, even me, all the way to this point, doubting this SSG team. They have been phenomenal at shutting the doubters down. What a tournament between Zach and Reveal, as now time ticking down, less than 20 to go, and a victory lap here as SSG will be representing North America at the 2v2 at the World Championship.
Reality's starting to sink in. There is no path back for Talkin' Cheese. SSG have done it. Space Station Gaming are your North American 2v2 champions.
And there you have it. Didn't drop a game on Saturday. With game 7 and then game 6 on Sunday, and now we got the emotes. Yep, like I said, love it or hate it, they're representing North America at Worlds.
What a performance, specifically from Reveal. Earned that stage for the victory dance. I mean, he was dancing out there on the field as well. Reveal from the very beginning of this game, Daz, he was performing. Zach picked it up in the end. You know, you wanted that. You were like, who between Zach and Talk are going to be able to kick it to the next level and put him over the finish line? It was Zach with SSG, but Reveal, man, he was incredible the whole way.
Didn't drop a series this entire event and showed out even in massive adversity. SSG, like we said, congratulations to them. We'll send it back to the desk as we get ready to close out the day.
Our 2v2 World Championship bracket is fully filled out. Zeninato will have to play against Zach and Reveal from North America if they want to play for the title of World Champion. What a performance. What a series of games there. What a rally back in the middle, and then what a way to put a nail in the coffin. SSG finish it off here, Bass, and they are going to be our North American champions.
Well deserved from them, an undefeated run through the finals here to make it as the North American representatives at Dickies. And yeah, I just can't believe that we you know, we always ask for like that the Titan to show itself, the threat, the North American one. We really should have been considering Space Station more, man. They had an undefeated Swiss stage, and not just undefeated. They didn't drop a game the entire time.
Yeah, Herc, it was what, like 40-1 from the other boys. Let's see, this is 5, 6, 7. I think they dropped 7 games. So not quite 40-1, but you know, 6 off.
Yeah. Oh no, it's so rough. I honestly though, I will say if somebody is gonna pull off some sort of a crazy upset, I foretell it being these two more than most, if I'm completely honest, after everything that's been going on. So congratulations to the boys. The emotes come through. I'm excited to see what we get from them on land. And I just, my gosh, like that was genuinely such an entertaining final.
I mean, it started with this beatdown here in game number 1. It looked like it might be a clean 4-0. They get a 9-2 victory there, Bass, in game number 1, and then it was 5-2 victory in game number 2. I kind of thought the series was over. There's one goal in particular in here where they just absolutely dust the defenders there from Talk and Cheese, and I thought it was going to be over. But then game 3 rolls around. They start kind of having fun throwing the ball at Cheese. Hey, you can make you score on yourself, but then they own goal. Then they kind of slips away from a little bit, and that never quit attitude from Cheese and Talk starts to solidify the series back the other way.
I'm glad that they were able to stick in this for as long as they did, even if it's off some weird kickoff goals like that in order to get the wins. Cheese and Talk deserve to be representatives just as much as them. Well, maybe not as much because they lost, but they obviously earned getting to this final, and they played like they deserved it as well. Yeah, a couple of rough games here or there. I think, unfortunately for Oz, we talked about earlier, it's a full send attitude. So if things start to go wrong, it doesn't mean deviate from the full send attitude. It just means, all right, keep it going, even if it doesn't work. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out at the end here. A lot of close games. This one was pretty close initially, but again, the final score kind of was representative. When SSG did lock in, it was not close.
It was there, and we are joined by Reveal, now the North American 2v2 regional champion. Wait, you're not in ranked this time?
Nah, you guys have my full attention this time.
Full attention. We're here to go. Hey, but congratulations. What a performance. What a moment. Talk to me about this series a little bit, and what happened in game 3? It seemed like game 3 got a little bit wild.
Yeah, to be honest, I think we kind of just unlocked with the Scribbles own goal twice, I think, and then the Spanish kickoff gone wrong. So after that, they just came very hard, you know, so they just took the next game. After that, we just locked them down.
It was an impressive series, an impressive just overall event from you guys. You now are looking towards the World Championship. You were the 2v2 representative from North America, as well as also a representative for 3v3s as well. In your mind, we've asked a couple of people this throughout the weekend. What does it mean to be the representative for both 2v2 and 3v3? Is there sort of a difference in your mind, or is it just as prestigious no matter what?
I feel like the 2v2 is more prestigious because it's like only one team, you know?
Fair enough.
True. Kirk, I'm gonna jump in real fast. Does it mean the first ever? I've asked a few people this. Does it mean the first ever 2v2 champion? Where like you're gonna forever be the first ever 2v2 champion if you win this? Does that matter to you? Do you think about that at all?
Nah, I don't really care, to be honest, about the titles. I just want to win.
For sure.
Honestly, fair enough. I was gonna ask you, after seeing everybody's performances this weekend around the world so far, so far you've got the twins locked in, Tao and Zen. How ready are you for some of those potential matchups?
All I have to say to Zen and Ato is, let's dance.
Okay, well, hey, we were seeing the dance moves out there. Sir, before I let you go, any final shout-outs you want to give here? The floor is yours.
Shout out X-Bear. He was calling kickoff shots the entire time, being very annoying. Scribbles, he was doing very good. And, I don't know. I think that's all.
The teammate and the coach. Got to give them the shout-outs here. Zach and Reveal.
Oh, shout out Diaz, too.
Oh, and shout out to Diaz. You know, man, if he had just played a little bit better, you know, maybe you guys wouldn't be here. So congrats to him for letting you guys through on that one, man. It was a close one. Congratulations, Reveal, on being the NA 2v2 champions. Good luck at the World Championship.
Thank you.
All right, all the SSG boys getting the shout outs there. Even Diaz, as you can see him down there in the semifinal, went to Game 7, had Evo on his team, didn't quite make it happen. And Reveal and Zach made good on that victory and have advanced as North American champions here, Herc.
Yep. Oh my gosh. I think NA was the closest region we've seen so far have their twos event as far as stressing everybody out from all over. But honestly, such a fun weekend. The only thing I think you could have asked for was for that final to be a Game 7, but it was still really, really good.
Sophia, we only had 2 sweeps in this bracket, which, hey, for North America, that's good. We're doing a good job there in some competitive matches. We love that one. And with that win, we do have our 2v2 bracket completed for World Championship. There's only 2 matches before the grand finals available. Killiers and Roas versus Swift and Yan, with Zen and Atto taking on Reveal and Zach. Any way you draw this up, it's going to be teams that have slain dragons or dragons clashing against each other for that first ever title. It's going to be a barn burner. You're not going to want to miss it, folks. All of these players have earned their spot as the top dogs in their region, and they're gunning for that title here, Bass.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what happens with this bracket. I think that there's no slouches anywhere in this. These teams have earned their right to get here. In addition to earning their right to get here, I think it is going to be a blast out of Dickey's Arena to see how these guys are able to compete. So I wish luck to all of them. I don't think we need to, over-explain it anymore. Space Station have got their work cut out for them. They're going to be training with Xpears for some more kickoff strats soon.
For sure. No, and folks, with that, the 2v2 part of the season is concluded until we get to Dickey's, which means the next thing on the docket is the 1v1s. They start this upcoming weekend with Europe's 1v1 Open. They just played through the group stage today. I can tell you there's some big names. Moxie made it through undefeated, but he did go to Game 5 against Appjack, who made it through as well. Tempo made it through. Yorius made it through. Nas made it through. We're going to see Toxic. We're going to see Zen. Yuk made it through. Lots of big names over there in the European 1v1 circuit. You're going to want to watch next weekend. But also, following that, the last chance qualifiers, 3v3 action. There's still a chance that you and your friends could play for the title of Rocket League World Champion. All you gotta do is scan the QR code on your screen, sign up, and then beat like 1,000 other teams. It's not that hard of a row. But hey, every team that plays the World Championship will have already done it. You can do it too. Scan that QR code if you want to take a shot at being a Rocket League World Champion. And that's it. That's all that's left on the season, Herc. We're getting it's almost done.
it doesn't even, it feels like it just started. The good thing is summer for Rocket League is always the best time. That's when everything starts to go down. So I am so excited for this 1v1 event with you guys and to watch it play out. I'm stoked to see you guys at Worlds soon and everywhere else all over the world that we're all enjoying Rocket League. And genuinely, it is never not the most fun thing in the world to get to participate in anything related to the RLCS.
It is so special, and here we are in the best part of the season, 2 qualifiers for Worlds and the World Championship. All that remains. That's our show. Thank you so much for watching. Congratulations to Space Station Gaming for being the NA 2v2 champions. We'll see you next Friday, June 19th at 4:45 CEST for the European 1v1s. See you there.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set. Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online. I totally believe you. Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
The magic of Rocket League is the stories you can tell about it. The 0-second buzzer beaters, the epic saves, the underdog victories. It's all there. As we return to this legendary arena, we'll witness Rocket League's story unfold together. Who will hang their team's banners in the rafters of Champions Field? It's time to find out.
Welcome to the undefined. Welcome to the undefined.